I open this hearing of the Select Committee on Information Integrity on Climate Change and Energy. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. And pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. Committee members attending in person are myself, Senator Bush-Wilson as Chair, Deputy Chair Senator Nana Raja, Senator Canavan, Senator Darmanin and Senator Roberts. Joining us via teleconference is Senator McLaughlin, who's on the line now. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to be heard in camera, which means in confidence, in private. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behavioural Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind everyone engaging in the public hearing, including witnesses and members of the public, that behavioural standards for the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces require people to act respectfully, professionally and with integrity, encourage and value diverse perspectives and recognise the importance of a free exchange of ideas. Bullying, harassment and discrimination will not be tolerated or condoned. I also remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I'm nearly finished. So I now welcome Friends of the Earth in person and via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Just before I go to you to state your names for Hansard, the committee has received overnight some correspondence in relation to your submission from Responsible Futures Illawarra. You haven't had a chance to look at the details in that correspondence. And it's my advice to the committee that if you get questions or you wish to talk about that aspect of your submission, that we go in camera in confidence until you've had a chance to actually have a look at that information.
Yeah.
So would you each please state your name and who you're representing today?
Yep, so my name is Patrick Simons, so I'm the coordinator of the Yes to Renewables campaign at Friends of the Earth.
I'm Courtney Vanalia, preferred name Coco. I am the national organiser for Friends of the Earth. I'm also a co-founder of Good for the Gong in the Illawarra.
Fantastic. Mr. Campbell, Mr. Walker, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. My name's Cam Walker. I'm the campaigns coordinator with Friends of the Earth.
Fantastic. Would you each like to make a short statement or someone make a statement on your behalf? I'll leave that up to you.
We have one opening statement.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think this is an amazing inquiry and we're very happy to be contributing what we know. Friends of the Earth works on the ground with communities who are holding the conversation about the energy shift. In our submission, we've outlined Far North Queensland, Northwest Victoria, the Illawarra, the Hunter and Gippsland regions. These regions have been at the forefront of organised and motivated anti-renewables campaigns that have damaged the efficacy of public debate and impacted the social fabric. While the conversation about disinformation requires nuance, public policy debates both within community and in the Parliament require two core tenets: space for differing views to be discussed and the ability to be defined and led by fact and scientific evidence. We've found that the spread of mis and disinformation often takes place in an information vacuum. Where there's a lack of trusted and reliable information, there's room for confusion. People naturally seek information from elsewhere, allowing space for bad faith actors to inject false information into a topic that's close to them. The key point to consider is how these patterns of doctoring information and spreading disinformation leverages community concerns to invite division. It's muddied the water of public debate and it leaves communities feeling confused and frozen out of their right to have a say. The responsibility of ensuring information is factual, or that the, sorry, I'm a bit nervous, or that the appropriate nuance is provided lies with everybody, but it's especially pertinent to those who have a public voice and a broad audience. This is for NGOs and politicians alike. In the current context of climate change and energy, we feel there are markers of a broader strategy of organised disinformation, namely organisations, decision makers, political members and individuals who present as environmental advocates when it suits them, while promoting agendas that favour fossil fuels and nuclear interests in the background. Our goal here is to help the committee identify and address these falsehoods in the ways that we've seen them. We think the government can address this by investing in good quality public information and research, and can help even more by delivering a model like the local energy hubs so communities have really easy access to that information. I want to finish on a quote from an ex-coal miner and renewables advocate that we work with, Daryl Best. He said to me yesterday, "We need as a people to work together to get things done. We need to work together to get from where we are now to where we need to be. Misinformation and disinformation has just destroyed that. It's destroying our opportunity to work together." Just want to note that each of us has an area of specialisation. We will maybe let you know as these questions come up who will be best to respond to them.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can you tell us a bit more about Friends of the Earth? Like, you know, who are you? Are you just an Australian NGO, or are you a global NGO?
I can probably answer that one.
Yep.
So Friends of the Earth is an international federation of grassroots environmental groups. Last time I checked, we're present in about 74 different member countries, originally created in the US. In Australia, we've been around for around 50 years. And we have local chapters as well as other member groups throughout the country. And our platform is really about addressing social and environmental justice together. And so we see, you know, the community and social needs as intrinsically connected to the need to protect the environment. That these are not things that you can separate.
Okay, and so you're an alliance of groups. I notice you're a member of Boomerang Alliance, which is a group that. Friends of the Earth are.
Oh, Friends of the Earth, yes.
Who I've spent a lot of time working with over the years on plastic packaging and
Yep.
and that kind of thing. So where do you get your funding from? Do you raise it from different sources?
So there's a whole range of different sources of funding. So we have members. We're a member-based organisation, so you can join as a member. We do one-off sort of donation drives, you know, chuffed crowdfunders. We have major donors, philanthropic grants. There's quite a range of funding sources across the organisation.
I went on your website last night and had a look, and it said you don't take corporate donations from extractive industries, banks and other organisations. Could you be a bit more specific about who you do take donations from?
So we do have some like major sort of like grants is a pretty significant part of our income.
In Australia or overseas?
In Australia, you know, particularly for core funding. So, for example, Sunrise is an example of that. Yeah. Okay.
And what about international funding from international?
It's really difficult to comment on that because it's such a large organisation, and so every member group would have different funding sources. But again, like many large organisations, we receive funding from, you know, local members, and who are the people that drive the campaigns and uphold the organisation and really make the organisation what it is.
Yep.
As well as, you know, major donors, grants. Tickets, events, fundraisers, philanthropy. There's quite a broad range, and that'd be the case for us in Australia, but also across the federation internationally.
Yep, and you disclose your funding in annual reports.
Yep, to my knowledge, Cam may have more
Cam's in charge of
Cam, do you want to comment on that? Yep.
Yes, we do. So you can go onto our website, you can find our annual reports, and it lists all the philanthropic sources of funding by name. You'll see that it varies year to year depending on our projects, but it's all publicly disclosed and it's included in our annual reports and our reporting to the ACNC.
Great. Okay, thank you. Would you like to ask some questions,
Sure.
Deputy Chair? I'll go to you next, and I've got other questions. But
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you for your excellent submission. It was very enlightening. I was just wondering if you could perhaps comment on the impact these sorts of misinformation, disinformation campaigns or counter-narratives circulating in your communities have had on social fabric.
Yeah, certainly. So a lot of the work we do is very close with communities, including I ended up working for Friends of the Earth through starting Good for the Gong with some other people who were just community members in the Illawarra.
Can you tell us a bit more about Good for the Gong?
Yeah, certainly. To set the scene, when offshore wind was proposed in the Illawarra, myself included, a lot of community members felt there wasn't enough information, and it was a big change for a small community. And so I started talking to people about it and found other people who were concerned. At the same time, there was a lot of very aggressive response very quickly. There was very emotional responses very quickly. And some of that included misinformation, which I knew about because I was so passionate about renewables. And we started Good for the Gong as a group of community members in the area to try and provide the evidence that we thought was we know as factual about the impacts of renewables, about how renewable energy could benefit the area, about the conversation about how it would impact our, our aims for net zero, and how we thought it was really important for our community. So that's how Good for the Gong started. And the way that it impacted social fabric, mis and disinformation, was that people would, the way mis and disinformation works the best is that it piggybacks off of someone's values, of something they're really passionate about, and it elicits emotional responses. So as people started getting more and more disinformation and not much, factual information, the conversation got more and more aggressive. It got to a point where a lot of us felt we weren't particularly safe in our community when we were saying we think this is a good idea. It also shut down
Why did you feel that?
I can speak to a couple of examples.
And why did your members feel that way as well?
Yeah, sure. I felt that because I was publicly doxed online. So my address and my Twitter account from when I was from about 10 years ago that I never actually used was all my social media was shared on these community pages by somebody, not necessarily by the group, by somebody who then also called me a Hamas supporter, which was an interesting take. That was aggressive. There was a lot of aggressive conversation in the comments online that made people feel that they were being targeted. And we have an example from a different community where somebody had the outside of their house graffitied. People who are standing up for renewables and trying to have that conversation when there's this much vitriol are targeted.
And what is the effect on those people?
It's horrible. So Daryl, who I spoke to yesterday to get a bit more information on this, he's talked about how he doesn't feel safe going down to the shops. He's lost his community, his coal mining community. He's feeling really isolated. He's often told me that he feels overwhelmed and sad and sometimes loses the volition to keep fighting for what he believes in, the future for his kids, but then finds a way to come back and reignite that passion. But yeah, it's very debilitating. We also have a colleague, Wendy, who's a campaigner in in Gippsland who's told us about how she was scared to go to the shops because people would say things, and there was just a tense fear of being targeted.
Did it surprise you the speed at which these counter-narratives popped up?
In the Illawarra, yes.
And why do you think that happened so quickly? Like, does it speak to
I think
coordination? Does it speak to preemptive kind of planning, or is there something else?
Well, I think it ties into the overarching climate change debate, so that it becomes a subset of that, and that's where some of that speed can come from. There's an ongoing debate about renewables. 10 years ago we were dealing with the health impacts narrative about renewables that's been debunked, but we still see that popping back up. So we're kind of in a similar cycle.
Can you perhaps draw us to some of the organisations, perhaps not necessarily in the Illawarra, given what the Chair said before, but in your submission, some of those organisations that you point out throughout
absolutely.
New South Wales?
You can request to go on camera though if you do want to talk more specifically about the Illawarra.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
And yeah, just before I get to that, just on your question around is it different? I think because we've been looking at this issue of disinformation around renewables for a long time, and I think what is really, really different now is the way that social media in particular is weaponized, the way that we're seeing new technologies play a role. So AI, whether that's AI generated imagery, submissions, or even just content. So the way that technology is being used is accelerating the spread of disinformation. It basically makes it easier and cheaper to produce and to share disinformation. But in terms of, there's a few different organisations that are named within the submission. There's a particular organisation that has been prevalent in far north Queensland that we'll just speak a little bit about. So that's Rainforest Reserves Australia, which is an organisation that presents as a conservation organisation, and that's a worthy goal. And there'd certainly be things that we might agree with them on about the need to protect nature and also to protect nature from unacceptable renewable energy projects. But yeah, I think that what we are concerned about is the way in which information, particularly online, is being shared in a way that essentially aligns or benefits the interests of large industries like the fossil fuels industry. And so in the submission, we particularly pointed to the circulation of the open letter to all Australians, which critiques renewable energy.
How did they circulate that to their members, or was it put online?
My understanding is it was shared online, yeah.
It was shared by emails, as far as I'm aware, and it sits on their webpage. So I don't know for sure, but I would assume it was also shared through social media.
So just to clarify, they sent it to their membership and they put it on their website?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And there are some key signatories that we wanted to highlight for that open letter. So Dick Smith, entrepreneur and pro-nuclear advocate, Travis St. Baker, coal industry magnate and investor in nuclear energy, Rob Milner, chairman of New Hope Coal, Richard Elkington, former executive at Loy Yang, Paul Espy, chairman of Empire Energy, Adam Crichton, chief economist and senior fellow at Institute of Public Affairs. Now, obviously anybody is free to sign an open letter, but it's the alignment of these signatories. Historically, large fossil fuel and nuclear industries and environmental advocacy typically don't go together. Mm-hmm. And so, that is sending up a red flag to people like ourselves that there's a very strange alignment of interests on an open letter like this. So this is the kind of thing that we want to draw attention to. There's no way to say that this is clearly a coordination or something like that, but these are signals, or
Yeah.
we consider this a red flag.
There's no smoking
That-
gun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's raising a concern to us.
Are you aware of any funding flows from any of these entities, the ones you've described or others, to so-called grassroots community organisations?
We
not
don't
directly
have
aware of that.
the capacity to research that. So no, we aren't aware of it, of what that funding flow would look like. Yeah.
There is evidence, particularly from the US, that that a number of different organisations that have opposed offshore wind are more directly tied and funded by the fossil fuel industry, whether that's peak bodies or others. So whilst we don't have evidence to provide of that in Australia, that is a dynamic that exists on this issue globally. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Chair. So you make it very clear in your submission that often opposition to renewable projects starts, organically and for genuine reasons, and this is evidence we've heard from international experts that have studied this as well. They've then suggested to us that often these groups then don't operate organically. They kind of get co-opted by broader interests, be they commercial or ideological or political or other.
Yeah.
With rainforest reserves, can you remember when they started? Like, do you have any idea what their
Cam's got
when
the
they were set up?
longest knowledge, I think.
I honestly couldn't say. I would think it's 3 to 4 years. We actually worked very closely with them over a number of projects. We supported their plans. Yes, but I would think it would be 3 or 4 years at least that they've been operating.
So in the early stages, you supported them raising concerns about environmental impacts of these projects. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And we continued to do that until they cut off communication with us.
Oh, when did that happen?
Okay.
When did that happen, Chair? Sorry.
I believe that was at the Reckless Renewables rally that was held in Canberra. Up until that moment, we'd been getting on with them very well, and then they just seemed to do a 180-degree turn and come out and they public denounced us and the ACF from memory at that rally.
Okay. So, what they appear to be like a pro-nuclear group. Obviously, there's information that we've received in a number of submissions around this, and I don't think they're trying to hide that. Why do you think they've gone from opposing a renewables project based on environmental concerns to being an advocacy group for the nuclear industry?
We really can't explain that. It does seem very strange. As I mentioned, we communicated very well with them. We worked with them. They cut off communication, so we can't understand why they adopted that position.
Okay. Please, you go.
Did it coincide in any way with new members coming into that organisation or new leadership?
The leadership seemed to be the same. We're not sure if new members joined and changed it.
Okay. Could I ask, in relation to, are you aware of have they ever advocated against any fossil fuel projects, for example?
We are not.
You're not aware
Of them have done that. No, they've only advocated against renewable projects and they've only advocated in support of nuclear.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're appearing tomorrow, so they'll get a chance to respond to this, and we can ask them some questions. Can I talk a little bit about this open letter? Was it just did that come from the Reckless Renewables rally, or did that appear on their website following that?
I'd have to go back and look at the timeline. So I believe it was probably about the same time. It was interesting that this was a group that ostensibly was concerned about nature conservation, which is why we started to work with them. And then there was a point where it appeared suddenly they were pro-nuclear as well. And it was at that time the open letter appeared, and it's quite likely it was the time of the Reckless Renewables rally, which people will probably remember was a very strange alliance of conservative politicians, climate change deniers, pro-nuclear people and anti-renewables people.
Okay. Senator Canavan, do you have questions?
Yep. Okay, thank you. Just going to your submission, I just wanted, you pointed to a group, Responsible Future Illawarra, posting a interview with Aidan Morrison from the Centre for Independent Studies. Are you claiming that's misinformation? I'm just trying to understand what the problem with posting an interview is.
I think when you take the body of evidence provided,
Right.
as opposed to looking just at that one piece, you can see a pattern of of misinformation and disinformation, and a lack of providing context around the conversation beyond those ideas of, your power bills, like some of the renewables energy being a fantasy, essentially, is the narrative.
So, are you saying anybody that claims that we will get to an 82% renewable energy target in 5 years, and anyone who says that's a fantasy is engaging in misinformation?
No, that's a perspective.
Okay. I'm just because then you do actually link in that link goes to an interview with the former Deputy Prime Minister John Anderson. He has a very, very widely shared, probably one of the most popular podcasts in Australia. They're very intellectual and deep. John personally, he's a very well thought through guy. I'm just trying to understand, why are you putting this in as an example of what someone shouldn't post? An interview with a former Deputy Prime Minister who's extremely well respected on the world stage, a great Australian, I'd say. I don't understand. I'm really struggling to understand why that is somehow should be condemned or flagged. I don't get it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, I think that one of the dynamics that we see with this kind of posting, it's kind of like very high volume posting, where information is presented in a way to basically, create the impression that everything about this, for example, offshore wind, is inherently negative. And so, the types of claims that are being made here around risking long-term economic damage, shrinking manufacturing sector,
That's happening in our manufacturing.
cherry picking around details around energy costs.
Is there anything in particular? Have you got
Coast.
a particular quote from Aidan or John Anderson that you think is wrong?
I think that what I'm trying to draw attention to is the way that this the high volume posting is and particularly the types of language that's being used and the use of cherry picking of information is typical of posts.
But can you give me an example? I mean, you've
So, for example,
but
cherry picking blue scope energy costs rising. That doesn't really have anything to do with offshore wind being a bad thing.
But
there's a level of misrepresentation going on there. It's like blue scope's energy costs increasing, therefore offshore wind bad. That's the connection that's being drawn between those two things.
Surely
so it's kind of emblematic.
The costs of manufacturing are. I mean, the whole problem with this whole endeavour is who does get to decide what is right or wrong. Or you've said there high volume posting. Should we regulate the number of posts people can make? Is that what you're suggesting?
What I'm describing is what's emblematic of the types of posts that are shared. Yeah.
I just think we're starting to get into very dangerous territory because later in your submission, it might have been earlier actually, sorry, I think I'm quoting from the appendix. Earlier you suggest that the government should introduce limitations on politicians sharing and distributing mis and disinformation. I mean, the problem I hear is I'd like you to try to, if you can, explain how is that consistent with a democratic society with the separation of powers. Because what you're saying is the government, which is, I presume, the executive government, as one arm of our government, should have the job of then censoring and restricting the speech of the Parliament, another arm of our government. Isn't a fundamental basis of our democratic society that there should be a separation between the executive and the Parliament? And how is such a suggestion consistent with maintaining that institutional structure?
Between freedom of speech and sharing false information on purpose. So that's what we're talking about here. Mis and disinformation
these are new terms, but hang on, you just introduced a different concept. Misinformation's not on purpose, is it? It just can be wrong.
accidentally shared,
Yeah,
yes.
right, okay. But
You're
I hate
referring to disinformation.
all these terms.
Disinformation.
No, that's
Yeah,
not what the
thank you,
quote says.
Chair.
The quote says from the submission that government should introduce limitations on politicians sharing and distributing mis and disinformation. So I'm just trying to understand, how can we have a system which maintains the parliamentary privilege of elected representatives, who are elected by the people, all of us have been elected and we all have different views, that's fine, and they can express the will and views of the people who have elected them, but then the executive government, which is typically represented by a majority in this country, can then dictate what is said by the representatives of potentially the minority. How will that not harm our democracy?
We're not suggesting dictation. We're suggesting that politicians should hold integrity in the information they share with the community. What that looks like is ensuring that you're providing a balanced concept, like the nuance around a topic you're discussing. It looks like making sure your facts are right, and not engaging in things like wind farms kill whales, as we've seen some politicians do, when there's no evidence. I just want to
bring you back, though. You said that it's not about dictating, but your recommendation is the government should introduce limitations, isn't that?
Such as the truth in parliamentary advertising laws.
Election.
Is a great example of that.
I mean, the issue here is, of course, I presume you support these applying to all sides.
Yes, absolutely.
So
I expect
your
that
submission
integrity
does
from my
obviously focus on
politicians.
one side's debate. We've just been through a very severe form of manipulation of data in the case of the Barossa project in the Northern Territory, where the Environmental Defenders Office were found to be fabricating evidence to a court, may I add, not just on Facebook or some such, but from experts to a court about Dreamtime stories. What sort of sanctions do you think should be then for organisations such as that who mislead a court?
I can't speak to that.
Right.
I don't know about that subject,
Okay.
and it's not relevant to our submission.
Right.
Sorry, Matt, could I stop there for a sec? Mr. Walker, did you want to add anything?
No, not particularly on this topic, thank you.
Sorry, I just thought you did. Okay, sorry, back to you, Senator Cameron.
It might be, is it Mr.
Mr. Walker.
Walker, sorry, thank you. I think you might be the right guy. Just on your accounts, you mentioned them earlier. I was having a look at your 2023 accounts. You mentioned you get funding from membership subscriptions. There is $595 to that. Is that total? You got $595 in membership subscriptions for 2023?
That would be the specific subscriptions from our member organisations, which is a flat fee, I think, of $50 or $40 a year. So that wouldn't be individual members from the community, which would be captured in the overall donations figure. That's just simply an itemised figure for membership fees from the member organisations that make up the federation.
So how many different individual donations did you get for the 1.2 million in donations in 2023?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It would be several hundred, I would expect.
Did you take that on notice?
Sure.
Thank
Yep.
you. And the grant income of 1.6 million, is that from other organisations or government? What's grant income?
It wouldn't be government granting, but it would be philanthropic foundations, and then not the actual amount they've granted us, but the names of those organisations will be specifically mentioned in the annual report for that year.
Does any of that money come from renewable developers, either directly or through the other organisations?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Right. But you don't know for sure that you're not being funded.
I've got to rotate the call, Senator Canavan.
Right, yep, cut me off.
Senator Darmanin. No, I said 3 times I needed to rotate the call.
Thank you.
Good, mate. Good.
You've talked a little bit about the RRA. I was just wondering, in terms of some of the misinformation campaigns that you've referred to in your submissions, are there other kinds of dominant organisations that you see that, in your view, are kind of proliferating those campaigns outside of the one organisation you've mentioned?
Well, because we work so closely in community, they're very community specific, the ones that we see having the most impact there. But I think that there exists a kind of, ecosystem where people are pulling information from particular organisational names that keep coming back up. A lot of them do have affiliations with fossil fuels and nuclear and anti-renewable sentiments, but yeah.
So you say they're kind of local, but there is connections between different communities at the same time. Is that right?
I can't speak to what their connections look like, but you see them sharing information and copying or working with the same narratives and using the same messaging playbooks as these bigger, more well-funded organisations do. So whether,
So there's similarities across different campaigns using the same playbook.
the same the same tactics, the same narratives, the same messaging words. And for us, again, similar to what we said before, it's like a red flag showing, suggested evidence of wider organisation.
And do you know who's behind them?
It's very difficult to find out that information. When we talk about mis and disinformation, we think of there are producers, so there are people that produce content that is false information or information that's intentionally produced to mislead people, and so spreading disinformation is engaging in that, and then but the majority of the time we're engaging with people at the community level who might be, they might have concerns and they pick that factoid up off the internet. So it's being produced elsewhere with ill intent, and then other actors who, for whatever reason, will be using that, sometimes out of, ignorance, or sometimes because, they want to stop something. There are some more specific entities that not necessarily mentioned in this submission, that have existed for some time. So there's a website called Stop These Things, which is a bit of an anonymous website, which produces a very large amount of information opposing renewable energy, and I would consider it a vector of misinformation. I'm not sure if Cam had more to say about that particular website, but that has been around for quite some time now. And that's the kind of website that does get shared quite frequently when you have on-ground opposition campaigns.
And I think it's important when we think about misinformation, we need to step back from this moment and look at the last 15 years. So there has been large-scale development of renewables across regional Australia since perhaps 2009, 2010. And the misinformation memes have changed over time. So initially it was wind turbine syndrome. Turbines were going to make people sick. They were going to make our animals sick. Then the conversation focused on land prices, that farmers would be unable to sell their land. And both of those things have been proven to be untrue over time. Now we're seeing renewables and fire, and that's where Stop These Things, which we would consider a bad faith actor because it is anonymous. It's very hyperbolic. It talks about catastrophic, life-threatening bushfires caused by turbines. It overstates the number of fires that occur. It overstates the impact of these fires as well. So it's important to understand the narratives change over time. No single group is probably driving it, but they do become dominant narratives. And it's interesting at present, the wind turbine syndrome narrative, which has been widely discredited through many, many investigations over a period of time, has become a sub-dominant narrative again. So we need to understand there are actors that are using these narratives. They are promoting them. They're probably not individual organisations, but they are individuals that are doing this work. And it's important to understand that, I think, in the context as these memes are discredited, new ones arise. And a current one, of course, is renewables and fire risk.
And so do you have any sense of, so you've I think you've talked kind of broadly about some affiliations to fossil fuel organisations. Can you be more specific about and I appreciate that you kind of say like there are different groups and, you know, they're anonymous, but like to what extent are you aware of like where the kind of financial support is coming from and any kind of more broad organisational support from your experience?
Unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to follow that thread. Like that's very specialist skills in, you know, people who can track that. We knew that what we could offer is, you know, information that might be helpful are these red flags that we're seeing, and hopefully some further investigation could have a look at those patterns. But yeah, it's quite difficult to, one, track that side of it, and then coming back to your questions before, it's difficult to see where it moves from being genuine concern to being vested interests and bad faith actors. But once that happens, you start seeing red flags a lot of the time in the way it's happening.
And so basically from the work that you do, your observation is that like there are quite similarities despite there being, you know, different communities across the country,
Exactly.
different projects, and that's the kind of conclusion that you draw around them being, you know, more of a systematic campaign as opposed to genuine individual communities responding to the local, you know, project.
Yeah.
And also like the acceleration, like, you know, you mentioned the offshore wind example before, like, you know, because we deal with this kind of misinformation on the ground in communities pretty regularly, but to see the misinformation kind of like accelerated within a very short amount of time, and particularly like online and how that, you know, was aligning with like political debates at the time, you know, that
or
was
how political debates attached to that narrative.
Yeah,
that
was definitely something
well.
that is newer compared to some of the older, you know, previous experiences that we had, like tracking disinformation.
And maybe just last question. You said it again then, but I think in your opening statement you talked about how, like what you see is it spreads very quickly. I wondered if you could talk a bit about, you know, have you seen any success around how you can combat that quick spread in communities to really address what sounds like pretty concerning stories around the impacts. And I know that you've got some recommendations in your submission, but, you know, just practically, you know, how do we address this quick spread?
So Good for the Gong is a great example of this. We started Good for the Gong to combat the misinformation and to provide a space where people feel like they could engage in the conversation. It was a welcoming space. No one was kept out of it. You could not support renewables and come and have that conversation. We shared information that our team of volunteers had researched and made sure was factual. We shared conversations and examples from overseas that addressed any unknowns for that particular project. And what that ended up doing over time, we had people coming to that group saying we left the other one because it was too toxic and too full of misinformation. We found that, I'm not saying this is absolutely a direct response, but there was a protest, anti-protest at the start of 700 people, and then 6 months later, 100 people after Good for the Gong had been reaching out to communities on the ground. We did stalls, we did public engagement, we held forums, we held info at the pub nights. Like, that model is the local energy hubs model. And what would have been so incredibly helpful was government providing us with their research and factual information, because we did all that ourselves. So getting in there early when something's proposed, really early, Gippsland's a great example of that. And then providing information that's factual and having it put, accessible to the community and run by the community as well.
Thank you.
It's interesting you say that, because when the offshore framework was first being talked about in terms of legislation and regulations, it was actually under the LNP.
Yeah.
And I met with DQ at the time because I was very familiar with the NOPSEMA model around oil and gas, and they said, well, we're going to run with this NOPSEMA model where a proponent can come forward, seek a licence, then they can do their own environmental impact statements. And they said, but don't worry, Senator, it's going to be 10, 15 years before any of these projects come to fruition. And I said, well, that's a very big vacuum to be leaving in terms of the community and information, and that's real trouble. I remember that was a major red flag I raised with them back then.
Yeah.
So yes, I understand that in the Illawarra, for example, that this is, or further north, this is part of the issue, and you've certainly flagged that in your submission. Coco, you mentioned earlier about being doxed. One thing we're looking at is evidence of trolls and bots, especially like organised online campaigns. Do you know? You don't have to say who the name is, but do you know who it was who doxed you?
I think from recollection, it was like a non-personalised profile. So somebody who'd put up a fake profile, and
Right.
we could see that because it was made like within a year.
Yeah.
Had a weird photo, like didn't have like many friends and stuff. So I don't know if that's a bot or a person.
Across the different parts of the country where you work with communities, have you noticed any other patterns around the use of like professional kind of online
I mean,
campaigns?
like Twitter is just a bit of a, just a horrible place to be in terms
I haven't
of it's
been on it
pretty,
for years.
I'm not on there anymore.
not been on
But
it for a long time.
and that contributed to us like not really using it anymore. We used to use it a lot, but it's just full of bots, and like you'd post something and almost immediately it's like a bot replies, and yeah, like you say, limited information, like maybe part anonymous. Occasionally you see it on Facebook as well, but you can't actually waste that much time looking at these. It's a fact of our information environment at the moment that there are bots that like spread this misinformation. So we just have to deal with it and move on and focus on what we are doing, which is working with communities and promoting benefits and opportunities. Yeah.
In terms of indicating that there might be somebody or something behind that, there's definitely evidence on the pro-renewable Facebook groups of bots. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know who's funding it.
Yeah.
I think most people have figured out how to identify them. But yeah, we don't know.
They don't get back to you. That's
Yeah, and there's a lot of copy and paste of the same sentence and
Yes.
things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
just from your experience with the three different examples you provided, where the groups have kind of morphed into pro-nuclear community groups or have some pro-nuclear leanings. Is it because, your understanding, because they do support like a low emissions future and therefore they've found a technology that they can also be anti-renewables and pro-nuclear, or do you think it's more of a kind of red herring strategy to not talk about getting out of fossil fuels?
I think it's sort of like a way to have a defendable solution. So it's like if you're going to oppose this industry, which, like the vast majority of people in Australia agree we need to shift to renewables urgently. So if you're going to oppose that, you need to come up with some other solution to justify. And so that's the role that nuclear is playing in the debate. I'm sure that there are also people, if you're involved in any of these groups, that ideologically support nuclear. But yeah, I suspect that it's like strategically, it seems like it's like a way to defend being an opponent of renewables.
And potentially delay as well.
Yeah.
Okay. In relation to I suppose the networking and connections between some anti-renewable groups and overseas interests, something obviously that one of our terms of reference we're looking at. You mentioned in your submission that Responsible Future Illawarra is admitted to corresponding with American groups, and that was in the ABC article. Are you aware of broadly what kind of activities or what kind of resources are being shared? Or I think we had a professional an academic submission talk, and they call them information subsidies, that things are provided to groups. So have you seen any evidence of the kind of sharing of resources between international groups and local groups across the country.
Should we take this on camera? Is that
Yeah,
the term?
if you'd like to go, in
Yeah, I think
camera,
if we talk about responsible future Illawarra, we should do that
Yep.
on camera. I think it's
Okay.
called.
Yep,
Just
in camera.
before we get
Yep.
to see what they've said.
Okay, all right. Well, so we'll suspend for a minute or two, and then we'll
Just a second, Chair. Do you have questions?
well, we can come back to
You want to-
Senator Roberts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've still
Well,
we're still waiting to see if Senator
just normal
McLaughlin's
practice,
got
maybe
questions.
best to just get rid of all of our open session questions.
That's
first,
not a bad
and then,
idea.
yeah,
Okay.
we can
Well, why don't
finish
we'll come back? We'll come back to that.
Make
Sure.
it easy for a second.
Senator Roberts, I'm just waiting to see if Senator McLaughlin had any questions. But do you want to get started? And I'll.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you
I'll
for
give you, you've got 5 minutes, Malcolm.
thank you for appearing today. Do you believe in rational thought and its importance?
So, rational thought is something that we all have in us as individuals. We're all capable of it. Personally, we have to use our head and our heart. So both the emotional intelligence and rational thought are equally important as each other, and I'm sure you would agree with me, Senator.
So tell me what you think about emotional intelligence. How do you define that? It seems to me that you're countering it against rational thought.
No, not at all. It's just being
Absolutely.
human. That's what I believe.
So you believe in rational thought. Could you define rational thought? What does it mean to you, please?
How's this related to the terms
Misinformation and
of reference? Senator
disinformation.
Roberts?
Chair?
Beg your pardon?
Misinformation and disinformation.
But I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
I know you're not. That's the problem.
Well, we've got to keep it within the terms of reference.
That's correct.
So,
Well, let's start with misinformation, disinformation. What's your definition of misinformation?
So misinformation is information that is shared that is false information. It can be shared willingly or unwillingly. So it's factually incorrect information. It's not a political opinion. There are facts about the world that we know and we agree on. Misinformation is false information that is
Thank you.
free of facts.
Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation or disinformation is a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency. Would you agree?
No.
You don't agree? Okay, thank you. It's a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, rather because it cannot withstand examination. Would you agree?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Sure. Misinformation is a statement, or disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, but rather because it cannot withstand examination.
The examination of fact.
Yes. Fact, rational thought. That's why I was going to the point of rational thought.
I'm
It's the
not-
basis.
I'm not sure how rational thought is attached to mis and disinformation.
That's what you showed. Surely it's crucial.
Fact is crucial, yes. Are you defining? Can you let
Well,
us know how you define
let's
rational
go back
thought?
let's go back to rational thought. What's rational thought in your opinion?
Could you let us know what it is for you first?
Yeah, sure. Rational thought refers to the process of thinking logically, critically, and systematically to evaluate information, solve problems, and make decisions. It involves using reason and evidence to arrive at conclusions rather than relying mostly on emotions, hastily formed opinions, intuition, or external pressures. So we have to have some basis for you or I to assess what's misinformation, disinformation. Would you agree?
Yes.
Wouldn't rational thought be that basis?
Yes, rational thought is under that analysis. But I think, would you like to
Keep going.
let us know where you're going with it?
we've got 2 minutes left.
I'm just
Senator Roberts.
exploring rational thought and in the context of misinformation, disinformation. Isn't this all about misinformation, disinformation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. So do you believe in rational thought and its importance?
I believe that rational thought is important, yes.
Thank you. So what is it?
Ration-
For you.
Sorry.
So what is it for you?
Look, Senator Roberts, you've got 1 minute left. I think you could use your time.
Well, thank you for
Address in
assessing,
terms of
assessing
reference,
the quality of my value, Chair.
Some friendly advice, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. If a statement disagrees with your view, is that misinformation?
No.
What's the basis for assessing whether it's misinformation?
Misinformation is when the facts aren't correct in the information
And how do you assess whether the facts aren't correct?
through science.
Could you explain science?
No, I'm sorry. That's
can't.
not my expertise.
Thanks, Chair, that'll do me.
All right. What, laws of physics?
Yeah, which
That's-
part?
Or the
Yeah.
laws of chemistry? Okay. So I don't know if Senator McLaughlin's online, whether he has any questions. If not, we'll go in camera. We'll suspend briefly. Oh, you have one more question? Deputy Chair's got one more question. Yeah.
Look, you've mentioned far north Queensland and northwest Victoria in your submissions. Are there any instances where you've seen misinformation campaigns in these areas impact on government policy?
Specifically in far north Queensland and
Yeah.
sorry,
In
northwest Victoria?
Northwest Victoria,
I think that's
or elsewhere in the country that is perhaps not in your submission.
I think that, I might just respond to that.
Yep.
But going back to the offshore wind example, because the period in which when disinformation about offshore wind was at its peak was when the government was making decisions about its offshore wind zones. And so, obviously they're trying to go through a real process around how do you decide the shape and the location and the extent of these areas where you might develop offshore wind. And in a number of those zones, and a number of those areas where offshore wind zones are being proposed, like most of them were reduced in size and location. So that could be due to a number of things around like the actual real world issues around where you actually decide on the location. But because of the intensity of the offshore wind sort of disinformation, it's possible that may have influenced government. It's hard to say, I'm not the minister, but yeah, it certainly has an impact on the way that people are engaging in the debate. And in the submission, there's a number of examples of, fake submissions, etc., or submissions with false information that were made during that period. So that's a critical decision-making tool, like the public consultation process, that's being undermined by the use of, this kind of information.
It also impacted those consultations in the Illawarra. I've heard that also happening in northwest Victoria. I'm not sure about the consultation process in Queensland. We engaged after that. But where people are being shouted down in the room, there's actually no room anymore to have that conversation because things are so heightened that there's no longer space. You first need to combat the misinformation and disinformation and how upset people are about those things before you can even start having a conversation about what things could look like policy-wise. So it has definitely interrupted that policy process. It's also kept people away from engaging in the policy process. For example, I know people wouldn't go to the consultation because they didn't want to be attacked or engaged in such an aggressive conversation. People who were in the middle ground who maybe didn't care either way or, were pro-renewables but didn't feel so passionately about it weren't engaging in the process because of the aggression and confusion as well. So yeah, it dramatically decreases the ability to have an effective conversation. Particularly, I know that people from government were, treated pretty disrespectfully in those rooms as well as First Nations elders.
Can I just ask one question about North Queensland?
Very quickly. Yep, so
Did Friends of the Earth, did you support the Chilumban wind project?
Sorry, Senator Canavan. I had other questions, and it's not related to your question. Sorry. You'll have your turn. No, you'll have your turn. I haven't finished yet.
we'll just
Just on the topic of what you've just
I'll come back to
said.
you though.
Yep.
I just want to ask you a little bit about, I guess, how do we strengthen the integrity of the engagement process, the community engagement process, particularly now in the era of AI, where anyone can cook up a submission, and we have to deal with volume, velocity, and lack of veracity as well. And this really does affect the quality and the integrity of the consultation process.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on strengthening that?
Yeah, I think you're best answering that.
Yeah, so, in the actual consultation process, government probably needs to look at more on-ground stuff with communities that's like intentionally designed with the needs of those communities. Because if you're just relying on a kind of a submissions process, it will be bombarded, like you mentioned. There's also a need to get high quality information out there, so high quality factual information. So, we've been supporting the Local Energy Hubs campaign, which, the model is basically to support a network of one-stop shops around the country where people, particularly in regional Australia where the industry is being developed. So places where people can go, they can get information about projects that are in their region, what's the size of the project, the number of turbines, the jobs estimates, all that information that people need to make a decision about how they're going to interact or the view they're going to form. So because of the disinformation, that entire information environment is fragmented for people. So it's very difficult to then participate properly in a consultation if you're having to wade through, just like pages of AI slop on Facebook before you can actually get some real information. So there's a kind of need to go more directly to people in the communities
Go back to face-to-face.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
We found we were engaging the most people who weren't directly coming to our events or going to the consultations when we just engaged publicly.
I'm just going to have to ask
Thank you.
one last question, Senator Canavan, then we'll go in camera.
Because North Queensland came up, that to me was a particularly egregious project from an environmental perspective, but did Friends of the Earth oppose that?
I don't think that we put a submission into the process as far as I'm aware. Ken might know more about that, but...
That was the work we were actually doing with Rainforest Reserves Australia, which was to oppose projects that had unacceptable impacts on wet tropic primary forests, including the Chilumban project.
All right, well, that's good to hear. Okay, thank you.
I think that's been pretty widely flagged. So could we? Well, the committee's just going to suspend now to just hear that response in camera. So for those who are not appearing as witnesses, could you leave the room, please? just over there, Sarah.
Thanks.
So I now welcome a representative from Southerly 10, Ms Sarah Altman. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, Sarah Altman. I'm here as the Head of Public Affairs for Southerly 10.
Great, thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement to the committee and then we'll ask you some questions?
Yeah, sure. Firstly, thank you very much for establishing the committee and for hearing from me today. I represent Southerly 10, which is an offshore wind developer for Australia. We are backed by investment from Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, which is a global fund manager that is dedicated to greenfields renewable investment and a specialist in offshore wind globally. Our two projects are based in Gippsland in Victoria. So we have been working in that region for the last 7-8 years on Star of the South and more recently Kutwut-Bratualang, two proposed offshore wind projects down there. Together these projects have the potential to power millions of homes, inject billions into the Australian economy and cut emissions while also creating jobs in the region and across Australia. Star of the South is the most advanced offshore wind project in Australia, and we've had a really unique experience in Gippsland developing this project from the very, very early days of offshore wind in Australia, well before we started to see mis and disinformation on the topic really take off. So we have, I guess, a unique case study of what that can look like, excluding that kind of environment. So I guess we made a submission to this committee based on our experience developing offshore wind in Australia, and to share that with you and learnings from that may be of assistance.
Great, thank you. I'll now go to Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you. Southerly 10 has experience in community engagement both in the Hunter as well as Gippsland. Can you perhaps do a little bit of compare and contrast between these two experiences, given the misinformation campaigns that have been operating during that time?
Yeah, quite different experiences.
Yeah.
So we first started work on Star of the South down in Gippsland around 2017 is when CIP began investing in that project. At that time, offshore wind wasn't really a thing in Australia. It was completely new. The legislative framework had not yet been set up, so it was the very initiation of the industry. And we were in Gippsland having conversations with people about offshore wind. How does it work? What does it look like? What does it mean? What's the potential? And really starting at a very basic level with those conversations in the absence of any ability to develop a project. We found people to be very receptive to those conversations. There was a great deal of interest, particularly given Gippsland's history, powering Victoria, 4 coal power stations down there that have served our state and nation for generations. Hazelwood, one of those power stations, closed in 2017. So people could see that this is the future. These coal power stations are closing. We need something to fill the gap, not just for energy supply, but for our local economy, local jobs and opportunities in our region. So there was a real enthusiasm to have a conversation about, well, what is this offshore wind thing? What does it mean? What does it look like? Could it be good for Gippsland? Those early conversations really set up a good baseline understanding of people in Gippsland about the technology, and it enabled us to really build relationships and get to know people down there, have a local presence on the ground, and allow time for conversations to be had, for people to absorb information, take that on board, ask questions, dig into the issues that are important to them, and find the information that they're looking for.
So a lot of face-to-face contact.
A lot of face-to-face.
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess at this time, it wasn't an issue being discussed in Parliament or around Australia. It was very much a Gippsland conversation. So yeah, we were down there on the ground. We opened a local office in 2020, staffed by local people, very approachable, very accessible. They know local people. They can get together and have one-on-one conversations about it. So that was a really, I would say, great experience, both for people wanting to engage on the topic and for our team being able to get out and talk to people. As offshore wind, was proposed around the country, it obviously became of greater interest to a greater number of people. We did apply for a licence in the Gippsland, two licences in the Gippsland region, and then in the Hunter region, when that was opened for licence applications, we did put in an application up there too, which was unsuccessful. As part of that, we did do some local engagement through that licence application phase, and we did find that the experience was very different because there hadn't been that early engagement to enable people to understand what is it that we're talking about here, rather than being introduced to the concept of offshore wind in a logical, sequential, gradual way. It was, here's a area that could be developed for offshore wind, and I guess that came as a surprise to people. So being able to have those conversations without, some of the heat in the discussion, in more of a conceptual way, where you're talking about a new technology and what that means, versus there's an area here where something is proposed. Are you supportive or are you not supportive?
So by the time you started engaging in the Hunter,
yeah,
you were already encountering hostility and some tension around this issue, were you?
It was already polarised,
right,
in the Hunter, because it had been declared and there was, already opposition and support.
And
basis
who or what
around
were
that.
the perpetrators behind that polarisation?
Look, I think it's a really hard question to answer because it's on a very individual level and then an organisational and broad level. So on a micro level, absolutely there are people with genuine concerns and who didn't have the information and didn't understand what it meant for them. And they went looking for that information, and to your comment earlier, there was a bit of a vacuum as to what they could find. So the way that, one of the challenges with an industry like offshore wind, where it takes years, a decade to develop a project, it is a very long-term thing, and the burden of evidence is on industry and government to provide accurate and factual information and do all the investigations. That work takes time, and in the absence of having that time to do that work, there is a vacuum of information that does need to be filled with accurate information.
It's not just at an individual level, people with some concerns.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about two disparate communities having completely different reactions. So this was more systemic rather than just individual, by the sounds of it.
I guess when you compare them side by side, what we can observe is that in one instance, there was really early engagement, which helped, inoculate against mis and disinformation when it did eventually come to that region, whereas in the other region, that was the starting point.
Yeah.
So before you could have that early conversation about the technology, you were already kind of fighting fires with incorrect information out there and focusing on those topics rather than having
And what do you think, to end up with a community that's already polarised at the outset of a project like this, What do you think are the motivations behind the organisations or the players behind that polarisation?
Yeah, I think
Given the economic benefits
yeah,
to communities of offshore wind,
Yeah.
what do you think are the motivations behind those sorts of
yeah. I think there's
players?
probably two key things that we've observed. One is a a group of people who do not support renewable energy or believe in climate change potentially, and really, I guess, talking about listening to the previous.
I'm talking about the perpetrators.
Yeah.
Yeah, their motivations.
Yeah, so I think that's one group, and then the other group is local people who have genuine concerns, who go looking for information support and find themselves in the orbit of the other group. So exactly where that the source of that comes from, I really can't comment on. As an offshore wind developer, we don't delve into tracing and looking at the sources of this. We seek to engage with
Understood.
people and, yeah.
So just to go back to the economic benefits,
Yeah.
because one community, Gippsland, clearly could see the economic benefit to their community.
Yeah.
Can you talk us through the experience in the other community, in the Hunter,
Yeah.
whether that community was receptive or could see the economic benefit, and has that evolved in any over time?
Our experience was that absolutely they could see the benefit, and there was a large groundswell of support for offshore wind in the Hunter, but it was drowned out by the more, I guess, the louder and the opposition that
What has
formed.
happened over time? How has that evolved over time?
I'm not sure I can comment on that. We were present there for a period of time over that application period, and we have not been engaging in the Hunter over the last year since our licence was.
Can I just ask one question that's related, just in terms of the comparison? Just I'm not that familiar with the Hunter compared
Yeah.
to Gippsland. Like, it seems to me like, as a Victorian and some interest in the Latrobe Valley over a long period of time, I think the community is well versed down there about the impact on jobs and community more broadly.
Yeah.
Is that the same impact in the Hunter in terms of closing down of fossil fuel energy generation? Because
Yes.
that could also be a driver, but you say that kind of the communities were in the same boat in the sort
Yeah.
of risks around job security, industry's future for community and families in the regions?
Yeah, there was definitely a huge amount of support from community, from industry in the Hunter. There is a large industrial base up there, manufacturing, that definitely saw significant opportunities in an offshore wind sector up there, and a lot of support for it. I guess up there you also have your industrial base around Newcastle, and then there's different segments of community along the coast further up. So, it was also around those, the coal.
Quite similar.
Yeah, mining and generation area would have a different perspective to maybe people up the coast who have retired and aren't interested in jobs.
Can you just on one last question in the block, what are the economic benefits to these communities of offshore wind?
So, taking Star of the South and Gippsland, for example, our estimates are that it would inject around $3 billion into the Gippsland economy over the life of the project. Direct jobs is in the region of around 700 in Gippsland, including around 200 long-term operational jobs. So that's over 30 years of operations. That's around 200 ongoing jobs, direct, and then indirect and throughout the supply chain significantly more. There is a huge supply chain in the Latrobe Valley that currently services coal and oil and gas industries that are looking to the future and wanting to diversify their businesses and see offshore wind as a huge opportunity.
And I was just in Gippsland yesterday to a solar recycling plant, which is in a renewable energy zone, and they need energy.
Yeah.
And so I guess, is there is there a link between offshore wind with the huge amount of energy it generates and supporting manufacturing and diversifying towards more manufacturing in those communities?
Yeah. I mean, the number one thing for manufacturing is access to affordable energy. The best way to do that is plenty of supply for the demand. In Victoria, that is a huge priority. We need to maintain our manufacturing base and investment in manufacturing in Victoria, and to do that we need to supply that energy, plenty of energy at the right times, at the right price.
Especially given the retirement of coal-fired power stations throughout
Yes.
the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just ask, look, when in the Gippsland, when you first set up shop there,
Yeah.
basically, did the issue of specifically two things, the issue of whales and whale deaths arise when you initially set up your chats, and is that something that you were familiar with in Europe prior to?
Yeah, so I think early days potential environmental impacts, it definitely raised. Of course, any project that is constructed will have impacts, and of course that's important to people who live in the region and more broadly. So yes, absolutely. People had questions about how do you construct it, how do you manage it appropriately for the environment, what kind of impacts are there. There wasn't
No one
the
was
kind
saying
of you're going to kill whales.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
we seem to have been able to trace that to a film, to a film made in the US before Donald Trump started talking about it, and
Yeah.
but you definitely noticed in Gippsland. So I put the hunter aside for a second.
Yeah.
In Gippsland, did you notice a change at all from the community groups that you've been working with around the 2023 time when
There
this
has been
information started arising?
There has been a slight change. So
Okay.
I would say that information has flown from the Hunter, from the Illawarra, from WA. So the opposition
Through social
groups
media,
that have
presumably.
established
Yeah,
in those
yeah.
areas have formed a network across the country based on the offshore wind zones and where they're located. Often, I think they are pulling information from the US, so sharing information that may be produced in the US or elsewhere, and making that available throughout the network. So
Okay.
I think there has definitely been an uptick, but given the early engagement and trust that was
Inoculation,
built in the
as you call it,
region,
yeah.
it hasn't been as hot of an issue as it has been in other regions.
And was the primary concern when you first started around visual amenity? Is that something
I
that's
think,
come up in the evidence as being often
yeah,
what the concern
definitely
starts with?
for coastal residents who would have an outlook from the beach to the offshore wind farm, that's an issue that's raised with us. It's not a broadly held concern in Gippsland, so we do community research every 1 to 2 years down there, and it is a lower order issue for the broader region. For people who live directly along the coast, it's a higher order issue because it directly affects them. So
Another issue I'm familiar with for any kind of, I suppose, a contested space in the ocean is the fishing industry, especially the commercial fishing industry. And
Yeah.
I'm familiar with seismic testing and oil and gas exploration
yeah,
and other kind of developments like salmon farming in Commonwealth waters that the fishing industry
Yeah.
can get pretty antsy about that, and they're competing in these spaces.
yeah.
How did that go with them in terms of your consultation?
Yeah, so really well. We have been working with commercial and recreational fishers down in Gippsland, over the past 7 or 8 years. Of course, there are some concerns about exactly what does it look like sharing the space with an offshore wind farm. Will we be able to use this kind of gear here?
Yeah.
Will we be able to enter the wind farm under certain conditions during construction or operations? But again, a real willingness to engage and have real conversations and work with us to work through exactly what that looks like, and a level of trust in, okay, so it will be years before, if approved, before any of these projects will proceed. There is time to work through this together as two ocean industries that will be sharing a space to find a solution that works for both.
I mean, it's maybe a question you can't answer, but it's a philosophical question. So, Senator Roberts, I'm asking a philosophical question. If you were to, in Europe, where you have established operations, and did you say 22 years you've been operating? I missed the term, how long you said you've been operating offshore wind farms. Sorry? I think 30. Was it?
They have been, 30 years.
For 30 years?
Yep.
If you were establishing them now, like today, do you think you would get the similar resistance to what we see in Australia with misinformation and technology spreading it? Or do you feel like it's there's different factors involved in what's happened in Europe?
It's hard to say, right? But certainly our colleagues in Europe kind of say to us, what's the problem? Why would people oppose this? It's great. Everyone here loves it. I'm sure that that's an overstatement and that there are pockets of concern. But certainly as a whole, I think in Europe, the development of an offshore wind industry has been really successful and well accepted by communities. Of course, the experience in the US has been quite different, and then the experience we have here is different again. So I think it's very cultural, it's location specific, and it depends on the process through which it's rolled out as well. So I think there's a lot of factors to consider, including the time that we're in and the social media, AI and other factors like that, which enable information to be spread much more quickly.
Have your workers or your company workers been targeted by misinformation or disinformation campaigns or intimidation or bullying tactics, either in person or online?
We've certainly seen people sharing information that is incorrect, whether that is disinformation, deliberately shared, or just something that they've come across and they are sharing with good intent, without the understanding that it's incorrect information. I would say that it isn't widespread in Gippsland. It's confined to a relatively small group. However, it does, I think, have a direct impact on the community, because it raises concerns that people don't need to be focused on. It takes away from the ability to have conversations about the things that really are important. And it's really unfortunate when you see people who are very genuinely concerned and stressed about something that isn't ever going to happen. So that it really, I guess, impedes the engagement process and increases people's stress and unease about something unnecessarily. It then also has a broader impact, I think. Really, the sharing of incorrect information only is a problem when it directly influences decision making. So where it affects government policy or decisions about how to proceed with something, that's when it becomes a problem.
Have you got examples of that?
Not specifically, and it's very hard to draw a direct line from one dot to the other. But certainly, I think it can slow things down a lot. If you spend years, talking about how offshore wind is managed to avoid impacts to whales, because you're constantly, stuck in that one conversation about the one topic, because it's the thing that keeps coming up. That
It's been very effective disinformation, hasn't it?
Yes. So I think it's effective in kind of putting the brakes on things, raising broad concern unnecessarily, and I guess it creates an atmosphere where it's hard for decision makers to get behind something.
Yeah. So my last question, then I'll go to I'll share the call. You talk about, in your submission, you provide a series of what you commonly observe tactics in deploying misinformation and disinformation. The last one is a false balance in the media. You've also referred to media and public discourse. Have you, by the way, you're one of the few corporate entities that's actually presented to the committee.
Yeah.
Mostly it's industry groups or community groups. Has the press, especially the Murdoch press, ever approached you about doing a story about your business and what you've done in the Gippsland and offshore wind to try and balance the narrative?
Yeah, to be honest, there hasn't been a huge amount of interest. However, we do engage with media anytime they request a quote or information for an article. We are very willing to share information.
Have you engaged with them about any disinformation you've seen in?
We often provide responses. In Victoria, there hasn't been a huge amount, no. I guess some things that we have observed, it's more about offshore wind more broadly versus our project specifically. Where we can, we contribute to those conversations by providing an industry perspective, but are often not asked for that.
Interesting. Oh, perhaps if they're listening, we can invite them to actually get in touch with you
Absolutely,
and cover your side of the story. Senator Canavan?
Look, just a couple of questions. So as a threshold question, do you accept that people opposed to offshore wind have legitimate concerns?
Yes.
Okay, very good. How do we then distinguish between legitimate concerns and illegitimate concerns?
I think every concern that someone has, if they believe in it, it's legitimate, right? So if someone is concerned about how the turbines will look, or they have a genuine concern about how that might change their fishing experience out at sea, that is a genuine, to me, that's a genuine concern, and we would take that seriously and help them and explore that issue with them. Yeah.
I mean, that's a very good answer, but in your submission you accuse people of being engaged in conspiratorial framing and spreading misinformation, disinformation. It seems to me a little strange for a proponent to be vilifying people opposed to their project in that way. It's a strange sort of PR exercise to dismiss people who have concerns as being conspiracy theorists.
I wouldn't apply
It's hard to, how do you win friends and influence people?
Let the witness respond, Senator Canavan.
I wouldn't apply that as an overarching thing to everyone who has a concern. So it's a specific tactic that is used by a select range of people. I definitely wouldn't apply.
Have you got some examples?
Which one?
Well, there's
conspiratorial
yeah,
framing.
there's one.
Yep.
There's a few headings in your submission.
I've got an example from yesterday. We shared some information recently on our Facebook page about an event that we held with the supporters of offshore wind in Gippsland. So we have a group of over 1,000 people who are really excited about offshore wind. Occasionally we get together with them, have a cup of tea and a chat about it, and we shared some information about that, and the claims came up immediately. Paid actors,
Right.
not local people. They must be paid off by the company to say
Sure.
these things.
So what do you think should happen in that case? Should that be banned?
You know,
Should
it's
people be
like-
banned from saying that?
No.
Okay.
No.
good.
I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
you can ban
No,
people.
it's crazy. Well,
So
some people are suggesting that. But
well, you know, maybe
Yeah.
maybe you can. And I'm definitely not an expert in policy or how to
Yeah.
handle these things. All I can talk to is our
I mean,
experience.
how big is Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners? How much funds under management do you have?
That's a good question. It is a significant amount.
I
so
looked.
it's
I looked online, and I don't know if it's true or not. That's why I was asking you. But so I just got it from online. It seems like about 60 billion Australian dollars.
That's probably about
Probably.
right. I think.
It seems strange to me that an entity with that much funds, $60 billion, would portray itself as some kind of victim. And these small groups who, are relatively disparate, and suddenly they're sort of playing a David role, and taking down the Goliath. I mean, it seems strange to me.
I
Do you
definitely
do you
wouldn't.
need special protection?
I wouldn't call them a victim by
Okay.
any means, nor
You're not
the
calling
local
yourselves
groups.
a victim, that is.
And I can't speak on behalf of Copenhagen
Right.
Infrastructure Partners as a global organisation. So my scope is sub-Litan offshore wind development in Victoria
But do
and
you
Australia.
think do you think a multinational company, even if it's not just Copenhagen, a multinational company with billions of dollars needs special protection under Australian law from the criticisms made by Australians?
I do think there needs to be a way for people to be held account for what they say. And now I'm not talking about ordinary Australians who have genuine concerns about a project. What I'm talking about is, people with roles of responsibility, the media, elected representatives and business. So I include industry in this category. What we say is important. The words we choose are important, and providing accurate, fact-based information so that people can make informed decisions.
So just to be clear, you think a multinational company worth billions of dollars deserves special protection under law against Australian media criticising it? It'd be nice to. And that's what you just said. So
No, I said that it's important for all of us to be honest and accountable for what we say.
Something we learn at home, yeah?
So you don't support laws to enforce that or to protect a multinational, multi-billion-dollar company?
I'm not going to comment on laws and policy in that regard, just because it's a little outside my wheelhouse. And I would say that there's probably other people who will submit, and yourselves are more equipped to look at the correct mechanisms for dealing with these problems that
If I can have one more question, just slightly different topic, but it does go to a lot of the facts raised to this committee. Are you confident that your offshore wind projects being pursued by Southerly 10 can put downward pressure on Australian electricity prices, given we are seeing offshore wind struggle a lot overseas, or Sten's obviously in a lot of trouble? The UK auction haven't had great results in recent rounds. They've had to up their government subsidies. Can your project actually deliver downward pressure on Australian electricity prices, given that experience overseas?
Yeah. Yes, we really believe that it can. We are here because we have a very strong view based on a whole heap of analysis that we have done that it is needed, it will play a role, and it can deliver a whole heap of benefits.
Is that without government subsidy? Or
No.
do you need government support to deliver the downward pressure?
Yeah. So any energy industry, particularly at the beginning of that industry being established, requires a level of support. For offshore wind, what that typically looks like is revenue support long term. So it's not the capital costs, it's not the development costs, it's the revenue certainty in the long term.
Are you applying through the the Capacity Investment Scheme, or is it a separate process?
No, we're not. At the moment, offshore wind isn't eligible under that process.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Ullman, for being here. Terms of reference of this inquiry, the first two terms of reference discuss misinformation, disinformation. So misinformation, disinformation is not simply disagreement, is it?
Correct.
Okay. It's not scepticism.
Yep, correct.
It's not choosing of a different interpretation of complex data.
Yep, I'd say that's correct as well.
Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation, disinformation is a claim that fails the tests of logic, evidence and transparency. Is that correct?
Yes,
or give us your own definition.
I don't have a definition, but listening to your definition of rational thought earlier, I would agree with that definition.
So misinformation, disinformation is a statement that misleads not because someone dislikes it, but rather because it cannot withstand examination. Yeah,
so I think there will always be disagreements about fact, and these are becoming more prevalent in the world we live in today. Yep, yes, everyone has an opinion. And I guess what's important is that we are having conversations that are evidence-based. So everything that we do, all the work that we've been doing on our projects is about collecting evidence, assessing that evidence to understand it, and making decisions based on that and sharing it as we go along. So everyone will have, their own take on what that means. Not everyone will agree on it. I think that is.
So misinformation, disinformation must be identified and defined using reason, not allegiance.
I really can't comment on that.
Okay. Under rational thought, misinformation is a claim. Would you agree with this? Under rational thought, misinformation is a claim or communication whose content is materially false or misleading when tested against transparent logic, verifiable evidence, and contextually complete framing, regardless of the speaker's intent.
I suppose so.
Okay. Disinformation, under rational thought again, disinformation is a claim of or communication whose content is materially false or misleading when tested against transparent logic, verifiable evidence, and contextually complete framing, and the speaker's intent is to deceive.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Do you think it would be a rational thing to do, given the law of physics, if you were flying an aeroplane and you knew what the formula was for lift, to suddenly turn off power on an aircraft? Wouldn't be a rational decision, would it?
No.
No, that's a scientific fact, following the laws of physics, but it's
Yeah.
interesting that some people will dispute them in relation to climate change. Deputy Chair, and then I'll go to Senator Darmanin.
Just a question with regards to the hunter community. You mentioned earlier that it was already polarised by the time you started consultation.
Yeah.
Can you name us any of the specific groups you think in that community who might have been propagating some of the counter-narratives?
Not off the top of my head.
Can you take it on notice?
Sure.
That would be great. And can you just talk us through briefly, what are the advantages of offshore wind compared to other technologies?
Yeah, sure. So some of the key things are the wind profile. So the wind is stronger offshore than onshore. So you have access to a stronger wind profile, which means you can produce more energy more often. The offshore winds, particularly in Bass Strait, are aligned with peak demand periods for our electricity. So there is, whilst the wind doesn't blow all the time, it certainly blows when we most need electricity. So on the really hot days where we're all putting our air conditioners on, and peak times throughout the year and seasonally. Because it is offshore, you can build projects at a larger scale using larger turbines. So using less turbines overall, you can produce more electricity. They are far from homes, they are far from farms, freeing up valuable land onshore for other uses that are also important. Because they are offshore, they require maintenance and day-to-day, care. They also require a relatively large workforce compared to some onshore renewable technologies. So there are numerous job opportunities on projects like this. They're high-quality jobs, they're well-paid jobs, skilled work, which in a region like Gippsland is critically important as one energy industry, fossil fuel industry, declines. There is this really strong need to have another industry to come in and fill that gap, both for the workforce and the broader supply chain. There is a real opportunity in Australia for manufacturing for offshore wind. So whilst a lot of the really large components are currently only built in one or two countries worldwide and imported, we've identified millions and millions of dollars worth of manufacturing opportunities that can be done in Australia today. And with the growth of an offshore wind industry, opportunity to increase that opportunity over time. So steel production and manufacturing in Australia is a huge opportunity. And in Gippsland itself, there are fabricators there who have what it takes to deliver for offshore wind today and could, improve their operations over time to increase what they can do and their capacity. So I guess in a nutshell, energy, climate, meeting climate targets, and then the social jobs, manufacturing opportunities for regions in transition like Gippsland are really significant.
And what is it particularly, my final question before we move to Senator Darmanin, what is it in particular about offshore wind that makes it so susceptible to misinformation? Is it just because it's new in Australia?
Yeah, I think
or is there something else?
I think it's because it's new. It hasn't been built in Australia. So while there are 13,000 turbines in the water worldwide, no one can drive or fly to somewhere in Australia and see a turbine in the water, see that it works, see that it can be built without, catastrophic consequences. It is an unknown for many people, and without being able to see it and witness that and experience it, it can be very difficult to understand what it means. I think a lot of the misinformation around offshore wind, it's the same stuff that's been applied to onshore wind for many years and transferred across to offshore wind, plus I guess it being in the marine environment is something quite new. Although we have oil and gas exploration in the marine environment for many years, which the people who raise concerns about offshore wind don't seem concerned about that. So that's a little strange, but it certainly presents far fewer risks than some of the industries that we've had operating out there for decades.
Yeah, okay, just quickly, just to follow on from that, I'm drawing the conclusion, but you may not, but you can clarify if you think something different. In terms of that comment you made about offshore exploration and development of gas and oil, who do you think benefits if offshore wind developments aren't able to proceed? Is it these same organisations, or who ultimately benefits from undermining these sorts of projects, do you think?
I would say no one, because we're going to end up in a situation where we do not have enough electricity to meet our needs. I guess the fallback position is you keep coal running longer or you rely on gas. So those are potential beneficiaries from industries like offshore wind not proceeding.
Yeah. And just finally, Senator Anandaraja asked about sources of misinformation around the Hunter.
Yeah.
But earlier you talked about information networks being formed across the country and a dissemination of mis and dis from the United States. Do you know, what are the sources internationally from that distribution of misinformation?
Oh, look, I follow a few Facebook pages where I see this information being shared. So I think it's many and varied. I have seen that there is an event coming up in WA where an expert from the US is coming across to talk about how terrible offshore wind is.
Who is it?
So I would have to... take it on notice. It's an event being held in Western Australia, kind of drawing on these kind of resources. So I think it's hard to kind of pinpoint one particular source or actor, but it's certainly there's plenty of material to draw on from the US, that's for sure, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you could take on notice,
Yeah.
Some of those actors in that specific WA example, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Just as a matter of interest, is the industry, and we've got the Clean Energy Council coming in shortly.
Yeah.
When we look at the kind of bigger narratives around the fossil fuel industry funding disinformation campaigns globally now for decades, they've also not morphed, but there's confluences with far-right extremism, conspiracy theories, a whole bunch of stuff that's happening online. But I'm just interested in your industry, the clean energy industry, whether you've considered, collectively funding, an inoculation, a strategy, or pre-bunking, not just debunking, but pre-bunking as well.
Yeah.
Whether this is something that you take it seriously enough as an industry to say, well, how do we resource this to get a better outcome? Or are you going to rely on governments, or do you think you should rely on governments to do that?
I think it needs to be all of the above.
Right.
So I do think it's something that our industry can do a lot better.
Right.
At the moment, it is a bit piecemeal. So it's done on a project basis. It's done through various industry groups. It's done a bit by government. And I think we all...
And NGOs are obviously out and proud about doing it as well.
Yeah,
We heard from
exactly.
them today.
But when it's this kind of piecemeal approach, it probably doesn't have the impact that it needs. I guess one of the challenges is that the clean energy industry isn't a super profit
No.
industry where there are, like you would get in some of the traditional energy industries, where there is a huge budget for those kind of campaigns. I think that there is sufficient and should be a targeted effort in that area. And if it could be coordinated and well managed, that would add to its effectiveness, with both government and industry playing a role.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for your evidence today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and apologies to the other witnesses, we're running a little bit behind time. The committee will need a break. Is 10 minutes okay for Secretariat? Yeah, so we'll break for 10 minutes, so we'll come back at just before 1:45 and we'll get started with our next witnesses. Representatives of the ARC Centre of Excellence for the Weather of the 21st Century. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to a Senate committee has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Associate Professor Ailey Gallant and I'm here representing the Centre of Excellence for 21st Century Weather.
I'm Alex Dunn and I'm also representing the ARC Centre of Excellence for 21st Century Weather.
Great. So before I just go to your short opening statement, just a reminder that we'll be taking a break at 11 a.m. to observe a minute's silence. But yes, please feel free to make an opening statement and then we'll ask you questions.
Well, good morning, everyone, and I'd first like to thank the committee for inviting us here today. So I am Ailey Gallant, Deputy Director with the ARC Centre of Excellence for 21st Century Weather, and I'm a scientist who's been conducting research on Australia's climate and weather for the last 15 years. I'd also like to introduce my colleague Alex Dunn, who is a PhD student within the centre, and also a former high school science and maths teacher in regional Tasmania, and Alex is able to share her unique perspective as a dual climate scientist and teacher of the Australian curriculum. The mission of 21st Century Weather is to understand how Australia's weather is changing in a warming climate and to equip government, industry and communities with the knowledge that is required to prepare for high impact weather and to harness opportunities from Australia's weather resources. Our centre and other scientific agencies rely on free, timely access to global datasets to conduct transformational research into climate change and to provide robust weather forecasts and seasonal climate forecasts, and also to conduct research to prepare Australia for our future with climate change. The misinformation and disinformation relating to climate change and energy undermines the functioning and trust of our scientific institutions and the robust knowledge that they create. Public trust in Australian scientific institutions needs to be maintained by apolitical, bipartisan support and funding to ensure sovereign capability to meet the challenges we face with climate change. Disinformation about climate change and energy has the potential to slow decarbonisation efforts, which are essential for curbing the worst effects of climate change. With every increment of warming, we do damage. Every delay in reducing emissions substantially increases the risks of major climate impacts with consequences lasting centuries to millennia. The influence of humans on global warming is beyond doubt. But climate science is complex and there are legitimate reasons why there are shades of grey in what we can say about the details of how climate change has and will affect us, making the field ripe for exploitation by bad faith actors seeking to delay action and to cause doubt. Australian schools teach generic fact-checking but rarely tackle climate disinformation directly. Media literacy exists within the humanities and English, and so those teachers are not necessarily well equipped to counter specific scientific falsehoods. Low scientific literacy proficiency standards in Australian students also put them at a greater disadvantage to navigate scientific misinformation. Improved climate and energy-specific media literacy programs in schools should focus on equipping teachers and students to recognise and dismantle echo chambers, which can reinforce opinions formed through repeated exposure to misinformation and disinformation. Thank you, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Great. I might just start with one and then I'll share it around. I might just jump straight to your recommendations. You mentioned parliamentary recognition that scientific independence, greater funding stability and open access to climate and weather data are matters of national security and resilience. Could you explain to me why climate change is a matter of national security?
Absolutely. Well, we know climate change is going to have a significant effect on a number of things. These might be chronic changes, things like sea level rise and whatnot. There might also be high impact changes, such as changes in extremes, changes in things like storms, heat waves and whatnot. This will change basically habitability patterns around the world. This will influence migration. This will influence many things such as droughts, floods, all of which act to destabilise countries, nations and everything else. So in terms of national security and in terms of resilience, one of the things we are recommending is around sovereign capability. One of the things we have noticed since, for example, the Trump administration has come in the United States is that a lot of the data that we use has either become unavailable or is not being updated. This has significant consequences for everything from weather forecasting to what we call seasonal climate forecasting. So this is being able to say whether it might be wetter or drier than normal, which of course farmers and people like that rely on very heavily, all the way through to climate change information. And so what we are recommending is stable funding of those of capabilities that allow us to keep doing what we need to do in order to meet the climate change challenge. So whether that be maintaining climate models, maintaining climate data sets, and ensuring that we have the climate data sets we need internationally to be able to understand our climate and our weather.
As a matter of interest, a number of submissions have raised the issue where malicious foreign state actors have been targeting disinformation campaigns around extreme weather events. Mm-hmm. Do you know much about that? Do you see that as being an issue that Australia needs to grapple with? Yeah, so this is a common question that's asked to climate scientists like myself and climate scientists in training like Alex. When specific weather events arise, is this climate change? Now, that is the wrong question for many reasons that we could go into, but just from past experience in some situations, there has been intent to get certain answers very clear when that line of questioning has occurred. Or put frames out.
Yes, and put frames, yes, exactly.
And in the media.
Exactly.
So it interests me, these legitimate scientific uncertainties that you mentioned, and I think you're absolutely correct. The US administration's current program of defunding and removing this capability, including from satellites through to their Antarctic observations and a whole range of things. Do you think that's? Have you discussed this amongst your peers and whether other countries can actually try and fill that capability, or is at the moment is it dire in the sense of that we don't have that data that we need?
We have discussed it. We are very concerned about it as a group of weather and climate scientists. I know other scientific agencies are likely very concerned about it as well, particularly if it continues. Certainly, weather and climate science is a global effort. We all contribute to things like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We all contribute to things like the World Meteorological Organization. Weather models, climate models are global in nature, and therefore it is a global effort. So however, there are obviously some actors who are much more influential than others, the United States being one of those. So a lot of our satellite capabilities, a lot of the ground-based observational networks, particularly ocean networks. So this is really important for things like understanding whether we are moving into an El Nino or La Nina, for example, which, as you might be aware, is obviously very important on the Australian climate, can lead to severe flooding or droughts. And so in that respect, defunding of those types of programs has significant effect on our ability to conduct science, to monitor what is happening to the global climate and weather. And it also has significant, well, I should say it's not something that's easily replaced. So it's not as if another country can easily the next day come in and simply redo this stuff. Once a satellite is down, it is down. Yep. It takes years to build another one and put it back up. And so there is a very real concern from from our group and a lot of our colleagues that there may be gaps coming at a very inopportune time as global climate change accelerates, which may affect our ability to be able to say might happen in the future.
Yeah, look, it occurred to me when Donald Trump addressed the UN climate conference and called it a hoax. Obviously how dangerous that was. And it's one thing, I suppose, to assume that they don't believe climate change is a threat, so therefore they're going to defund it and use the money for something else. But it occurred to me that by defunding the source of science and information, they're actually increasing the scientific uncertainty, which makes it easier for them to get away with spreading more disinformation. Do you think that's a fair observation?
It's certainly a fair observation that decreasing the amount of data available increases uncertainty, yes.
So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, doesn't it?
Yes. I mean, just as another example, the United States contributes several climate models to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, what they call coupled model intercomparison projects. So these are all the models where we work to understand what might happen in the future. And we get, sometimes in some situations, we get a spread of information from those models. In other aspects, we don't. For example, global temperatures, all of the models, regional temperatures even, all the models show more heat waves, show sea level rise, things like that. But things like rainfall patterns can have some spread and shades of grey in what they show. So removing those models from what we call the ensemble, so removing those models from the pool takes away that information and means that we have less information, which only increases the uncertainty. You're correct in saying that.
Okay. Now, in less than a minute's time, I was going to have to stop proceedings to read out something for Remembrance Day. So if you'll just bear with me, that's why I thought I'd just ask questions we went through. So, yeah. So we'll now suspend while I do that, just for 3 or 4 minutes. ARC Centre of Excellence for the Weather of the 21st Century. Who would like to go next?
I'm happy with that.
Yep. Okay. Yep,
Thank you. Why do you think that climate and energy are targets for misinformation?
That's a very good question, one I've been grappling with for a very long time. To be honest, it's not... any response would be personal opinion, so I'm not sure that I can really answer that question. I mean, I think it's a complex issue, and climate change represents a significant change to our way of life. So all I would say is that that change has at least perceived pitfalls for some groups, and therefore there is a
pitfalls, as in they're not going to make as much money.
Well, potentially that is one aspect, right? That is one aspect. It's going to have pitfalls for humanity in general, but that is one aspect, yes. And so I think this is, there is evidence in the scientific literature and research literature for a long time. We've seen this kind of thing over again. For example, the tobacco industry in the 1950s.
Who do you think are behind some of these counter-narratives?
It's my understanding from that literature that the counter-narratives are often related to those with vested interests, for example, fossil fuel companies. That's been made clear since the 1970s or so. But today, I think it's a complex and rich area, and I'm not sure that I'm qualified to answer that exactly.
On the topic of public education, which I assume you do have something to say on, what can we take away in terms of raising public awareness on the difference between genuine opposition, genuine concerns versus astroturfing campaigns run by bad faith actors?
Exclusively in the public education setting?
Because I put it to you that the public would have a very different response if they knew that they were falling for an astroturfing campaign versus something that was actually genuinely grassroots.
So my comment to that would be that the way that we teach media literacy in the current Australian curriculum, we have only just recently added climate literacy into that curriculum. So we are only dealing with the first year or two of students who are currently learning how to grapple with that. And that's only in broadcast media that the Australian curriculum specifically references that. If we go into public issues, I think one of the reasons why that it is an opportunity for people to not be able to recognise these campaigns is because we specifically haven't taught it before. And then if we add on top of that where we're getting our sources of information, for most people, climate change and understanding science is brand new. They don't understand the intricacies of it. And as we've said before in our submission, we do have legitimate scientific uncertainties. But when you have low scientific literacy, you don't recognise that scientific uncertainty is part of the scientific method. And I think that opens up narratives for specific actors for mis and disinformation, mis being without intention and dis being with intention.
My final question in this block before we move on is, you're from an esteemed academic institution, Monash University, but there are other groups, there are think tanks, for example, the IPA or Centre for Independent Studies, who put out their own research, quote unquote. What are your thoughts on that? And then that gets used by certain other groups, community groups and so on, and it's disseminated far and wide. It's even quoted in newspapers, right? Which then gives it even further reach and a degree of legitimacy. What are your thoughts around the use of these quasi-experts?
So I would say that robust scientific information comes from using the scientific method robustly. That requires scientific practice that is based in the theory and philosophy of science. Best way to do that at the moment is via avenues like peer-reviewed literature. And let me tell you that scientists are a very conservative bunch, and we quite frankly like to knock each other down when we think the other's wrong. So this is a very conservative group of people. So to make statements in the IPCC that the influence of humans on climate change is basically undeniable is an exceptionally strong statement. I can't stress how exceptionally strong that statement is, and really goes to the fact that the scientific evidence shows that the influence of humans on global warming is absolutely beyond doubt.
So what should the public take, just on that, so what should the public take away when they're reading research, quote unquote, from think tanks like the IPA or Centre for Independent Studies?
So I would always ask, has it been subjected to rigorous scientific peer review?
Mm-hmm.
And if the answer is no, and by rigorous scientific peer review, I don't mean peer review from people in the same institution or even other institutions. I mean putting it out there into scientific journals and publications, because what we have found is that some of those reports that you're referencing, when that has occurred, they have not stood up to scrutiny.
Right. Can you give us some examples?
I will have to take that on notice for specific examples. There are many, but we can provide that for you.
That would be most helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Darman.
Yeah. Excuse me, thank you. The picture that you painted a little bit earlier in terms of, so I think, you know, as an example, the significant impact on perhaps reduction in public funding for things like satellite monitoring around weather events, and the kind of decreasing of publicly available, reliable data, I guess internationally, and its impacts on Australia, you know, quite disturbing really. I wondered if you could give, you know, your view on, like, what do you think the risks to democratic integrity are if misinformation continues unchecked, and we have, you know, I guess this fueled by a reduction in reliable data around climate and energy debates?
What I would say to that is that climate change doesn't care about democracy. It doesn't care about anything. It does what it does. The information and the facts are the information and the facts. And if we do not have robust information and facts, then we are not using the best information available to make billion, trillion dollar decisions. And so in that sense, on the integrity of democracy, I can't make a comment, but I can say that if we are not making decisions as part of a democracy with the best information available, then it is to our detriment, and there will be losses.
So, you mentioned in your submission that you would like to see safeguards against political interference, and I guess that goes to this question around, I guess, resourcing and faith in the facts and data to be able to make good decisions for our society. What in your mind, like, what do those safeguards look like for organisations like CSIRO and Bureau of Meteorology and others?
Yeah, so for the safeguards for those institutions, and also institutions like ourselves, we're funded by the Australian Research Council. I think the maintenance of independence, ensuring that those organisations are allowed to conduct their research without influence, is essential. What is also essential is that that research is funded. As an example, right now, the Australia's supercomputer that we all use to run our models, to run our simulations of future climate change, that is due for renewal. The amount budgeted is basically where it was. which means that we actually can't do any better than we're already doing. In fact, we will be doing worse because more and more people, more and more research organisations are using the supercomputer, which actually means we have less compute time than we once did.
But Monash is developing.
This is not Monash. This is a national research infrastructure called NCI, the National Computing Infrastructure. It's hosted at ANU, and this is what the Australian climate community uses. So what does that mean in practicality? What it means is that our science has shown, for example, that extreme rainfall is getting more extreme, but in a nuanced way. It's getting more extreme in the very short run, kind of 15-minute type events, so big bursts of rain. At the moment, and this is on small spatial scales as well, so kind of the size of city blocks. At the moment, we actually can't simulate that directly, and so our organisation is working towards a very high-resolution model, which means that we can capture those storms in order to better understand how they might lead to flash flooding and things like that. At the moment, we cannot run that on our supercomputer. At the moment, we cannot run those simulations that we need to in order to understand that future climate change because it is underfunded.
Yeah, okay. So it's about safeguarding the mechanisms that
Correct.
enable that kind of data collection. Okay, last question from me. How can governments engage meaningfully and determine what is genuine community feedback when it comes to these kinds of debates from your perspective and the work that you do?
Sorry, can you ask that question again?
How can governments engage meaningfully and enable that we can determine genuine community feedback to address some of the issues and I guess kind of make best use of the data and the research and the facts that we benefit from organisations like yours? Mm-hmm. Because I think despite what the picture you just painted around the risks to not continuing to resource that, there is information and data out there, but addressing mis and disinformation is a key challenge, even with whatever data we have. So, how can we combat that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think some of it comes to things like the Australian curriculum, which I'll pass to Alex in just a second, but I think there is also scope and proven scope for ensuring that people's critical thinking skills, particularly in an age of the internet, ensuring people's critical thinking skills can improve and that objective assessment of information can be made by individuals looking at these things. I think what you mentioned before about respect and trust in institutions is key here. I think the Bureau of Meteorology, for example, is one of Australia's most trusted institutions. Groups like ours, I would hope, are trusted institutions, and CSIRO and things like that as well. And so ensuring that the science that we can continue to do is robust and ensuring that we have independence, I think is key to ensuring the public that what we're producing is, is the real deal. And if Alex would like to mention that. Okay.
Thanks.
I'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. The terms of reference, number one and number two of terms of reference, talk about misinformation, disinformation. Mm-hmm. Misinformation, disinformation, I just want to clarify things, is not disagreement, is it?
Misinformation and disinformation is not disagreement.
No,
with
simply disagreeing with each other does not necessarily mean one is misinformed or disinformed.
The definition of disinformation that we've included in our inquiry is intentional disinformation. So that is having debate knowing that it is.
So misinformation is also intentional?
Misinformation is not intentional in our understanding of the submission.
Okay, thank you. So just want to clarify though, simple disagreement is not necessarily misinformation or disinformation, is it?
Informed disagreement?
Simple disagreement.
Simple disagreement in terms of
analysis of data, different interpretations?
No, of course. And there's, as I said, there's lots of shades of grey when it comes to science. And there are disagreements between scientists all the time.
And scepticism is not necessarily misinformation, disinformation?
Of course not. I would say Scientists are inherently sceptical people.
And that's the basic, one of the basic responsibilities of a scientist, to be sceptical.
Absolutely.
Proven otherwise.
Absolutely.
So it's not that choosing of a different interpretation of complex data is not necessarily misinformation or disinformation.
Choosing a different interpretation, I would say that is misinformation, because you are choosing a different interpretation.
We
Science is not about choosing, it is about objectively analysing the data.
Right, and objective analysis of data can sometimes lead to different perspectives.
Well, not if it's objective, no.
Okay, let's continue. Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation and disinformation is a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency. Is that correct? Or do you agree?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. Misinformation, disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, but rather because it cannot withstand examination. Is that correct?
Misinformation and disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because it... Sorry, I'm just...
Not because you dislike it, but
Yeah.
because it fails on the test of objectivity and with examination.
So misinformation fails on the test of...
So the criteria is, if you and I have a disagreement,
Yep.
and I dislike what you're saying,
Yep.
that doesn't necessarily mean you're misinforming or disinforming.
That you're disinforming me, do you mean?
No. If we disagree,
Yes.
and I dislike it,
Yes.
that's no grounds for me accusing you of misinformation or disinformation.
If you dislike it, well, no, if it's not based on logic.
But if I examine your statement and it fails that scrutiny, then I can accuse you of misinformation.
If it fails scrutiny, yes. This is about objective assessment of data.
Thank you. It may be an unintentional error, it may be sloppiness, it may be calculated deceit.
In disinformation, our understanding is the definition is calculated deceit.
And misinformation could be unintentional error could be sloppiness.
That is our understanding.
Okay. Okay. You've talked a lot about models, but you haven't mentioned specific scientific evidence. Could you tell us what you mean by the scientific process?
By the scientific process
Yeah.
is an objective way to look at the world, whereby you gather evidence and data from a number of different sources. So that evidence in the context of climate change could be from observed data, it could be from climate models that are based on physics, and that physical theory is solid. You then come up with a hypothesis and you actively try to disprove that hypothesis. And if you fail to disprove it, then you accept it. That is the scientific method.
So models are a way of providing empirical scientific data? Because my understanding is that the arbiter of science is having empirical scientific data, hard measured data, within a logical scientific point that proves cause and effect.
So data, if you mean empirical data as observed, measured data, that is one aspect of it, yes, but models are another.
Could you explain how models fit into the scientific process?
Absolutely. So models are, for example, our climate models they are not empirically derived from data. They are based on physics, theory of physics, right? So Newton's laws, things like that I push this glass over and it tips, and it exerts a force back on me. So climate models are built so that they can understand how things like different pressures in the atmosphere can move heat and moisture around based on those physical laws. Now, those physical laws are irrefutable. It is irrefutable that I drop this pen and it lands on the table. It is based on those physical laws. Therefore, the models that we create are based on those physical laws. They provide a form of data which we can interrogate alongside the empirical observations, which all point to the same thing.
Okay. Let's continue then. Policy basis. For a policy to be sound, it has to be based on a specific policy basis.
I can't comment on policy. I'm a scientist, I'm afraid.
Well, surely policy to be sound has to be based upon measured data that shows, in the case of climate, for example, policy on climate, the specific effect per unit of human carbon dioxide. What is the measured effect of that unit of carbon dioxide, human carbon dioxide, on temperature, air temperature, ocean temperature, sea levels, rainfall, extreme events. Where is that? Can you point me to where that is?
So I would say that policy absolutely has to be based on robust scientific evidence. And that robust scientific evidence comes from consensus of evidence from science, and that exists through the IPCC process.
I thought consensus was a model of was something that politicians do, not scientists. Scientists go.
Oh no, scientists
No,
absolutely
it is
do
it is a fundamental part of the scientific method to have consensus.
The consensus, in your view, is a fundamental part of the scientific process.
Absolutely, in the sense that if you interrogate and come up with the same answer again and again and again and again and again, that is consensus and it is accepted as fact.
Is there consensus when there's disagreement, strong disagreement?
Well, I would say that is not consensus when there is strong disagreement, but in the case of climate change, there is not strong disagreement.
There isn't.
Sorry,
Not,
Senator Roberts.
not
Okay,
objective strong
thank you, Chair. That's all I needed.
No,
Thank you,
just,
mate.
just a quick point of clarification on that, though. It is an interesting point. If I think the latest study from 2021 on IPCC and climate scientists more broadly showed that 99.9% supported the IPCC recommendations. If there's 0.01% who don't, is that still classified as consensus?
Absolutely.
Can you give me those figures, Chair? The
Yeah,
source
no,
of those figures?
No, yeah, absolutely, I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can.
That'd be great.
So 99.9%, so the 0.01% it's not 100% consensus, but it would still be considered consensus in scientific.
Yes, if you'd like another example of scientific consensus, you can look at the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
There are still people who object to it from political or religious backgrounds. That doesn't change that our scientific view and evidence supports it.
I would also use the example of the Earth being flat.
Okay.
It is very clear from evidence, much evidence, the fact that we fly in a plane and see the curvature of the Earth, that's very, very clear that the Earth is not flat. But if you asked for consensus, you would not get it.
Yep, no, good point. Okay, Deputy Chair.
You mentioned earlier the importance of our public institutions like CSIRO and BOM. And they obviously contributed to the development of the first ever National Climate Risk Assessment. What did you think of the NCRA?
The National Climate Risk Assessment, in terms... Can you elaborate on...
What was your opinion of it?
I mean,
I think it was a worthy exercise to partake in. Did
Absolutely.
you contribute to it?
So we didn't contribute directly to it, but some of the... In the sense that we didn't do the analysis part of it, but we certainly provided some advice. For example, I provided some advice around aspects of the drought hazards, because that's my area of expertise. So I think the exercise of the NCRA is a very valuable one. I think, you know, in order to be able to manage the risks of climate change, we need to understand it and we need to understand where we are. And that's what exercises like the NCRA do, is understanding where those risks are.
I'm not sure if you're... Yeah, sorry.
As you've heard from previous inquiries as well, they're important to continue to redo as evidence comes to light. And so it's an important practice that happens periodically and consistently.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the Daily Telegraph, soon after the NCRA came out, actually published a headline saying science fiction doomsday report out of this world. That's what they said with respect to the NCRA. Now, as scientists who run an ARC Centre of Excellence, what do you say to that? How do you respond?
I would say that article is factually incorrect. I would say that the NCRA is based on the best available evidence that we have at this point in time.
But it's a little bit more than that, isn't it? It's not just factually incorrect. Doomsday report.
Yes. Well, it is clearly hyperbole.
Yeah.
And it's a common tactic that we see in climate science to focus on the doom and gloom.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where we can really take advantage of human emotion in this debate, that it is scary, and that's what I think a lot of mis and disinformation campaigns tend to pry on.
So it's
Right. Yeah, go on.
discourses of delay, though, you know, they're not necessarily good old-fashioned climate denial, but there are a whole bunch of other kind of frames that are acted on.
Yeah, and
Slow down, obstruct climate action, basically.
yes, and as someone who's been in the industry a fair few years now, it's those narratives change over time as well.
Who benefits from inciting this much fear in the community?
That's a good question.
Donald Trump? Your other?
Certainly,
Put him there.
I mean,
certainly not the
people that
general
put him
public.
there.
I will say that. Certainly not the general public. And certainly not, certainly not the global public actually at large, because we all know the effects that climate change are going to have. So,
why would it, just one last question, why would a newspaper like the Daily Telegraph, why would they use such emotive, highly charged language in a headline to effectively misrepresent a scientific document?
So I can't speak to the Daily Telegraph's motives. However, I will say that I think one of the things that we have noticed as scientists over the years is the increasing sensationalism often necessitates, well, not necessitates, that's probably the wrong word, but it encourages the use of such sensational headlines as well, whether they be misinformation or about other topics. And I think in that respect, the use of such strong language is certainly an example, and that is obviously an example of misinformation in a major newspaper.
Could I just finish with perhaps asking, especially you, Professor, you've been in this field for quite a while. In your submission, you talk about institutional disruption in the US, and we've looked at one example around weather. We've seen it with NASA. We've seen, a whole bunch of different stuff around Agenda 2025. Did you ever feel in your career, the time you were like Alex, that you would see science under siege like it is all around the world right now?
In short, no. It was much like this when I started my career. Settled down for a few years. I'm a bit shocked at the resurgence, I will say, from a personal perspective.
And how much do you feel the technology today and the ability to be an information arsonist and spread disinformation has contributed to this?
I think technology these days has certainly made it a lot easier, and not only a lot easier to spread the disinformation and misinformation, but also a lot easier to and harder to be critical in thought, particularly when people don't have the training to do so. I think it's a complex problem.
Have you witnessed, I was reading Michael Mann's book, Science Under Siege, the other day. Have you witnessed intimidation of scientists in your own faculty or department or career over time? Alex, have you witnessed bullying and a whole range of online or otherwise, talking about what you do and what you understand in the public domain?
I'm not in the public domain as of yet, but in my own personal life, yes.
Okay.
And I've experienced it many times.
And your colleagues have?
Yes, many times. Yes, we're subjected to it, I would say, relatively frequently compared to...
And how do you deal with it?
Well, we just keep on keeping on.
You have faith in science.
Yeah, we have faith in our science. We know that we are doing things to the very best of our ability and with the best in the best way that we can. We know we are practicing the scientific method, and we are doing that to create robust science. And unfortunately, we're also a little used to it.
Yeah.
What's frequently, sorry, is it daily, weekly?
No. A few times a year, I would say, at least. Yeah.
You could mention the safeguarding toolkit.
Yeah. So as one of the tools to tackle this as part of the centre, we do have a safeguarding toolkit for our early career researchers. So some of our more senior people, like myself, have become quite used to the misinformation and personal attacks that fly around. But we want to ensure that we give our early career researchers like Alex the best strategies possible to deal with that. And so we do have procedures and practices in place and a toolkit for assisting them because unfortunately the reality is they are subjected or will be subjected to it, very likely.
I suppose especially if you're trying to clear up misinformation and provide...
Can you share that with us?
Yes, absolutely. Happy to do so.
Very interested. Well, thank you so much for your submission and appearing here today.
One short question.
Sure, shoot, Senator Roberts.
Now, you've made a lot of comments about science and basis of policy. Could you please take on notice, providing me with the specific location of any empirical scientific data within a logical scientific framework that proves cause and effect of human carbon dioxide?
What do you mean at a specific location, as in for a specific geographic location, or do you mean as a where the data is located?
Correct.
Yes.
And also policy basis, as we discussed.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
I can do that. There's plenty of it.
Great.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for appearing today. I really appreciate it. And thank you for being scientists and doing all you do. Appreciate it. A lot of people do support you. So we're back on time, which is good. So I now welcome a representative from the Jewish Climate Network and the Executive Council of Jury. Oh, we've got someone on video conference too. Good. Excellent. So I should say I now welcome representatives. So I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with you first, Joel. Yep.
My name is Joel Lazar and I'm the CEO of the Jewish Climate Network.
Great. Simone?
Hi, my name is Simone Abel and I'm the Head of Legal at Executive Council of Australian Jury.
Great. So I now invite you both, if you'd like to, or between you, to make an opening statement, and we'll ask you some questions after that.
Thank you. I'll begin. The Jewish Climate Network is grateful to the committee for undertaking this important inquiry and for inviting us to participate today. We are a non-partisan organisation that has worked with over 14,000 Jews in Australia on education and projects about climate change and clean energy. We made our submission to this inquiry because, as a uniquely Jewish climate organisation, because we in our community have centuries of direct and lived experience of perhaps the oldest and most studied type of disinformation in human history, namely conspiracies about Jews. The vast majority of Jews in this country have personally felt the effects of anti-Jewish disinformation, including many of our grandparents who survived the Holocaust, a horror built on deceptive disinformation. When we saw that this inquiry had been set up to investigate the mechanics of mis and disinformation about climate change and energy, as a climate-focused organisation built on Jewish values and history, we naturally felt we had an important and unique perspective to offer. What we know from direct experience and decades of research is that the mere articulation of harmful ideas about Jewish people in the public sphere causes harm, no matter how illogical, false, or far-fetched they may be. It is a genie that cannot be put back in the bottle. There are strong parallels here to mis and disinformation about climate change and energy. The mere expression of a false or misleading claim immediately causes irreversible harm. For example, one social media post on X in 2023 suggested that the wildfires in Hawaii that killed at least 102 people were caused by, you guessed it, space lasers. One might think this fringe idea doesn't warrant any attention, but this single post, and there were more than one, from a verified X account, was viewed by no fewer than 2.8 million people. How do you have a sensible debate about climate mitigation or adaptation if the cause of the problem is falsely attributed to a space laser? The damage is already done. What we also know from the research is that belief in one conspiracy theory tends to predict belief in other conspiracy theories. A conspiratorial mentality might therefore predispose people to believing both climate and anti-Jewish conspiracy theories, as well as believing mis and disinformation about other groups in Australia. We argue that better understanding these phenomena may help combat disinformation about climate and energy, as well as tackling falsehoods that undermine Australia's broader social fabric. JCN is therefore proposing that any solutions this committee recommends to the government be designed as holistically as possible. With government resources already stretched thin, it would be a deep shame and waste of time to have an inquiry of this kind for each type of mis and disinformation that harms Australian society. The Jewish Climate Network therefore strongly encourages solutions that solve as many challenges at once, and in doing so supports all Australians to prosper. In short, let's keep as many genies in their bottles as we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Joel. Did you have anything to add, Ms. Abel?
I'll give a quick opening statement if that's all right with you. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of all the lands we meet on today and to pay our respects to all elders past and present and to the children of today who are the elders of our future. This inquiry is a crucial step in addressing misinformation and disinformation with regard to climate change and energy. The Executive Council of Australian Jury thanks the committee for inviting us to participate. As the ECAJ highlighted in its submission to the Senate Standing Committees on Environment and Communications in September 2024, all misinformation and disinformation is harmful to the fabric of our society, and one type of misinformation and disinformation can prime an audience for susceptibility to other types of misinformation and disinformation with harmful consequences. As the peak elected representative body of the Australian Jewish community, we bring to this inquiry the lived experience of our community with respect to the harmful impacts of misinformation and disinformation. The late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks identified how disinformation helps anti-Semitism to mutate and latch onto the dominant values of any era. As climate change is a dominant concern of our era, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have developed, which both suggest that Jews are responsible for causing climate change and paradoxically that Jews invented climate change as one of the tools by which they seek global control. For example, Trayon White Sr., a member of the District of Columbia Council in Washington, posted a video in March 2018 which alleged that the Jewish banking dynasty Rothschild family controls the climate. In the US, some extremist voices have sought to draw a link between the Los Angeles wildfires and Jewish community advocacy. These anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, built on tropes such as the global domination power trope, create hostility towards Jews in environmental movements and feed a cancel culture whereby the quest for information is deprioritized if it does not fit a particular narrative, thereby undermining the prospect of finding real solutions to one of the greatest challenges of our time. It is for this reason that the solutions to the problem before the committee go beyond the climate change and energy areas. The ECAJ and the Jewish Climate Network both support a holistic approach to this issue, as Joel explained, with the ECAJ calling for media literacy education aimed at ensuring future generations have the ability to thoughtfully review and assess information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both for appearing today and for your submissions. Yeah, I was certainly very interested in your submission and the crossover. I just was wondering. I probably should know the answer to this, but if someone online, for example, and it's verifiable, their identity is verifiable, and they're putting up a conspiracy theory around the Holocaust or around Jewish control of the world, is that covered? Would that be covered under the racial discrimination laws in Australia? Like, would that be potentially criminal, or could that be criminalised?
I'll give that to Simone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've identified a real problem. Yes, we do have the Racial Discrimination Act and we have Section 18C, racial vilification. However, it's extremely costly. And you may have heard recently of the Wertheim versus Haddad case, which concerned this issue. So it can be very costly for communities or individuals who are impacted by the type of disinformation you've identified to take action. In some instances, that type of disinformation may verge on criminal conduct, in which case the police may be able to take action, but more often than not, the content remains online, and it's really just a question of how much harm it causes. And in the case of our community, particularly over the last 2 years, the harm has been very significant. So there's been a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that have in turn been linked to anti-Semitic incidents and discourse that have arisen, which have caused, real harm in the physical world for our community.
Yeah. So the harms that these kind of things cause is indisputable, and the information itself is easily identified as either disinformation, deliberately spread, or misinformation. So therefore, you can, in law, accepting, of course, it's not an easy thing to do. Do you think with climate change, the harm is there's acceptance of the harm that climate's doing, and how easy is it to identify something as disinformation or misinformation? Obviously, I'm just looking at the two comparisons where I think you've got a really good example with 18C on how you could potentially criminalise disinformation that's doing harm, but maybe not so easily with climate.
Yeah, I think there'll be people who are more expert than us at how you might draft laws that protected freedom of speech and expression, which is a very important value in democratic society, and not overreaching in this case. Because, I mean, misinformation, disinformation in the context of climate, you need to obviously define what it is, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of explanations today about what it might be, which is that a piece of information has no basis in fact or no robust evidence base and things like that. Whereas an evidence base for harm against Jews that's a different type of conversation to have. Someone would probably agree with me. You're looking at a harms-based approach when you're talking about hate speech or violence, whereas in the case of climate change and energy, you're looking at whether or not a particular thing has a robust basis for evidence, whether the piece of information being proposed flatly contradicts that, and then, of course, what kind of consequence arose from that, like what actually were the potential harms. So in the case of, say, the Hawaiian space laser example, you could argue that how could the local council or the local government start to plan for these types of disasters in the future if suddenly the well has been poisoned, so to speak, by a debate about space lasers. And we had similar things with Cyclone Alfred here as well, where we can't actually sit down and talk about how to prepare for a proper future, and that obviously impacts people's lives.
Did a US politician talk about space lasers as well?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
I won't mention their name, but I'm pretty sure I read online that one of them had commented about space lasers. As a matter of interest, we've been monitoring it with the algal bloom in South Australia, for example, the marine heat wave there with coral bleaching, with dead turtles washing up on the beach in Newcastle. Within hours, there's hundreds of comments around Chinese submarines being responsible, desalination plants that aren't even in those areas or states. It's quite interesting to work. One of the things we're looking at is whether bots or trolls, how these organised campaigns online work.
Yeah.
Could I ask, in your submission, you state that some conspiracy theories allege that global elites, including international bankers, are responsible for fabricating the issue of climate change for financial gain. And Simone, you mentioned the Rothschilds example in your statement, and that these conspiracies bear striking similarities to long-standing anti-Jewish myths about Jewish control over international finances. When we see something that doesn't actually, for example, mention the word Jewish or Jew in it, are we to assume that it is anti-Semitic? Is that?
Well, what we would say to that is that might be a case of what we would call coded language. And coded language has got the word code in it for a reason. It's that some people are good at deciphering the code and other people are not. The people who are usually best placed to decipher the code of coded language are the people who historically have experienced the harms of that language. So it's very easy for the average Jewish person to see from a million miles away when there's an allusion to Jewish or Jewish family, something to do with money and banking, that's a hundred-year-long trope about Jews and money. And Jews initially were prevented from participating in most professions in society, so they were forced into the few remaining ones that were available, one of which was money lending. And so that's the origin of that trope and that myth about Jews being hungry for money and things like that. So we know that, we've experienced that, our great-grandparents have all experienced that and have been ostracised and dehumanised and killed for those reasons. You can never be 100% certain that the person who used those phrases or those words intended to cause harm to Jews or even had Jewish people in mind when they did it. But what we would say is that that's the way biases often work, is that you say things you're actually often not even aware where you got that idea from. It's just kind of something, it's a soup that you swim in from birth, so to speak. And so what we would say is we would encourage people to first acknowledge that the people who understand the harms, like Jewish people, have a right to define what that harm could be, and then to encourage them to use different language, and at least to admit that that was a misplaced use of phrase and I'd rather use something else.
Yeah.
Maybe specify a specific bank, maybe say it was this bank or that bank,
Yeah.
finance this particular. So often it's around particularities versus generalizations. The more general and sweeping you get, the more likely you are to be caught in that web of harmful coded language.
Could I read you a quote from an Australian politician? Predatory parasitic billionaires owning near-urban intensive production facilities are producing food-like substances for the masses, forcing the public into acceptance of the World Economic Forum's fake global warming scam. These are their own stated motives: control food and control people. Whoever controls the food supply controls the people. Whoever controls the energy can control the continents. Whoever controls money can control the whole world. The World Economic Forum and predatory billionaires they represent are trying to do all three. Would that be included under your reflections, your previous reflections, or do you think that's a bit too broad? So
you read it very quickly, so I'd have to sort of sit down and look at each of the words and phrases, so it's hard to say. Nothing immediately jumped out to me as having coded sort of anti-Jewish disinformation language, but it could. I'd have to sit down and really kind of go through it line by line.
I'll provide you a copy.
Yeah, please.
A copy of it after. Deputy Chair, would you like to?
Yeah, hi. As someone who's a passionate advocate for climate action in your community, can you perhaps outline for us some of the misinformation narratives that you've come across and what effect it has had on the advocacy work that you're doing?
Are you referring to misinformation about climate change and energy?
Yeah.
We don't actually experience a lot of it, I would say, in our community. I see it, a lot around in society and online and from various testimonies that have been brought to the inquiry today. We see a lot of robust debate about the right policy ideas and solutions that should respond to the problem of climate change, which we encourage. And it comes up a lot in household conversations that we have with people trying to explain what should we do about the problem of climate change. And there's debate about what types of energy sources might be the best ones, how much is it going to cost, the impact on migrant communities or poorer communities and things like that. So they would be that's probably the majority of the kind of challenging, tense conversations that we would see. The more obvious ones around renewable energy that you might see in regional areas, because Jewish population centres don't happen to often be in those areas. They're not, in and amongst all those classic ones that you might hear from, day to day. Nothing strong immediately jumps out. Occasionally I'll have a one-to-one conversation with someone who might say something outlandish, but it's not actually a lot more than that. I think there's generally quite a broad, deep respect for debate about differences of opinion in the Jewish community, and there's a vast difference between opinion and fact. People are obviously entitled to their opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts, and I think mostly people accept that.
I guess it comes down to also accepting that there are shared facts, and sometimes people don't accept the basis of the science, which makes things quite challenging.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get the occasional conversation which says, well, is climate change really happening, and are humans really responsible? And that would be the main one, where there's just a sort of subtle sort of scepticism and doubt about whether or not this major problem is indeed a major problem. But I wouldn't say it's at all pervasive.
And how do you respond to that?
I say that there's a robust body of evidence, thousands and thousands of research papers, each composed by a person who has a lifetime of expertise, that over 97%, and Cornell University says over 99% of science papers confirm that climate change is happening, it's caused by humans, and that it's harmful. And that goes most of the way to do it. I don't think the people who have those conversations with me are necessarily interested in learning about what's in all of those papers. They just want to sort of have their day. Yeah.
So it sounds to me, just my final comment before we move on, it sounds to me like these counter-narratives are very much targeting constituencies in the regions, and that the Jewish community is very much an urbanised community, by the sounds of it, would be more immune from this or are not as exposed to this as the regional communities. Would that be fair on climate?
I just wanted to add in there, sorry, I didn't know if the sound was working. The one thing that we do actually hear quite a lot of at the ECAJ is environmental scientists of Jewish background increasingly feeling marginalised and kind of cancelled in rigorous scientific debate about these issues. And I think that's obviously harmful, and cancelled, I should elaborate, because of their identity and assumptions that are made about them. And so I think, that is something that needs to be looked at. And to your point about where it's happening, regional or urban, I mean, yes, the Jewish community is concentrated primarily in urban centres. However, there are peak bodies at the state level in every state and territory now for the Jewish community. And what's interesting is actually the problem is similar across the different states and territories in terms of how it manifests. And I think, it's a broader societal point, but it's the reason why the JCN and why the ECAJ has recommended, more kind of robust approaches at the educational level to ensuring that critical thinking is instilled from an early age and that people don't conflate issues. So, you may have someone who's presenting very credible evidence on climate and energy, for example. You may not like their personal politics. You may even hold views about them that are racist. And obviously, whilst we would condemn such views, that still should not cast any dispersions on whether or not the information that they're providing in the climate change and energy sphere is relevant, provided it's the outcome of rigorous research. So I just thought it's important to kind of contextualise some of the issues that our community is experiencing in this space at the moment.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. I'm going to ask you some general questions and then two specifics. First of all, the terms of reference, first and second terms of reference, are about misinformation and disinformation for this inquiry. Misinformation, disinformation is not necessarily disagreement, is it? If you and I disagree, it doesn't necessarily mean one of us is misinformed. Or
Correct. It just means we have a difference of opinion on something.
Thank you. Scepticism is not misinformation, disinformation necessarily.
It could be, but not necessarily.
Right. Choosing a different interpretation of complex data is not necessarily misinformation, disinformation.
I'm not sure. That one is getting a little bit closer to the nature of the scientific method. And once we're in the realm of scientific method, I think we want to look at, does the person have expertise in the area, the person who's critiquing the nature of the data, so that they actually understand the data that they're looking at. There's peer review process involved in the scientific process. So who are those peers? Is that peer just a guy sitting at home, or are they actually, do they have 40 years of climate science behind them? So I think we're getting a little bit closer to unsure.
Two scientists, climate scientists, which could be anyone from a geologist to a physicist to an astrophysicist, if they're disagreeing on the interpretation of correct data, is one of them misinforming?
It really depends on the data that they're looking at. I'd say two things. One is, just because they're a scientist also doesn't suffice. If they're a geologist, obviously their expertise is in geology. So if the data they're looking at is about weather systems, they're close to it. They're closer than, say, perhaps an accountant is, but that's not necessarily their area of expertise. And I would think many scientists would actually say, this actually isn't my direct area of expertise, so I'm not actually as equipped to answer that question. And to point two is, the one-to-one debate between scientists is less to the point. More to the point is, what does the body of evidence and what does the weight of evidence about a particular set of data say? So when we look at the 97% or the 99% statistic that you'll have heard, that's talking about tens of thousands of research paper sitting on one side of the body versus, maybe there's the odd scientist who thinks the opposite, and science goes heavily towards the weight of evidence developed over a very long period of time.
Well, geologists are one of the important climate scientists because climate science is a very broad aspect, and geology looks at the past of paleoclimate.
Yeah, I don't doubt that geologists have important things to say about the general climate sphere. It's just that each subsection of science has a very particular way of viewing the issue.
Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation, disinformation is a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency. Would you agree?
Logic, evidence, and transparency. Yeah, that sounds about right. You are saying it pretty quickly, but sounds about right.
Slow down.
Evidence being the key.
Thank you. Objective evidence.
I'm not sure what objective adds, but evidence, yeah.
Misinformation, disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, but rather because it cannot withstand examination, critical examination.
By relevant experts in the field, yes.
So it may be unintentional, it may be sloppiness, it may at times be calculated deceit.
Yeah, some of those are misinformation, some of those are disinformation.
Okay. Now I have have you heard of a man called Maurice Strong?
I have not heard of Maurice Strong.
I'll move on. I'm very good friends with an elderly Jewish lady. She's a wonderful person, Holocaust survivor from Hungary. She's been through a lot. She was only 2 when she escaped the Holocaust in Hungary. She's a very, very prominent speaker against climate change narrative. She's also a very, very strong speaker in exposing the Jewish atrocities that have been committed against the Jews. Okay, and she goes around schools and other associations exposing that. How do you reconcile the fact that she's very well informed about the Jewish people being victims, but also very, very well informed about the climate science?
Well, what is her expertise? What is her background? What's her area of work and research? Is she a scientist herself?
A scientist is anyone who follows the scientific process. She's
she an academic?
No, she's not an academic.
I would say she sounds like an informed citizen who has an interest in the area, but in the space of building bodies of evidence, an individual, first of all, an individual is only ever an individual, even if they're an absolute genius and an academic in the area, they're still only one person, and they still stand against the weight of the body of evidence that's in favour of climate change existing. And she's one person, and she's not an expert, it sounds like, in the area of climate from an academic background. So she just sounds like a person who has experienced Jewish suffering, who understands the Jewish experience, and also has a view about climate change.
She's made herself very well informed of scientists internationally as well as in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, I applaud her for doing so. I don't think they're contradictory, is all I would say. She happens to have an opinion on that and also cares about the Jewish experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can I just ask, in terms of what you've presented today in your submission, have you noticed changes, especially in the last 3-4 years since COVID, in terms of the level of disinformation or misinformation around? Certainly not so much climate change itself, but racism and the kind of frames and tropes that you've put to us today.
I'll answer with one point.
I suppose, how enabled has the far right been in recent times in terms of this debate?
Well, I know of one example area that I'll give, and then Simon, I think you may know even more. I know that since COVID, it was pretty early on after when COVID started to harm our population that narratives and pieces of disinformation arose, basically arguing that the Jews were responsible for the spread of COVID. And you had graffiti of these things on Bunnings walls in the middle of nowhere, equating like Jew equals COVID sort of thing. I've got, pictures of it that I've considered before. So, that's everywhere. Often large-scale plagues and large-scale issues that are really complex and hard to explain, how, their origins and how they spread. Those are the kind of gaps. That confusion is a ripe space, fertile territory to plug the gap with the Jewish people, basically. So that's one example that I know of in the last sort of 4 years. Simon, you might know of others. And also, maybe, Simon, if you have any comments on how mis or disinformation has impacted other minority groups in Australia. Obviously, we've experienced it, but I've no doubt, others are also feeling it.
Yes, absolutely. I think, there seems to be an echo there. I think, what we're interested in is the Venn diagram of where anti-Semitism also exists with people spreading disinformation regarding climate change or energy. And, this type of Venn diagram with respect to other issues like COVID is not a new phenomenon. So in 1996 and in 2009, the ECAJ brought legal proceedings against Australian-based Holocaust denial website, the Adelaide Institute, and its founder, Frederick Tobin. So that is to say that the issue of what's happening online and the disinformation and misinformation out there has been a problem pretty much since the inception of the internet. However, we have seen it explode very substantially. Now, we publish every year our annual anti-Semitism report, in which we analyse and review what we classify as anti-Semitic incidents. However, we are unable to analyse and collect quantitative data on what we classify as anti-Semitic discourse because it's so prevalent. So there's an organisation called the Online Hate Prevention Institute, which I really recommend, which provides a lot of information about trends and themes in online hate, and that's certainly an organisation whose work has been very useful for us. We do publish in our annual anti-Semitism report a summary of kind of the dominant anti-Semitic discourse of that 12-month reporting period. So as you said, during COVID, a lot of the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories were focused on, Jews spreading COVID, which is not, that's an ancient, borrows on an ancient anti-Semitic trope, which is the disease and filth trope, which was used during the Nazi era and has been used throughout the ages as well. So a lot of these things are not new phenomenon. It's just that they attach to whatever is the dominant values or issue of the day, as Joel said. And, the other thing we saw was during the Voice referendum, which was obviously very divisive in Australian society. Again, anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic incidents increased substantially during that period, and you'll probably see in the Jewish Climate Network submission there's one example of that. So unfortunately, as Joel said, anti-Semitism will often be used to explain the inexplicable or things that our society is really struggling with or is fearful or anxious about. And so whilst the techniques are not new, I would say that the problem has really skyrocketed, and, it's at the stage now where with the social media platforms, we are part of groups that audit, I suppose you could say, monitor online hate on various social media platforms and have dialogue with them. And there is just a really, really substantial problem, which is increasing by the day in terms of the amount of online anti-Semitic content. And again, there's that Venn diagram with whatever the contemporary issues are.
Yeah, thanks, Simone. Well, that was going to actually be my next question, because this has come up consistently in relation to climate change as well. Like, do you have any thoughts on the platforms themselves? We're obviously pretty keen to get Meta and others to appear before the inquiry to discuss how, whether it's demonetising the algorithm that incentivises inflammatory content, hatred, divisiveness, the kind of things that attract more eyeballs and therefore higher ad revenues, or do we increase fact checking? Like these are the really important issues that we're grappling with as well. Do you have any insights into that from your perspective?
Yes, I mean we made a submission on the Online Safety Act last year, and also on the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, in which we outlined some recommendations. But essentially, we think that a whole of society approach is needed, and that also requires the platforms to do their part. And unfortunately, we have seen a bit of a regression in the last year or so, with political changes afoot and changes in policy of various platforms. And, now we've moved to, community review on some of the platforms, which is actually problematic in the sense that some of the smallest communities that are the most adversely impacted by misinformation and disinformation don't necessarily have the resources or the expertise in some instances to actually monitor that. To shift the emphasis onto them to do that, we think is really quite problematic. There ought to be greater standards. There have been some examples of really good policies introduced by social media platforms, and they are certainly making efforts. So we've seen some, really good work by Meta, for example, in removing particular posts that promote disinformation or misinformation, but we would like to see more of that. And there are technological solutions to this as well, but also, as you suggested, the regulation of algorithms, I think, is key. I'm certainly not an expert in that area, but there are many experts who have highlighted solutions in that area so that we start to actually move away from these echo chambers that are being created, which are promoting greater polarization in our society and, heightening disinformation and misinformation.
I'll just add one quick point to that. Is I believe the name of the institute is the Carnegie Institute for Peace, I think, if I have that name correct, and they've done a survey in the last year, maybe two, quite recent, that looks at basically all of the major ways to combat mis and disinformation across many countries in the world, and has created some very neat kind of summaries of which ones are most effective, which ones are resource intensive, which ones are not resource intensive, which ones can be scaled, which ones can't, to enable policymakers to look at those trade-offs between how can we reach the population at large and in a cost-effective way. And so there's just some really good recommendations in there that will benefit all of society. They'll help minority groups, it'll help with climate change and energy, just good solid stuff.
Okay, we'll go looking for that. Well, certainly the Online Hate Institute I've seen referenced in numerous submissions. So, Senator Darmanin.
Just a couple of quick ones, and I mean, you may or may not have information about this, but Ms. Abel, in your opening statement, I think you referred to some campaigns around misinformation around the Jewish community being the cause of the LA wildfires. I just wondered whether you know what organisations are behind that particular example, who's behind it, who funds it, and whether or not we've seen similar things here in Australia and where these campaigns may be coming from. Or Mr. Lazar, if you have information on that as well.
I would say that a lot more work needs to be done on that, but there have been studies which I think are perhaps analogous around misinformation and disinformation in other spaces, like around, for example, the Scottish independence referendum, where it was found that a lot of the misinformation and disinformation content online actually came from only one or two accounts. And similarly, I did look into that specific example. There seem to have been multiple sources, but again, the authenticity of those accounts, I think, it's really difficult. Obviously, they were able to set up accounts, but it's difficult to actually know who the identities were of the people that were spreading that information. And as Joel said, it's a bit genie out the bottle. So in a sense, once it gets out, it's almost, of course, for our purposes, it's important for us to know what the source is. But I noticed that it appeared in a couple of different reports, that particular example, which I'm happy to send to you. And, I think once it gets out, it's very hard. It sort of poisons the well, if you will. So even when the source is not a credible source, obviously, if it gets shared and if it reaches a large enough audience. But in many instances, it seems to have come from fringe groups and individuals.
I'll just add one thing just to close that is the crux of our submission really encourages looking at the Venn diagram of where we can identify, and this might require effort by experts that can do this kind of thing, but the Venn diagram between groups across anywhere on the political spectrum that are spreading disinformation about minority groups or Jewish people or whatever, and where there might be a coalescence with other views about climate change and energy, and going to the heart of our submission, which is let's try to solve them all at the same time by trying to find that one group or those specific groups or individuals who are causing harm in lots of different spheres as opposed to going one by one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a fascinating area, but sometimes there'll be an organised campaign to start something inflammatory online, and the objective isn't necessarily that issue. That then bots will go on and talk to you about, it could be about day trading, or it could be about climate change, or it could be racist stuff. Like, it's interesting how the things are the confluence of different issues can the intention's very difficult sometimes to.
Yeah, it's sort of an ecosystem.
Yeah, they're gateways. They're gateways in the ecosystem. I think that's really important, and they they direct people. The end content that they're directing people to might be fundamentally different from the entry point content.
I think we had one case study presented to us, and it was quite a big one around climate change. It ended up being Bitcoin promoters that were behind it because they wanted to generate some outrage and then sell something to everyone who was making a comment. So it's certainly it's a very complex space and very complex policy space too. Senator Roberts has got one final question, and then we'll have to go to lunch.
Actually, one final topic. I've got 3 small questions out of it. Just summarise, Mr. Lazar, and thank you for attending today, and Ms. Abel. Misinformation. Under rational thought, misinformation is a claim of communication whose content is materially false or misleading when tested against transparent logic, verifiable evidence, and contextually complete framing, regardless of the speaker's intent. Would you agree?
Sounds about right.
Disinformation, to keep it short, on the other hand, though, is when the intent is deliberately to deceive.
Has an intention to deceive, yes.
Thank you.
So you said one question, Senator Roberts. Is it this? You did ask this earlier, didn't you?
No, not of these guys. Rational thought refers to the process of thinking logically, critically, and systematically to evaluate information, solve problems, and make decisions. It involves using reason and evidence to arrive at conclusions rather than relying mostly on emotions, hastily formed opinions, intuition, or external pressures. Would you agree?
I agree, especially with the part of the definition around evidence. You mentioned evidence in that, and evidence brings with it the whole story of the scientific method, the piles of evidence I referred to earlier, etc.
Last question. Do you agree that unless we begin with these distinctions, especially the one you just mentioned, we risk blurring truth with political convenience?
What was the beginning of the question?
Unless we begin with these distinctions, rational thought, we risk blurring truth with political convenience.
Hard to say. I'm not sure.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you,
We
Senator.
can contemplate it over lunch.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Thank you for appearing today, Joel Simone. We really appreciate it, and for your submission. And the committee will now suspend for lunch, and we will start again at 1 p.m. with one Gippsland. Great, thank you. So I now welcome representatives of One Gippsland in person and via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with you first, Veronica.
Yes, I am Veronica Quinless. I am here on behalf of One Gippsland. I'm currently a senior strategic advisor for cleaner energy at TAFE Gippsland.
Thank you. Might go to you next, Troy. Okay, I might try. Mr. Johnson, can you hear us?
Yes, it's Simon Johnson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Food and Fibre Gippsland, representing One Gippsland today.
Thank you. Ms. Sweeney?
I'm Rachel Sweeney. I'm the Secretariat for One Gippsland.
Fantastic. And I think we're still... Mr. McDonald, can you hear us? Okay, we might work on that. So I now invite you to make a short opening statement. If one of you would like to do that, then we'll ask some questions.
Certainly. Rachel, did you want to make a short statement?
Certainly. So One Gippsland is an organisation that represents Bass Coast Shire, Baw Shire, Destination Gippsland, East Gippsland Shire, Federation University, Food and Fibre Gippsland, Glawak, Latrobe City Council, South Gippsland Shire, TAFE Gippsland and Wellington Shire. And the organisation comes together to represent the broader interests of the region, and obviously this issue is of interest and concern to our members and our community. I think it goes without saying that One Gippsland is supportive of energy in all its forms within the region, and certainly renewables is part of that story as well. However, there are obviously challenges associated with the rollout of the renewables sector, and I think that there is a strong desire from One Gippsland members to see broader benefit across the region in relation to the renewables sector, to ensure that there is that long-term longevity of economic and social benefit back to the region.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, would you like to ask some questions?
Thank you. I was just in Gippsland yesterday looking at a solar panel recycling facility, and it was very exciting. And the owner there was singing the praises of the local council for facilitating the establishment of this company, and it was actually employing a lot of local talent, keeping them in the region, places where they had grown up. So very, very exciting. Can you just talk us through a little bit about how your community has navigated the establishment of renewable energy projects, the large-scale ones, solar farms, wind, onshore as well as offshore?
Is that to me, or would you like
to anyone.
One of the other?
To anyone.
Anyone?
Yeah. And feel free to each contribute something if you'd like to. Yeah.
I'll kick off and then I'll let the others step in and further add to that. I think, as I sort of said, Gippsland as a broader region has had a strong heart of energy production in Victoria, and obviously, a strong contributor to that sort of a footprint across the country as well. And I think they are agnostic in relation to the type of energy that is produced in the region, as long as there is that sort of social benefit. And I think that as the transition has occurred throughout the region, there's been a really strong commitment to try and find a replacement, economic and social replacement for the sort of investment that the traditional forms of energy production have provided for the region. And so councils, I know that our member councils have been very interested to understand how they can actually engage with that process and make sure that there is a sustainable benefit back to the region in relation to that as well. That's not to say I think that there hasn't been challenges with the rollout, and particularly I think in Victoria where there has been a broader, really strong level of consultation, which has often been confusing to some of our community members, where there's been a broad range of stakeholders coming into the region wanting to talk about various projects. So that has sort of led to, I think, a bit of consultation fatigue, and we have seen that both the state and federal government have started to move into that space a bit more.
What does
but I think
Sorry, keep going.
But I do obviously think that, that there is still a lot of work to do in that space where there's a really clear understanding of what projects are going ahead at what point, and what benefit they'll bring back to the region, and who is actually sort of leading that charge. So we fully accept that some of that work is underway, and obviously will probably be strengthened as the rollout continues. But bringing communities along on the journey for those things is fundamentally important. And having a really strong coordinated approach where there is transparency around the whole pipeline, I think is something that everybody is very interested to see. And I might just hand over to my colleagues.
Go on. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a contribution?
Yes, it's Veronica here, Veronica Quinless. In relation to, there is a good pipeline, there is a good new energy pipeline of projects, particularly large-scale renewables. I think we're all very aware of, obviously, offshore wind, new energy sector or industry for Australia. Where we could benefit from, I think, as a community and as a region, is to get that strong coordination and collaboration. I think it's more about the collaboration between federal and state government. At the moment, we're negotiating that separately on separate fronts, but a solid collaboration and coordination is probably what's needed in the region.
Right. With respect to your local communities, you said taking people along is important. Has your community been vulnerable to some of the counter-narratives, misinformation, disinformation around renewables, and what have you done to, counteract that?
Simon, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'd like to. So, Simon Johnson, Food and Fibre Gippsland. I'd like to add that representing all the producers in the region, there are some very proactive operators in the region. As Rachel said, the majority is quite agnostic, and there is a lot of pessimism around what the future holds. Simply, our region and our producers, and I'd say for our community, the public on the ground, all they're hearing at the moment is when the power plants are shutting down. What they're not hearing is when the replacement source of energy are going to be up and running, and they just want that certainty going forward, whether that's to power your home, to power your business. There is misinformation out there, to answer your question. As an organisation, One Gippsland and organisations like ourselves do try to pass on the correct information and keep that positivity going. What we would like to see is more certainty on, so we can answer some of those questions too.
Simon, how are you then providing that kind of fact-based information to these communities around their legitimate concerns with regards to the retirement of coal-fired power stations, etc.? How do you get that information out? Yeah.
Are you talking from a Food and Fibre Gippsland perspective or a One Gippsland perspective?
One Gippsland perspective. Anyone can answer.
Rachel, did you want to answer that one?
So I think one of the things that One Gippsland has, as you would expect from a sort of an organisation of this nature, we do have fact-based policy positions which we communicate. So we've got an active program of our chair going into our local media to talk about the projects that are out there, not only just in this space but in the broader space where we advocate. And I think that that's certainly been something, that we have certainly, tried to proactively put out there as well. And I think you'll find too that local government, in and of their own sort of steam, are actively sort of engaging with their communities around fact-based information as well. And I think, but to Simon's point, I think one of the big challenges at the moment is just really getting a handle on, what the future does look like. So there's lots of discussions, and there's lots of proponents coming into the region to talk about where certain projects are and how they might look within communities, but the certainty around the pipeline of that is actually not fundamentally clear at the moment. So for organisations like One Gippsland, it is sometimes difficult to navigate, telling the true narrative of what the future looks like if some of that uncertainty is actually very unclear, I suppose.
Can I just interrupt?
But I guess that,
sorry, can I just ask you something just on that point on uncertainty, because it's coming up a couple of times. If some of these large-scale projects did not get off the ground, like offshore wind, for example, what would that mean to your communities?
I think that's yet to be determined, and I think that's one of the big challenges with all of this. So again, just to reiterate, the Gippsland community more broadly is highly supportive of energy production, and it's had a strong history of that nature. They certainly reflect the need for investment to continue sort of a strong economic focus around energy production in the region. I think there is support, for the offshore wind in its current form. When I say that, I guess I mean the industry associated with that. But obviously there is some uncertainty. We've seen, a couple of proponents pull out of the sort of race for auctions. And I think what we're sort of starting to, I think more broadly what the region is starting to trying to unpick is what actually is going on in this space, and how does the future look for energy production in the region, particularly I think in relation to jobs and also educational outcomes and opportunities there. And so they're the sort of things that we sort of have been talking to our communities about. And I think that's just, in relation to offshore wind, there is, a broader footprint of investment going on in the region as well. But it is like, what is the future around some of that sort of stuff? Because obviously it's a very complex web of investment that needs to occur to sort of get it to the level that the state and federal government are hoping to achieve.
Sure.
So can I add to that, and to what Rachel has said there, is that to answer your question, it's actually bigger than just our community. If those bigger projects don't get off the ground, that's missed opportunity for our region, and missed employment, missed development. It's a point in time that we won't be able to capture back again. But if some of those bigger projects don't get off the ground, it's a bigger risk to the broader state and country rather than just Gippsland.
Does your community understand that, Simon?
As a whole, I'd say yes. And that's, as I said, there are people who are being proactive in that space, and, but that's probably a reflection of a normal bell curve in anything. You've got your early adopters, you've got your followers, and you've got the people who are the laggards in the world. So as a whole, I think everyone does get it, but it is things there is decisions that are outside everyone's control that enables us to talk that positivity, and the word that we're looking for is certainty. We can't provide that and can't reiterate that until there's decisions that are made outside of our control.
One of the things that has come out from this hearing, one of the issues that erodes certainty is misinformation, disinformation, and so on. It tends to sow doubt and distrust and so on. Have you, as an organisation, encountered some of this in your communities, and what do you do about it?
Look, Rachel, I don't know. This is something that probably lands with our local governments. They probably bear the brunt of that misinformation backlash, if you want to call it, for if that's the right terminology. And they have to counteract it. Most of it's via social media and their channels, and you can see they they try their best at being proactive, like Rachel was saying before, and trying to, and it's, I must commit, commend, I see quite a lot of consistency across our 6 LGAs in Gippsland, trying to be positive and sell the correct message, and knowing that each region across those 6 LGAs have got a different role to play. But yeah, they do cop a lot of flack at their forefronts, and thinking it's an LGA problem. But the LGAs are at the behest of other decisions that need to be made, like we're looking for. If they had that certainty and they could say, hey, yes, the power stations will be closed, but we will have this up and running by then. This will be, the offshore will be up and running, the links will be up and running, the infrastructure's there to be tapped into. That certainty, it'll take, if we can take that noise away, then we'll be much better off as a collective.
And do you know who the perpetrators are behind some of these counter-narratives in your community?
No, not as individuals, I don't think, Rachel.
Or organisations?
No, I don't think it's something that we sort of actively try to, identify. I guess the role of One Gippsland is to talk up and to promote and advocate for the, social and economic future of the region. We certainly see renewables as a key component of that. It's not really something that we, see as our role to sort of counteract strong narratives in that space. It's really our job to make sure that we're telling, a story that does reflect what we see as the future of the region. And I think that local government is in the same space in relation to that too. Councillors, elected sort of leaders, and also officers have a role to talk to their communities about what's happening in their community, and they can do that from a fact-based point of view. But I don't think it's anybody sees it their job or their role to actively identify people in this space and counteract that. They can only talk to their community based on, their own mandate and what it is that they're doing for their communities.
And just to add to that, I don't perceive any large groups or acting as a collective to try and undermine anything in the region in that space. There are groups within the region who have got issues about different solutions, i.e. transmission lines above ground versus below ground, and there's active groups in that space, but they're still promoting and actively supportive of offshore wind as one of these solutions. They've just got their own personal issue about transmission lines above ground versus below ground, but that'd be the only one that I'd be aware of that I could refer back to this hearing.
I think you must be the outlier, to be honest, because we've not heard this from anyone else who's come forward with offshore wind. There just seems to be universal opposition in a lot of, I wouldn't say universal, there seems to be a perception of opposition in a lot of other LGAs. Have other LGAs approached you for to understand how you have dealt with these issues and ended up with such a consensus in your community?
I mean, I think you've sort of hit the nail on the head about Gippsland, and that is that it started as a community that has a strong history of energy production, and I think that that's in the DNA of the region. So the region has, had many generations of people who've gone through and been gainfully employed. Their families have been gainfully employed, educated, and lived in and around these energy structures. I'm sure when you drive into Gippsland, you'll see that sort of infrastructure exists right throughout the region with the current sort of transmission lines. It's a very sort of Gippsland story. And I suppose one of the things that One Gippsland has been very focused on is while this broader narrative does seem to be playing out, and I am not an expert in other regions, and so couldn't really comprehensively sort of respond to anything other than what's sort of happening in the Gippsland region. But what I would say, is that it does seem that both state and federal governments aren't really backing Gippsland in relation to this, and that sort of is something I think is a bit of an oversight, because what you might find is, and I think that the Time has sort of made this point more broadly, is while there is sort of support for this because they see that energy production is part of their DNA, there is probably starting to be questions about whether all this will actually be realised, and benchmarks or moments where the government can come and talk to the community about this and sort of put markers in place. This is what we're going to invest in the region. This is, the sort of jobs that we're looking at. One Gippsland has a range of projects that we would love support for from state and federal government. But there seems to be this idea that, we have to solve the broader kind of narrative issue without sort of focusing on regions that are ready to roll in some of this. And I think we would very much like the support of state and federal government to sort of put some benchmarks and some investment in place so that we can talk to our communities and say this is real and this is going to happen. And I think you'll continue to gain the support of people in the region if we start to see, that sort of action on the ground. And that's, I'm just thinking really, frankly here, that has been missing and I think it's an oversight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We received evidence from Tony Maha, the Infrastructure Commissioner. It used to be the Wind Farm Commissioner position.
Tony?
Yeah, sorry, Tony. So I'm sure he's been active in your area. The submission they made showed evidence that when there was shared benefits from infrastructure projects, be they private projects on private land or infrastructure, that farmers tended, and regional communities tended to be a lot more open-minded to participating. So I was interested on your website. You mentioned one of your priority projects is the Gippsland Offshore Wind Community Benefit Fund. Yes. Could you talk us a bit more through that, how it was set up, whether you're able to tell us what kind of funds you've got in it and how they get dispersed?
So it's actually an ask of government to set that
okay,
sort of
right.
thing up. Yeah. And I'm happy to just quickly run through that a little moment with you. So the key principle that when Gippsland comes to the table in support of all this is there's a couple of things that we are an energy producing region and is that we want to see the future of that. We don't want that to happen at the cost of other industries as well, and I think at this particular moment, if we're talking about offshore wind, the fishing sector is somewhat nervous around this, and so we want to make sure that there is clear consultation with that region that sort of gives them some level of understanding and sort of comfort that their future is going to be able to coexist with offshore wind. And I'm sure that Simon can also talk more broadly around the agricultural sector as well as GLAWAC as a First Nations representative as well. And I think what we also really want to also understand is, and this is something we understand more broadly across regional Australia, is things where when a community is opening, its backyard to renewables, there is often a strong desire to make sure that there is an investment back, and that can look like investment into key pieces of infrastructure. Planning is really important for housing, planning for roads, making sure that there is a strong and sustainable sort of pipeline of income that can be tapped into, so that when these builds and these obviously the workforce that comes with that comes through, that there isn't going to be a disbenefit back to the community, that they'll see their roads improved, that they'll get all those sorts of things improved as well. And I think there's also challenges in offshore wind too with the payment in lieu of rates. So obviously the energy producing facilities that exist in Gippsland at the moment have the ability to co-contribute back to their regions through what's called a PILOR scheme. Right. With offshore wind, that will exist in, I think, Commonwealth waters, and so there's no ability to attract that, despite the sort of some people might say is an impact on the region, with all the sort of things that the sector will use when they're part of that community. And I think it's also the educational opportunities, and we spoke briefly before about, people who have lived in Gippsland have been part of multi-generational families who have had their income and their economic future secured by, energy producing facilities. And we really want to make sure that, when these projects are rolling out, that there is, a centre of excellence where people come here and they see that offshore wind in Gippsland is where you can have a strong career, and that is going to help you wherever you want to go in life. Those things are really important to this community, and I think that's some of the benefit that we've been talking to state and federal government about. But as I said, I think there's been lots of discussion at a broad level around some of these sorts of things, and we just would really like to start to see levels of commitment so that we can then talk in a really firm sense back to our community about what that looks like for them in the future.
Did anyone else want to add anything?
Yes, it's Veronica here. I think the questions have been largely around how's the community reacting to this change, and what is that information that they're getting or not getting, so on and so forth. I think what I would like to add to the conversation is around the economic development of the region, and particularly as we go through this transition, how do we focus on those growth opportunities that the region has to offer? So yes, we are in the energy sector and we are in the energy transition, but there are adjacent markets and sectors to the energy transition. And Gippsland is very strong with agriculture. We also have a good manufacturing sector. There's an emerging advanced manufacturing sector, and there's also transportation. There's housing and there's health. So how do we capitalize and leverage the adjacent sectors to the energy sector as well? So we understand there are emerging opportunities for offshore wind, and there's been fantastic engagement with the proponents and industry.
Southerly 10? Yeah.
Yes, there's not just Southerly 10, there's all of the 12 license holders have been actively engaged with the community in different forums, in actually at a grassroots level, hosting community days, participating, sponsoring events, so on and so forth. But I think where we need to look at is Gippsland has actually generated 60% of the state's energy through fossil fuels. We want to have that leadership role through the renewable sector as we go forward. So we still see ourselves playing that leadership role in providing that energy that's needed for the state, that significant percentage of energy that's generated in the region, because there is infrastructure there. So how do we leverage the infrastructure? In addition, we actually have a huge coastline, and part of that coastline, there is all of the maritime opportunities around the coastline. So for us, as a community, we want to leverage all of those natural resources that's there that aligns with the energy transition.
And Senator Canavan would be pleased to note that you're also asking for an energy price reduction, so specialised energy plans to benefit local businesses and manufacturing, incentivising the establishment of those new industries, as you're saying. Would that be discussion with the state government or with the utilities or federal government?
I think it's both. It requires a coordinated approach with both federal and state government. And the reason I say that is, yes, there is opportunity to work with the state government, but from a federal government perspective, how do we attract foreign direct investment into the region? There is huge opportunity for us to attract foreign direct investment. So can we work with the federal government in order to do that? And what is the best way that we can do that? So yes, the state government is involved, there's opportunity there, but I think this collaborative effort is absolutely needed between state and federal governments, because as a community, we're actually navigating this landscape by ourselves. We're trying to navigate the landscape between federal and state when it actually requires a collaborative effort, a coordinated collaborative effort in order to make the transition a successful transition.
So if like we saw off Port Stephens or off the Illawarra, all the proponents or licence holders were to walk away, how much damage would that do to your vision or your future of the economy of this area?
It would have a huge impact on the economy for sure, but it's also going to impact our ability around net zero. Because if you look at offshore wind, we're looking at generating almost 10 gigawatts of offshore wind from the Gippsland coast. So if you took that away, what are you going to replace it with? And how are you going to achieve net zero if you took that away? Where is the mix of technologies to actually achieve net zero? So that's an important factor. It has to progress.
Thank you. Senator Dummer, do you have some questions? Senator Canavan, do you have questions? Yep. Senator Roberts, yep. I'll actually go to Senator Canavan next, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just Ms. Sweeney, just to yourself, you're the executive officer of One Gippsland?
Yeah, the Secretariat. Yep.
And you're also the owner and director of a company called Collective Position Group Proprietary Limited. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
That group is a registered lobbyist.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And One Gippsland is one of your clients.
That's correct. Yes.
I've also got on your lobbyist register, one of your clients is also Offshore Gippsland 12 on your website, on the Collective Position website, I should say. It says Collective Position works with the 10 feasibility and commercial licence holders in the offshore wind declared in the Gippsland. Is that correct? You also have a client that represents the wind developers?
We are the Secretariat for them. We are not their registered lobbyist. Yep.
So I'm just trying to understand, because I've only just heard of One Gippsland today, not from the area, haven't really had much to do with the offshore projects there. I'm just trying to understand the conflicts there, that you are both have clients that represent the developers, and this group, as I thought it was, as we were starting here, is meant to represent the local residents of Gippsland as well, and you're acting
not
on
the
behalf
residents.
of both of those groups?
Not the residents, no. So we represent the peak body known as One Gippsland, which, as I think I said at the start, is a sort of an amalgamation of local government, the sort of sectors that are sort of food and fibre, tourism, and also the sort of educational sectors.
But on One Gippsland's website it says, and I'm quoting, One Gippsland's a peak regional advocacy body representing this diverse region. So do you represent the region, or are you really representing the wind developers?
We do both. We represent One Gippsland, which represents the region, when we provide Secretariat services, Senator, to the offshore wind sector. We help them collaborate around sort of their administration requirements.
Okay. So I'm just trying
We are not
Yep.
their registered lobbyist at all.
Okay. Sorry, you're not who's registered lobbyist?
We are not offshore wind, that's now called offshore wind development. We are not their lobbyist.
One Gippsland.
We are their...
When you say, you might just have, because there's a lot of hats here, One Gippsland is not the registered lobbyist for the wind developers.
That's correct.
Right. But yourself, you've got a separate company that is the registered lobbyist for the wind developers.
No, we are the registered lobbyist for One Gippsland. We also provide them with Secretariat services.
I'm sorry to do this, and it's particularly given how sensitive this topic is these days, but maybe no pronouns, because it's getting confusing to me. So when you say we are not the registered lobbyists, just maybe spell out who that is.
So
Sorry.
Rachel Sweeney,
Yep.
who runs Collective Position, is not the registered lobbyist for the offshore wind. We are their Secretariat services, so we provide them with administration services, Secretariat administration services. But Rachel Sweeney, the owner of Collective Position, also provide Secretariat and advocacy services to One Gippsland.
I'm just trying to understand that, because on the Victorian Lobbyist Register, under Collective Position Group, your entry in the Lobbyist Register, under clients, one of the clients is Offshore Gippsland 12.
I think we have to declare that on the basis that we might have reached out to a secretariat to a minister's office on occasion, but we don't actually represent any issues. We don't sit in any meetings. We just simply act as their secretariat function. But I think that sits within the requirements of contact.
You've only added offshore. Well, it says I should say you haven't, but on the register it says Offshore Gippsland 12 was only added on the 7th of July this year. Is that correct? So they've been your client since July?
Yes, that's correct. A little bit probably before then, but when we did start to contact the officers, the departments or the Minister's office on behalf of the Chair with correspondence, we did register ourselves in line with the requirement.
So since July you've had meetings with Victorian government ministers around the development of offshore wind in the Gippsland?
Representing One Gippsland, yes.
but not representing offshore Gippsland 12. It's
No.
it's a little bit confusing. So maybe on notice, could you provide us when you had those meetings and who with, which ministers you had meetings with in Victoria?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
I just going into other issues about the development we heard earlier. Well, actually, I was just before I get to that one. There were 12 licences, I think, for Gippsland. 2 have pulled out. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes. Yes.
So Blue Float was one of those, and the reporting around that said it didn't even bother trying to sell its assets. It just pulled out. RWE was another one that pulled out. It doesn't seem like the economics are that healthy for the region when you have 2 big proponents pulling out. What do you put those reasons down to, and those companies pulling out, and how much confidence then can the Gippsland community have that these other projects will go ahead?
Would you like me to
And
take that one?
they're to anybody now, but it's up to whoever's got the expertise.
I think in relation to One Gippsland, the view would be, to your question, we are seeking certainty around this process. And I think that is a broader regional requirement. Everybody is seeking to understand the future of where the renewables will look and be, the pipeline of renewables in Victoria. And certainly that's something that One Gippsland's very keen to understand, as much as I'm sure everybody else is. So I think, we, as I said, are very much agnostic around the type of energy production, but very much looking forward to a strong energy future. And I think in addition to that too, we're sort of seeking to understand what that future looks like everybody else. But, that is something that, we're hoping to get a bit more detail on as this process rolls out.
Would you like to respond as well?
Yes, certainly. I think in answer to that question, the observation is that the Gippsland community doesn't have any control over those decisions. We are there and we are wearing those decisions. So if the decisions are delayed or if they are changing, that's something that the community has to navigate by itself. So that is not something that's within our control. So it's going to be helpful for us that both state and federal work jointly on that to provide certainty.
Well, clearly there's some uncertainty here, and I suppose the issue is, isn't there a risk that for Gippsland, if it puts all its eggs in this basket, and with 2 already pulling out, others might as well, and if we then shut Yallourn and Loy Yang, and then there's nothing left. So in terms of One Gippsland being a region and representing the region, would it make a bit more sense to try and support multiple different types of energy in case some of them don't?
Indeed, we do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is the Marinus Link project, which is just about to start construction. That is a huge interconnector between Tasmania and Victoria. There is also the supporting infrastructure that needs to go into place for offshore wind, which is the transmission infrastructure. Vic Grid is now about to select a partner for the construction of that. So it's not about Gippsland putting all its eggs in one basket. It's all about, I think, how does both federal and state government work with the community to affect this just transition? And what is that opportunity in an energy mix that is going to help us to get to net zero?
But I suppose that's my question. Why do we need to do the transition when there's so much uncertainty about whether it's going to be successful? Why don't we keep, like Loy Yang B is quite young, why don't we keep Loy Yang B going and provide those?
So can I ask?
We're running out of time too, so just quickly, Mr. Johnson, please. Yep.
Well, I'd just like to probably just challenge where the uncertainty is coming from. There was 37 applications for 12 licences originally for offshore. 10 of them are still very active. There is plenty of research that exists overseas to say offshore wind is successful. That's why the community is embracing it, because we think it's going to be a winner.
So the wind
if the
conditions there are a
the
real
question
concern.
that we raised earlier,
We give a
the
lot
question
more
we
time
raised
to that side of the table and hardly any time.
No, so
we know
just
how you run this, Chair. We know how you run this.
Yeah, I know you do. You've had your 10 minutes.
All very transparent.
And now I'll go to Senator Darwin and then Senator Roberts. Thanks, Mr. Johnson. We got your point.
Thank you. It seems like you've talked about. Sorry, I'm just directing this broadly, so whoever wants to answer. It sounds like that it's the threat that the threats to progress are really about the uncertainty that the community is feeling, rather than any specific impacts from mis and disinformation campaigns in Gippsland. Would I be right in kind of picking up that kind of broad observation that you're making in your testimony today?
I would like to comment first. I think that is the right observation. It is more about the uncertainty of the transition in terms of that level of investment and the actual projects getting off the ground. So I think the community is very interested in the jobs that are coming, considering that some of the power stations are shutting down. So where are the jobs coming from? The fact that we have this energy pipeline, we now need to see projects kicking off and getting off the ground. So that level of investment and certainty is what's needed, and that's where most of the community's attention is. They are looking for the jobs and they want to see, okay, if there's transition is happening, where is it and how do we get involved?
So have you seen any mis and disinformation campaigns on offshore wind in your communities?
Not that I'm aware of. Not overtly, there isn't. I think there's good social license for welcoming these opportunities in the region.
Yeah.
It's about providing jobs and certainty.
Yeah, okay. And you've talked about jobs a couple of times. What is the jobs impact of not achieving a just transition to I guess the Latrobe Valley and then the broader Gippsland region?
Well, I suppose the transition with the current coal-fired power station shutting down, we also have oil and gas that is decommissioning. We've just had the forestry industry as well that is transitioning. As a result, there are big industry sectors that are transitioning, moving out, decommissioning. And the region now needs to look to the future, and where do we find that? So that is why it's important not just within the energy transition, but the adjacent sectors. So critical minerals is an important factor. How do we enable that to get off the ground? The agricultural sector, the housing and healthcare sector. These are all adjacent sectors that need to come along to help the whole energy transition.
Mm-hmm. Again, I think, you talked about this in the frame. I'm just trying to understand, it's about the future for your communities and the kind of transition, as you've just described, around previous forms of energy generation, and then the community at large around education opportunities,
yes,
job opportunities for future generations, etc. What kind of engagement have you had with local elected officials, and are they supportive of the transition more broadly? So I presume, like, you represent all of the councils in the area, they're part of one voice, so they are clearly, I think, driving this. What about other elected officials and their levels of support?
State and federal.
We've obviously engaged with our state and federal leaders, and it's really from a point of advocacy that is, we're seeking that sort of benefit to come back to the region. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if that's the sort of tenet of your question, but really the role of One Gippsland is to advocate to try and get that sort of investment back into the region in whatever form it's sort of starting to come through. So obviously locally the One Gippsland members do not set state or federal policy, which is why we say we're agnostic around the technology, but we have to respond to the proposition that's coming back into the region. And so I guess that's the mechanism by which we engage. But it is fair to say that the local elected leaders are supportive of renewables because it does mean jobs, because that is a proposition that's currently on the table.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Last question.
Yeah, I only asked that because you talked about, you made comments about federal and state governments needing to kind of work with you to address this. But okay, it's my final question. We heard this morning from, what were they called? Southerly 10, I think, Southerly 10. And, you know, they've undertaken engagement from, you know, what they told us this morning very early on around, with the community around the transition, and I think kind of identifying the job situation and then working with community locally. Your policy position recommends minimum standards around community engagement, and that best practice engagement should be established. Thinking about what we heard this morning from Southerly 10 and probably what you know more directly than what we've heard this morning, what does best practice community consultation look like to you when it comes to working with communities around a transition and addressing whatever concerns come up about this kind of transition in communities that we see where there are challenges?
I'm just really aware too that Troy probably hasn't had a chance to say anything, so I'm not sure if he wants to jump in.
Are you there, Mr. McDonald? Okay, maybe you should shoot. Ms. Sweeney,
I think it's a seat at the table. The basic principle is around a seat at the table, so that decisions aren't made on behalf of our communities, they're made with our communities. That's the simplest and most, I guess, straightforward way of putting it, so that there is a really clear kind of understanding of what the community needs. It's bespoke challenges, and how best all parties can come to the table where we are sitting and have those conversations. And that you'll find that, I think, more broadly, that when you make decisions on behalf of communities, not with them, that's where challenges will start to arise.
Thank you. And just before I go to Senator Roberts, you had a question, Senator Raja, just a point of clarification.
Sorry, you mentioned that your elected officials have been supportive of this transition and the opportunities that come with renewables. One of your elected officials in that region is a national federal member. So are you saying that national federal member is supportive of the transition and of net zero for his community? I speak of Darren Chester because I just want to clarify what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I said that our local government elected leaders are supportive on the basis of the economic and social opportunity it brings. I would never speak on behalf of any state or federal.
Have you had any engagement with state or federal elected officials in Gippsland over this matter, given the importance of the state and federal governments in delivering this project?
Absolutely. We've had lots of discussions, and obviously those discussions pertain to our advocacy positions and really seeking their support that as this rolls out, that there is benefit back to our region.
And what was their response to your advocacy?
I think there's broad recognition that any sort of level of investment does need to come with an associated benefit, but I guess we're just not seeing that benefit flowing back to the region currently.
Well, sorry, what was that doesn't actually answer my question. What was their response from the state and federal officials that you engaged with? Were they supportive of offshore wind or not?
It wasn't necessarily put to us in those terms. I think what the state and federal representatives and the tenet and the tone of our conversation has been that if this was to occur, that there needs to be benefit. And I think there's a recognition that benefit should come with at this level of investment. But I think we're all broadly sort of recognising that hasn't necessarily rolled through the region just yet.
Okay, thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing. I'll be quick, so I'll invite you to answer, Ms. Sweeney. The terms of reference, the first and second terms of reference of this inquiry are covering misinformation and disinformation. Could I just get agreement or disagreement with these statements I'm about to make in the interest of speeding through it? Misinformation, disinformation is not disagreement. Is that right? So if you disagree, that's not misinformation or disinformation.
Do I disagree? Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand.
If someone disagrees with an opinion, doesn't mean that they're misinforming or disinforming. Would you agree?
I would say correct, yeah, that people are entitled to...
Skepticism and healthy questioning is not misinformation, disinformation.
That would not fit any definition that I know, no.
Yeah, thank you. Misinformation, disinformation is not choosing a different interpretation of complex data as we work our way through it. No tricks here.
Just clarify the question again for me.
Yeah. Misinformation, disinformation is not when you simply choose a different interpretation of complex data.
I'm not qualified to answer that question, I'm afraid.
Okay. Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation, disinformation is a claim that fails the tests of logic, evidence and transparency. Yes or no?
Again, I don't feel qualified to answer that question.
Misinformation, disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, rather than because it's misleading because it cannot withstand examination.
Just the question again.
Misinformation, disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, rather because it cannot withstand examination.
Again, I don't feel particularly qualified to answer that question.
Okay, it may be an unintentional error, it may be sloppiness, it may at times be calculated deceit. Misinformation, disinformation may at times be unintentional, may be sloppiness, and it may at times be calculated deceit.
Again, don't feel qualified to answer that question either.
Okay, last question, Chair. Misinformation, disinformation must be identified and defined using reason, not allegiance.
It must be defined, sorry?
Must be defined and identified using reason, not allegiance.
I think we're all looking for the facts in this issue, and we're all looking for a strong future for regional Australia as part of this. So that's probably the best answer I can give you in relation
to
that.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney, and thank you to all the witnesses today. I really appreciate you appearing, travelling this way. If you had any questions on notice, we'll get back to you with a time to get responses. So thank you. And sorry to the next witnesses that we're running just a little bit over time. So I shall now call. Maybe I've just probably buried it under. So I now welcome representatives of the Municipal Association of Victoria. If you'd please take your seats. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with you first.
My full name is Jessica. I go by Ika Treisberg. I'm the Head of Democracy and Diplomacy at the Municipal Association of Victoria.
Thank you.
And my name is Jana Kujak, and I'm the Climate Futures and Resilience Lead here at the MAB.
G'day. Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement and then the committee will ask some questions?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to appear today. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I have 4 affiliations. I'm appearing here as the Head of Democracy and Diplomacy of the Municipal Association of Victoria. I'm also the Director of Urban Analytics at the Institute for Infrastructure in Society at the Australian National University. I also have a position with the German Marshall Fund of the United States, and I also have a position with the University of Melbourne. Under all of these, I lead a program of work called Disinformation in the City, which works with many partners in Australia and abroad. Our work within that group and at the Municipal Association of Victoria is explicitly non-partisan and focuses primarily on disinformation, that is false information that is deliberately shared with intent. We focus on restoring integrity to the information environment and building individual and organisational capabilities to navigate this without curtailing the necessary and important democratic expression of views and dissent. We do not seek to determine what is correct, but what is accurate. We work with local governments because they are impacted, and it is impacting their ability to understand their constituents, to develop and debate evidence-based policy, and support the cohesion and health of their communities. This is within the broader context of polarisation, incivility, and threats towards elected representatives that are growing, rising inequality, and siloed information environments. Our disinformation response work is broader than climate information integrity, and we find that other societal fault lines are exploited to gain traction in climate disinformation, for example, culture and religious tensions that have been used as a lever for disinformation related to emissions reductions initiatives. We take an explicitly international approach in bridging Australian cities and local governments with other parts of the world to learn and develop capabilities in real time. We see a remarkable level of consistency in the themes, manifestations and narratives reported by cities across the transatlantic and Australia, and we've provided further information in our submission. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I might thank you for a great submission. Very interested in a couple of the examples you provide. Can you talk us through the first example you provided on page 5 of your submission, the Solar Savers program? Because you clearly named that up as a disinformation campaign, so deliberately peddled, lies and deceit deliberately peddled. Could you talk us through that campaign?
Yep. To talk through that particular example. So this was provided to us by the Eastern Alliance of Greenhouse Action. So they're one of 8 different greenhouse alliances, so formed up of different regional municipal groups of councils working together. And on this particular program, which is the Solar Savers program, we understand that there was some misinformation that was spreaded online around the program in particular, and they were, as the submission states, erroneous claims regarding a particular program supplier panel. And as a result of that, council officers then needed to spend their own time responding to those types of claims.
Okay. You also mentioned that council staff are managing misinformation and electrical fire risks. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, absolutely. That's actually quite an interesting example, I think. It came about from a particular fleet transition project that a group of councils in Victoria were managing. As part of a lessons learned report that they pulled together, they actually found that electric vehicle risks were, while some of them were valid, some of the concerns that council staff had were, and community members were exaggerated. And as a result of that, that was having implications on their program's delivery. So, for example, council staff and management were concerned around some of the financial implications of where charges would be put if there were extreme fire risks, things like that.
Okay. Can I ask, sustainable urban planning? You mentioned another case study there, the impacts of disinformation on that. The 15-minute cities framework's been targeted by disruptors, claiming it's being used to enable government control and surveillance. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so I can speak to that one. That's something that we've seen around the globe. Certainly a high-profile conspiracist-based disinformation campaign that's had a high level of contagion across different areas. So that basically is a conspiracy campaign that instead of recognising that 15-minute cities are essentially trying to create livable neighbourhoods where people can walk or ride their bikes, to all of their basic needs within 15 minutes, that they are part of a government control initiative to try to segregate neighbourhoods and prohibit use of cars, and in some instances those conspiracy beliefs have extended to a belief that that will end in a Hunger Games style face-off between neighbourhoods. So there's differing aspects of that particular campaign and narrative. At the local level, that's been experienced as protests, it's been experienced as threats towards staff and elected representatives, and it's seen the rollback of 15 minutes initiatives in a number of places.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you meant by that had been targeted by disruptors, so it's been physical as well as online.
Yes.
Okay. Look, just before I go to the other senators, speaking of international examples, another one that caught my attention is you mentioned on page 9 of your submission in Canada, an AI-powered disinformation campaign, which obviously relates to a couple of our terms of reference, was rolled out by Kicking International Council out of local environmental initiatives aimed at dismantling local climate action plans. The campaign involved an AI chatbot which used tailored communications to target municipalities, including reports containing climate misinformation. Several municipalities weakened or abandoned their climate commitments after being targeted by the campaign. Can you tell us more about that? Did they abandon their commitments because they felt like the public didn't support this kind of work, or was it that it was intimidation and concerns around their safety? Like, do you know why they were abandoned?
With those particular reports, they were delivered specifically to the councillors themselves. So I'm not aware of those being in the public realm in terms of members of the public also having access to those reports. But what they did do was they made it very difficult for evidence-based decision-making to happen. So there were some local governments that reportedly made decisions believing that that was accurate information when KICLI, which is that entity, has explicitly said that it is not. And that they have an aim to ensure that local government removes itself from the international realm of climate negotiations.
Yeah, okay. Then you go on to say that a 2024 qualitative survey of cities in North America, Europe and Australasia found that 10 out of 14 local governments identified that misinformation threatened staff safety and perception of safety. So, I mean, how big is this an issue for you in Australia?
That's a huge issue, and we're doing the interim findings of a repeat survey that's global in nature of that particular study, and we're finding that actually it's much higher now, and certainly the specific targeting and threatening behaviour towards local elected representatives has spiked in Australia, as it has in many other parts of the world. We're seeing a real increase in violence, both online and in physical space.
It's been particularly sort of since COVID, since the development of conspiracy theories and the merging of those theories, and obviously around climate disinformation as well. Or is there something else you think that's behind it? Is it technology? Is it?
I think there are multiple things that are behind it. Certainly we've seen an increase in the way that disinformation is used since COVID and during COVID. And also the different types of people that are engaging in disinformation. We also see increased capabilities for creating disinformation, also with the AI capabilities that we have around deepfake technologies now that can make it very difficult for members of the public and also elected representatives and other decision makers to recognise what is accurate information and is not. But we are also seeing, as I mentioned at the start, we're seeing incivility and polarisation, as well as AI-generated disinformation, increased information silos, algorithmic bias that is increasingly recognised, though also increasingly prominent. All of those things are coming into play within this context of increased disinformation. And we're also seeing increased willingness across the community, or acceptance of hostile actions towards decision makers, and that's been found in a number of reports now, that quite alarmingly high levels of acceptance of hostile activism and hostile behaviours.
And what do you think the motivations for this are? Is it obstruction of climate policies and climate action, or is it broader than that? Your experience?
I think there are two main motivators, one of them being political and one of them being economic.
Political.
And so I think there are a whole variety of ways that those manifest, from the direct economic interests of certain industries through to the economic interests of social media companies, the economic interests of clickbait websites, and then there's opportunistic disinformation as well, that can be pervasive in climate as a contested space, in climate action, just as it can be around gender and it can be around migration and other societal fault lines that we are currently experiencing.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, did you want?
Yeah, I just want to focus on regional LGAs, because obviously you represent 79 councils, quite a few would be in the regions. What kind of examples of misinformation or counter-narratives have you got from those regions?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And something that we do note in our submission that we have been hearing from council, senior council executives, particularly recently, has been around claims linking wind turbines with serious adverse health outcomes, both to human health and also livestock. And so we have evidence of a local group sending media releases, recordings where they are making these claims to council staff. And what we have noticed from council staff is that they are seeking support with countering these types of narratives and this type of misinformation that is circulating in the communities.
And any other examples in regional communities that you could share with us?
Yes, in terms of, I think there's also a real lack of understanding around what council's role is when it comes to the energy transition in particular. And so another example that we cited in the submission was around council needing to issue a public clarification where their role was misinterpreted and misreported in the media around council entering into a deal with AEMO, VIC Grid proponents. And so that's an example of council needing to take time and resources out where those types of narratives are circulating.
And who are behind some of these narratives? Can you name some of the groups, organisations?
I think the group is cited as in our submission. So yeah,
which one? What's it called?
To refer back to the submission in terms of that example.
And what about the other one that you mentioned, the wind turbines?
Yeah, so the wind turbines, that is that's listed in the submission, the Wimmera Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association, which I think has also been referenced in other submissions.
Yeah. Are there any other groups that you could perhaps supply us with, even on notice? Just from your regional, by tapping into your regional LGAs, it would be most useful.
Yeah, happy to take that on notice.
Okay. And you've mentioned, the amount of resourcing required to counteract this. This is obviously a big burden on local councils. And you also suggested a few recommendations. Out of those recommendations, which do you think are the most important?
There's only 4, so I'd say all of them. I think so. The model that we have, that we use through the playbook that we developed with 40 experts around the world from different sectors, including from Microsoft, from major news outlets, from local governments, from Republican-led and Democrat-led cities in the United States, from a variety of different contexts, was that we need to network cities into the disinformation response system, which means we need to be allowing and structuring those opportunities for other levels of government and other actors to be working with cities, so that this is something that's not happening in a piecemeal approach, but actually can be harnessing the strength of local governments. I recognise I'm using the term cities and local governments.
I think you should use LGAs or local governments, not necessarily cities.
That's true. I apologise. In the international realm, we use cities for simplification, but yes, we're talking about local governments in this context. And so that connection and structured connection and collaboration with different levels of government, and the capacity building and resourcing for the capacity building, so that local governments that do not have necessarily their own intelligence apparatus that they can easily access, might not be the beneficiaries of intel currently, that will have a very significant impact on their ability to conduct very important conversations and policy making.
On the topic of local hubs, which you've mentioned here as a recommendation, number 2, how do you reconcile this with councillors, I should say, sometimes deciding to withdraw from their energy transition plans, or indeed declaring climate emergencies? There are some councils now that are actively in climate denial. So how would installing a capability like that in councils reconcile with some of the rhetoric from the councillors?
There will still be some councils that decide to step back their climate action and their commitments, and I believe in every democracy there will always be a variety of different ways that is undertaken. What we would hope to do and achieve through those hubs is to create better organisational processes that would enable information integrity internally and externally to be consistent, and also to build the capabilities of the community and other really key institutions in the communities, so that they also are acting in a trusted and trustworthy manner, and are able to be part of a networked approach that is going to really repair a lot of the damage that's been done to the information integrity of our society.
Do you have a sense in those regional LGAs as to who may be backing or funding some of these counter-narratives?
That's not something that I have an indication of, but
could you ask your members?
We could take on notice.
We would be most appreciative of that information. Yeah.
Can I go to Senator Canavan and then come back to you, Deputy Chair? Senator Canavan, do you have questions? No, we'll pass to Senator Roberts if you want to finish your lolly.
That's okay, I'll be right. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple. There's raised the issue of 15-minute cities. I think we're sometimes conflating a few things, and perhaps other people are. There have, of course, been serious efforts to restrict car use in the UK, which I think is what most people are responding to, and particularly around the implementation of zero emission zones and clear air zones, where quite significant charges are put on non-electric or non-compliant vehicles. Do you think that's something we should have in Australia?
I couldn't comment on whether or not we should have that in Australia. What I can comment on is the disinformation related to that, and the way that can make it very difficult for individuals and organisations to make informed decisions about what their stance is on those particular issues.
But it's not disinformation to say in London, you're now facing charges of between £12 and £15 per entry to go in different areas, so over $20 a hit per day to drive a non-electric vehicle. There's towns Bath, Birmingham, Bradford, Bristol, Oxford, one of the first, Portsmouth, Sheffield, all charge relatively similar charges, some a bit lower, some a bit higher. That's what people are responding to. Like, they don't like the idea of having to pay such exorbitant sums just to drive around their own city. So what's wrong with that? Is that incorrect? That is happening, isn't it, in the UK? And it's driving a huge political reaction, because poor people in particular can't afford that.
Yeah, it is happening in the UK, and people are concerned about the equity aspects of that, concerned about lifestyle aspects of that, and that also leaves the population more open to manipulation. There's a few different things that are being conflated in that whole conversation in the UK around 15-minute cities, around clean air zones, ultra-low emission zones, and relative cost. And that's why, because there are those different things, there are transitions, which transitions are often things that are ripe for disinformation, because people don't necessarily understand what's happening. They don't feel necessarily that they have all of the information that they should have to make an informed decision. But also there are existing concerns around equity and around livability of being in cities, and those are things that are very easily manipulated by disinformation campaigns that are actually based not on the cost for using a car in those cities, but are actually making claims that have no base in reality. Things like this is part of the government trying to lock down your suburb, which there has been no basis found to that particular claim.
Okay.
So that's where there's the conflation.
If you're getting charged $20 a day to leave your own home, I think for some people that would in effect be a lockdown. They couldn't afford that. So we can argue about the semantics. This is the problem. I mean, what you're suggesting, or what has been suggested often in this committee, is effectively a protection racket for governments against criticism of their own policies. So there is, I think, legitimate criticisms about the policies that are being pushed here in certain UK cities, and you can agree or disagree with them, but effectively what's being proposed here is saying, well, anything that disagrees with those policies, I'm going to categorise as disinformation or misinformation, and should be banned. How do we properly ensure that a government is not protected against criticism when it's very easy to characterise almost any criticism as misinformation?
That's why we're very clear in what we categorise as disinformation, and being very clear that we are non-partisan in our approach, and really about trying to restore integrity to our information environment. And that goes beyond the relationship between government and citizenry. That also includes a really key role for public interest media. We work very extensively with media outlets, also in the public sector, the private sector, a number of different entities that also need to be trusted, and that we do need to be able to restore the capability to have democratic debate about issues that are impacting people's lives, and we need to do that in a context where there is not disinformation that is muddying the waters, and the environment of algorithmic manipulation, of polarisation, all these things that are driving the issue of disinformation.
See, this is where I think, there's often been accurate. I'm not saying you've done this, but lots of times today and in previous hearings, people have claimed that this is all happening because of conspiracy theorists and there's algorithms and something quite magical is occurring that they can't explain. But the people making this accusation seem to me to be engaged in somewhat of a large grand conspiracy, that somehow there's this nefarious forces opposing climate policies, when it's not that hard to work out. People don't want to pay $20 to drive around a city. It's not difficult to understand. People are aghast that, despite being promised their electricity bills would fall by $275 by this government, that haven't happened. People are upset that manufacturing jobs are being shipped offshore constantly in this country. That explains the opposition, doesn't it? Not some algorithm. I mean, ultimately, governments have to be accountable for the consequences of their own policies. And the consequences haven't been great so far for Australians of these climate policies. Isn't that a much easier explanation for why you're seeing the backlash in the UK?
I think it's.
I just did say why.
Yeah,
Isn't that a much simpler explanation rather than a conspiracy theory? It's algorithms. It's the policies suck.
That's a statement.
I take that as a statement. Thank you.
So you're not defending the policies, they do suck. They absolutely. So that's why you're seeing massive opposition in the UK right now, because people don't want this. And I'd say to you, if you're serious about climate action, go around calling everybody who disagrees with your misinformation or spreaders of misinformation or disinformation actually undermines your cause. Because it encourages more of a backlash, I would say.
It does.
If you make those sort of accusations willy-nilly.
I would agree.
Just as a matter of interest, could you briefly explain to the committee what the purpose of those charges were for? Like, what was the I suppose the policy around the charge that Senator Canavan's referring to in London?
In the ultra-low emission zones?
Yeah.
I can take that on notice.
Yeah.
But certainly that was part of their efforts to restore clean air and livability to the City of Greater London.
Okay. Well, lucky that I live in Singapore, because it's over $100,000 to get a certificate, and then it's significantly higher than that if you want to take your car into the city. So yes, it seems to be that. Doesn't seem to be just London. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. By the way, what is your title to do with democracy? One of 4 titles. What was that title?
Democracy and diplomacy.
What does that involve, and who's that with?
That's with the Municipal Association of Victoria, which is the peak body for the 79 local governments in Victoria.
What's your responsibility under that?
So I lead our city diplomacy work, which is around engaging local governments with international with the international realm, whether that's around bilateral relationships, supranational processes and debate, or economic development. There's a whole variety of aspects, and democracy is around strengthening local democracy in Australia.
So you've heard about ICLEI. This is not my question. You've heard about ICLEI?
I have heard about
Council, okay. International Council of Local Environmental Initiatives, and you know about Sustainable Development Goals?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the first and second terms of reference of this inquiry. It's all about misinformation and disinformation. Could you just tell me whether you agree, disagree, or qualify, seek to modify any of these statements? Misinformation or disinformation is not disagreement.
Agree.
Misinformation and disinformation is not scepticism.
Agree.
It's not the choosing of a different interpretation of complex data.
Somewhat agree.
Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation and disinformation is a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency.
So was that misinformation or disinformation?
Misinformation or disinformation is a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency.
Somewhat agree.
It's a misinformation and disinformation are statements that mislead, not because someone dislikes it, but rather because it cannot withstand examination.
Misinformation, yes. Disinformation, there is intent.
Okay, so that was what I was heading to next. It may be unintentional error, sloppiness, misinformation. It may at times be calculated deceit, disinformation.
Yes, and what we see increasingly, and particularly in climate disinformation, is organised disinformation that at some point becomes misinformation because it is being shared by people without intent who have believed the information that was deliberately created and knowingly false in its inception.
So let's come to the basis of this then. To determine whether or not something is misinformation and disinformation requires rational thought. Would you agree?
Yes.
So rational thought refers to the process of thinking logically, critically and systematically to evaluate information, solve problems and make decisions. Agreed?
Yes, and I think these are aspects that we should seek to build the capabilities of across the Australian population.
We're in total agreement. We're in total agreement. So using rational thought involves using reason and evidence to arrive at conclusions rather than relying on emotions, hastily formed opinions, intuition or external pressures.
To an extent, yes.
To what extent is it not that?
I think there are a variety of things that formulate our knowledge, and I don't think this is probably the place to go into all of the aspects that go into that in terms of our cultural knowledge, in terms of our embodied knowledge, in terms of our cognitive learning, in terms of our professional knowledge and our educational pursuits. But yes, in a general sense, yes, I would agree that rational thought is at the centre of that.
So rational thought includes logical reasoning?
It does.
Is evidence-based?
It is.
Uses critical thinking?
It does.
Uses deliberation?
It does.
Provides clarity and objectivity?
It does.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today.
Yep. Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Darmanin.
You've talked in some of your testimony today about specific instances where council resources have had to respond to, instances of misinformation campaigns. Just wondering if you could talk a bit about what you've found to be most effective in ways to challenge the views of the community where they've been deliberately misinformed. What are the models that work best in the experience of your members?
I can talk more broadly. So the examples that were provided, I think, for some of them, council has chosen to, for example, issue a public clarification. So there are some techniques like that are available. But I think more broadly, some of these examples that we've referred to today demonstrate that there is an information gap, and that's what we're hearing from councils when it comes to the energy transition in Victoria at the moment. And councils are really looking for robust, transparent forums, governance mechanisms, guidelines that encourage best practice developer behaviour and best practice community consultation and engagement.
So have you seen any of that in operation?
I would have to take that on notice. It is very different throughout our state.
Are you familiar with the developer rating scheme?
Yes, we are. Yes, we had some Victorian representatives that formed part of a local government advisory group as part of that.
In your submission, you talk about your partnering with the Hunt Lab for Security Intelligence at Melbourne Uni to build a program that helps to provide counsellors and local government professionals with an ability to kind of address misinformation. Can you just talk to us a bit about how that's how that program's going? Is it kind of widely accessed by all councils in Victoria? Like, what stage is it up to, and is this sort of something that can assist with addressing misinformation across local government, do you think?
We hope so. So that particular program is one of the options that we provide. We also provide through our Mayoral Training Academy through 2026, we'll be providing specific training for mayors. With the Hunt Lab microcert, that's something that has had participants from local government in Victoria, a few interstate participants as well, and also some electoral commissions have sent senior staff to learn from that because of the specific local manifestations and impacts of disinformation and the ways that, and the different types of response that are possible using a community resilience framing and a much more, more building on kind of the public health multi-sector responses than is possible at other levels of government. In terms of your former question, Senator, around what's effective in response, what we've found through the global work, including Australian cities, but also others, is that having a longer response framework is really effective and necessary. That includes a lot of work preemptively, and that includes things like helping to restore the skill set, both within elected representatives and within other decision makers and in communities around disagreeing well and being able to have conversations that we need to have conversations about that at the moment we're moving away from. But also civic literacy, digital literacy. We're seeing a lot of sort of smoke and mirrors around things like algorithmic bias that's quite useful in disinforming, and actually trying to break that down for community members so that we can say, oh, it's not fairy dust. It is actually just this simple thing. This is how I'm giving my information. This is how I'm being surveilled. Through to establishing trusted networks, making sure that we are reaching all members of our communities and can reach all of our members of our communities. Then through the early intervention and sort of the quick recognition when a disinformation campaign is likely or when it's starting to take seed, so that we can put in place some quick response and pre-bunking efforts through to debunking, and then extending into the repair and recovery phase and actually helping communities to process what's just happened, which can be very, very difficult. Campaigns that often target individuals or certain groups and actually help in that community resilience building, similar to what we do post-disaster. So we're currently doing work with a number of disaster agencies around just this, but we're also doing work at the moment with European cities that have experienced riots in the past 12 months, looking at how we can actually learn from their experiences and bring that information back to Australia, and then be able to effectively bring that into the Australian multi-level response.
Yeah, thanks. You had another question, Deputy Chair?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think on that last point, if there are examples of rollout of that framework and evaluation of it in regional LGAs, that would be most helpful. If you could take that on notice and maybe supply us with some information on that.
I can certainly,
around climate, misinformation, disinformation?
I can certainly provide you with some general information about that. As yet, that framework has not yet been tested in Australian regional municipalities around climate, and that's a gap that we would love to fill.
Okay. And my question related to the fact that we've had stories from community members in the regions, farmers and the like, who have been subjected to some pretty harrowing behaviour, intimidation, threats, bullying. It's all in the submissions. Do these people approach their local councils for assistance? And is that data available to, in a de-identified way, either qualitative or quantitative, to the committee?
Sorry, do the people who are experiencing the harassment or the people who are harassing?
No, the people who are experiencing, who are the targets of this sort of behaviour, do they reach out? I'm assuming that some of these people would be seeking assistance from their local councils in those regional areas.
I can speak to that more broadly. Yes, I do know that councils, community members do come to council for all sorts of issues, including where they are impacted or have concerns around the energy transition and the energy rollout in their community. And I think what we've picked up on recently is there is community confusion, as I mentioned before, around what local government's role is, because Victorian councils don't have a regulatory role when it comes to approving renewable energy projects here. So,
but you do provide services, counselling, mental health supports, that kind of thing.
Yes, yeah, and that is something that we're hearing from council CEOs in particular, where their community members are stressed, and that is compounding stress and mental health impacts from not just community division and concerns, but also from the existing effects of climate change and things like drought in their communities. So that was something that was raised with us actually by council CEOs at a recent roundtable that we held with the Australian Energy Information Infrastructure Commissioner, Tony Ma. So it is of concern for councils.
If we could have any report or minutes or some data from those regional LGAs to document this, and perhaps from the roundtable, that would be most helpful.
Absolutely, happy to take that on notice.
I think, Senator Canavan's point about people having to pay a higher economic cost for something like a fee to take their car into town, I could understand if you weren't aware of that or you did disagree with it. You might not like it and you might arc up. I've had the same thing in Tassie with people having to pay extra park fees, this and that. But looking at your submission, though, you provide an example, for example, on page 6. Some Victorian councils have been recently reported misinformation spread via social media about wind turbines or the safety of wind turbines. You say, for example, the Wimmera O'Malley Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association released information on Facebook claiming radiation from wind turbines could pose health risks to people and livestock. What would be the motivation for that, do you think? Probably I won't ask you that because I'd be asking you to speculate. Does that make it difficult for communities to deal with renewable energy transition and rollouts when that kind of information is being spread? And is that possibly why we're seeing the kind of intimidation and bullying and threats of violence in remote and rural communities? Because people are concerned about, they read something like that and believe it and feel that it's genuine and real?
I would say in terms of that particular example around the wind turbines, being linked to adverse health outcomes, something that we have observed is that is circulated on social media, and then it's actually reposted on social media at the same time that an environmental effects statement process is open for a particular project, and the public consultation element of that is open, where a project is assessed on its environmental impacts, and so community members are able to put forward objections or concerns to a project at that phase. So, and from reading through some of the submissions to that process, I can see that these claims have also been used in individuals' submissions that they've put forward during that process. So there is a link there.
And taking Senator Roberts' points that sometimes misinformation or spreading it can be inadvertent or by mistake. Do people or do groups withdraw these kind of statements once it's been pointed out to them that those studies aren't accurate and have been debunked? or do you continue to see them popping up and being spread?
I am not
Not
sure, actually.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I can't think of a single instance that I'm aware of where misinformation has been withdrawn when
Right.
it's been demonstrated to be inaccurate. And certainly to your former question, Senator, around the harm to communities and to the social fabric in communities, I think we've seen a lot of evidence recently of the fracturing nature that some of these narratives can have in communities that are driven largely by fear often. Because in this case, where people might be afraid of the health of their families or their livestock, and that becomes a driver for their subsequent actions, which may or may not be things that we would encourage them to do, whatever those actions end up being. But it does introduce fear, and it exploits that fear within the community as part of a quite deliberate tactic.
Then you go on to say more broadly, misinformation about wind energy, particularly claims about, for example, whale deaths, have been spread by political and media networks. I mean, how much more difficult is it then for you to do your jobs, or council workers or others, when you've got politicians saying the same thing, even though they've been thoroughly debunked, including Donald Trump, by the way, and it's being platformed in the Murdoch press on a continuous basis? Like, how difficult is that for you to do your job?
It makes it very difficult for the people who are creating policy and legislation to do their job.
Yeah.
We're in a support role to try to restore information integrity to that landscape. But the example that you've just given is a really good example for why we actually do take an explicitly international focus with our work, because so many of these narratives are global in nature. They're very organised. They often originate outside Australia and then find their way through networks into Australia, and then are able to move throughout our communities, sometimes taking on kind of local flavour, but often staying very, very similar to what the original narrative was, whether it was in the US that it originated or elsewhere.
Could you give us some specific examples of that, if you have them? In relation
Absolutely.
to, that would be.
I can take that on notice and provide those to you.
Yeah. Look, we may never be able to prove the motivations for these bigger narratives that we've just been talking about, but I suppose my point is it's very different to someone arcing up over having to pay an extra fee over something, isn't it? This is a whole different level of disinformation and misinformation that we're dealing with in the climate and energy debate. Okay, well, thank you so much for your submission, which, as I said, was excellent. And the fact that local governments have had to get together around the world, was it across 40 different, I forgot, I shouldn't, my brain's a little bit saturated at the moment, but it's such a big global initiative by people in your position having to come together to try and combat this suggests it's a very serious issue that we do need to deal with. So thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
So the committee is now going to have a break. Just remind senators we've got a private meeting. So I'm going to have to ask other people to leave the room while we have a private meeting, and the committee will resume at 3 o'clock. Yeah.
I'm going to call in Senator McLaughlin.
I now welcome representatives of the Latrobe Valley Sustainability Group in person and Geelong Sustainability Group, Mr Plummer, via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name? Would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I might start with you first, Trevor, if that's right.
My name's Trevor Hall. I'm here as a member of the Latrobe Valley Sustainability Group.
Thank you.
My name's Dan Caffrey. I'm president of the Latrobe Valley Sustainability Group.
Thank you.
Lorraine Ball, I'm treasurer of Latrobe Valley Sustainability Group.
Fantastic. And Mr Plummer, can you hear us okay?
Neil Plummer, I'm a member of Geelong Sustainability.
Fantastic. So would each of your groups like to make a short opening statement, and then senators will ask you some questions?
Yes. We were told we'd each get 1 minute to make. Is that? But I can start.
Okay. Up
All
to
right.
5 minutes for a group. So if you'd each like to do a minute each, it's up to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever
Fine.
works.
Right. Well, as a sustainability group, our concerns have been about the biased and anti-scientific publishing of articles in media outlets for some time, both nationally and locally. The Murdoch media outlets persistently present dismissive views of climate science, promote the continued use of fossil fuels and nuclear energy without a proper analysis of the downsides. One only has to think of Andrew Bolt, Peter Credlin, Chris Kenny and the others who would not have a scientific bone between them, but they're really good at making their viewers angry about anything with a left-leaning government tends to do, especially when it comes to curbing fossil fuel use. We've also seen a similar trend in our local newspapers in our area, where the influence of a senior journalist whose family had or still has shares in this newspaper business has written many articles which seem to be transcripts from the Institute of Public Affairs or some other very right-wing organisation. Now, this is especially the case in the sabotaging, in the case of sabotaging the transition to renewables by attacking social licence for things like wind farms and transmission lines, solar farms. It not only works against rural communities as it denies them access to another form of income generation, it also works against the national interest. Increasing electricity prices for homes and businesses, increasing inflation, as the latest CPI figures show, is mainly due to energy costs, and makes our exporting businesses less competitive. Media information, misinformation, it is actually a blight on our economy. And just one example, the Pottinger wind farm in New South Wales, because of the misinformation, the social licence that have been attacked and reduced in not only the local community but wider communities, it's added $100 million to the cost. So this is how, of that wind farm, an 800 megawatt wind farm. So if that's multiplied over all the other renewables assets that are being built, then you can see how that massively works against our economy. That's what I have to say for the moment.
Thank you. Lorraine, did you have anything to have?
Yes, I'd just like to back up what Dan said and to state that we base our opinions on climate and renewable energy on information from such sources as the IPCC, the World Meteorological Organisation, the CSIRO, EMO, and the National Climate Risk Assessment that's just been published. So talking about information and misinformation, these organisations have provided us with our starting point.
Okay, thank you. Mr Hall, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I've got two things I'd like to talk about, I guess, specifically. One, advertisement that appeared in the Weekly Times. I live in the country, my wife's a farmer, get the Weekly Times, and here's this full-page ad, just chock full of misinformation and disinformation, and I've detailed that in my submission. I'd also, if there's an opportunity, be interested to talk about the the specific situation that occurred with the in the early days of the development of the Delburn wind farm. I live near Delburn and was involved in the pro-wind farm group, but my experience there, I think, probably is a good example of the disbursement and the impact of misinformation and disinformation on the local community.
Thank you. Well, we can come to you with some questions on that shortly, but could I just ask the committee, does anyone have a problem with tabling that article?
It was in my submission.
Oh, it was? Okay, if it's in your submission, that's fine. Sorry, I just wasn't...
I do have a copy there if you'd like.
That's right. If it's in the submission, then senators will have a copy of it.
Oh.
Right, gotcha. Okay. Yep, thank you. Mr Plummer, would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the opportunity on behalf of Geelong Sustainability to appear before the committee this afternoon. We're a not-for-profit committed to working towards and advocating for urgent climate action to meet our net zero commitments and protect future generations. I am also a former head of climate services in the Bureau of Meteorology and a climate scientist. I've had lots of experience in publishing reports and sending out media releases and having them misinterpreted or the key facts ignored. Unless greater efforts and resources are dedicated to countering misinformation and disinformation, then the risks from climate change will be amplified, and with that, the chances of tackling climate-related risks and most of society's other major challenges will be well out of reach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair to open questions.
Thank you for making the trip out today and for your submission. Can you perhaps give us some examples of misinformation, disinformation campaigns that are circulating in your communities?
Nuclear would be a good start.
Well, yeah, Adrian was going to speak more on that, but yeah, the nuclear campaign started in the lead up to the last election, about a year before, maybe before that. But in our local newspaper, there seemed to be a very organised campaign, not originating locally, but there was one of these faux organisations, Nuclear for Australia and Nuclear for Climate. And both of them came out to Gippsland and we attended their meetings and, they gave us their spiel. The reporting in the local paper was very one-sided.
Pro or against?
Against. Oh, sorry,
Pro.
no, pro. Yeah, pro against. They were against us, but we weren't asked for comment. They were just basically, it looks like they'd just taken the media release and wrote it into the paper. And it seemed like they were steamrolling us. There's a lot of money being thrown into organising big venues for getting Miss America, the nuclear scientist that she was Miss America about 5 years ago maybe, and she was speaking on behalf of the nuclear industry, saying how good it was and clean.
She is actually a nuclear scientist.
She is.
To give her credit, she does know what she's talking about.
That's right. She was a very intelligent person, but they couldn't relate anything about the specifics. We weren't allowed to ask. We tried asking our local member, Darren Chester. He wouldn't come near us because we'd ask him about things about water, and in the Gippsland area water's fairly tight as it is, and because of the coal mine rehabilitation, where we need the water to weigh down the aquifers to stop it erupting and drying up all our creeks and rivers and so forth, and farmers' dams and wells, we need lots and lots of water to do for those big
mine voids,
fill the mine voids, and there won't be any for having power station, nuclear or coal, left. So we're assuming that the coal-fired power stations have closed because we're filling up the mines with water. That water allocation is being diverted there. Farmers are wanting more water. Towns are growing, requiring more water. The catchment, the Deaker and Del, the previous incantation of that in Victoria Department, done studies going back to the 70s, and where the total catchment runoff was up around 1,000 gigalitres. It's down to about 600 now over the last 40 years or so. So there's all this information that would make nuclear an absolutely non-starter. But could we get authorised or scientific people to appear in those papers? All those, and it was left up to citizens, private citizens like us, to do the researching, research, going off, finding out where this emanated from. Mostly all this information was from America. And eventually, there was no input from any, of our elected politicians into the, and we tried interviewing or asking to see them and talk to them about it, but we weren't.
So Darren Chester would refuse to meet with you, is that what you're saying?
That's right, yeah. And not only our group, but any other group that was opposed to nuclear.
Interesting.
He probably didn't actually refuse, but, yes, we've got an appointment and it'll take a month or two and I'm making the...
delay.
It was sort of, it wasn't explicitly, sorry, I won't talk to you.
You were strung along.
Well, it was, yeah, and then it'd have to be cancelled and, that thing, type of thing. So,
are there any, we were talking earlier, Trevor, if you could just share with the committee, and anyone else is welcome to chip in, around some of the other narratives that are circulating that are making people fearful, particularly around wind farms, or are there any others?
Well, I mentioned earlier to Michelle that when OSME originally put an article in the paper saying we're planning to build a wind farm in the forest at Melbourne, within 2 or 3 weeks a group was established and set up called the Strzelecki Community Association was set up. Don't know how or where that came from. Strzelecki Community Alliance, sorry. And they ran public meetings in 3 of the main towns around the wind farm, at which they were presented as information nights, but of course they were heavily anti-wind farm. A number of anti-wind farm proponents came along. They had pamphlets and so on, and basically sowing fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the community about what wind farms do, all the ultrasound, the noise, the effect on animals, fire risk, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Mr. Hall, did you recognise any locals at those meetings? Like, were there people there that you knew from the area?
Oh, well, most of the people were from the local area, the people at the meeting. The people running the meetings were locals, not immediately from Ballara. I went to the Ballara one. They were people living in other parts of the wind farm catchment.
Did it seem peculiar to you that they could sort of spin up this group so quickly within weeks of the announcement of a wind farm and have, our already community presentations and flyers and comms all ready to go? Seems incredibly unusual.
Yeah, it was interesting that they were able to get up this information night. Everybody went along thinking, oh, that'll be good. I'm interested to find out about this wind farm. And of course, OSME wasn't there, and it was all negative stuff. And I went away thinking, and lots of people signed on the way in, just to get their name, to get some more information. And of course, suddenly the Strzelecki Community Alliance has got a giant mailing list, which I suspect was not entirely obtained.
Do you know who was behind the SCA, the Strzelecki Community Alliance?
The names of the people. I can't remember the names. A couple of them packed up and moved out of the district within a couple of years. Partly out of fear of being contaminated by the wind farms, I suspect. Maybe because they had other professional options available.
Do you know if they had any funders or connections with think tanks or PR firms, either domestically or internationally?
We suspect as much. They spent $200,000.
A huge amount of money.
Yeah, for not a rich, overly rich community. A lot of the objectors are on small farms and not very productive ones are right up in the Strzelecki's. So I would suspect that there must have been some big financiers from somewhere, but we don't know for sure.
Well, they had sufficient money to take this court case through to the Supreme Court.
Oh, right, against the wind farm.
That was big
proponent.
money, yes.
Yep.
And what happened? What was the outcome?
The outcome was that their objections were overruled.
Right. Okay.
But the effects were that this wind farm that was supposed to be opening or fully operational by 2023 is now, they haven't even laid a foundation stone yet.
Hopefully early next year.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
They've got all the approvals and all of that happening.
Yep.
But, because of that, attack on the social licence, had to go through all the steps to make it more expensive, delay it, push it out, and we don't even hear of SCAR anymore, the Community Alliance Group.
They've disappeared.
They've disappeared.
And how? And you said it's delayed. How much has this cost, say, the proponent or the region? I mean, I don't know. There are jobs and other benefits.
I have maintained connection, and I'm on the community information group that they've set up to try and keep a liaison with the local community. I will ask at the next meeting if they've got any estimate of what it costs them to
That would be great.
present at various places.
And any sense of when they are actually going to get going? Have you been given any certainty on that?
We're waiting to have contracts signed. I believe some work has started on digging trenches for cabling, but we've been waiting for several months to be notified that contracts have been signed to actually start the work on the foundations. I think the worst outcome of this whole scenario has been the antagonism and division that has been created within the community. Those schisms are still very evident. People were harassed. I know of a friend who had graffiti, very nasty graffiti chalked on her front footpath because she was supporting the wind farm. I know those divisions have relaxed, but they're still there.
And someone was angry enough in the community to cut down the information tower, which is actually at the height of where the nacelles will be on the wind farm.
160
That was
metre.
a wind detection tower.
And wind detection, yeah. So,
So it was sabotage.
Yeah, it was
sabotage,
Yeah, and you may not realise that this was going to be the first wind farm that was within a forestry plantation.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's not like you had the argument of you're taking up valuable farmland or I'm going to, be 500 metres from a wind farm. Nothing like that. It was within a plantation.
What is the substance of people's concerns, or as part of the misinformation that has been dug up? Is it around health issues, or is it around shared benefits to them, like some people getting benefits and others not? What is
one of the ways in which misinformation, I guess, perhaps disinformation, I don't know. I suspect disinformation, but at least misinformation was spread while the Zeki Community Alliance used a Facebook page called the Proposed Melbourne Wind Farm, and on that they posted whenever they get any indication, for example, of there being a problem with a wind farm anywhere in the world. Because there had been, there are wind farms now that are like 40 years old and they're very small and old, and occasionally one of them would catch fire or fall over or lose a blade, and this is held up as being, look, here's another example of why the wind farm is dangerous. And in fact, when the Wind Farm Commissioner came down to Ballara, we had a 2-hour meeting, and I guess at least 45 minutes of that was taken up with people who live near the wind farm, expressing their concerns about the impact of bushfires, and they were talking about how badly the Hancock plantations, they don't keep the roads clear, and the tracks are clear, and blah blah blah. There was, it seemed to be that they thought that these things were these wind towers, a wind farm was going to be like a box of matches in the forest, and I didn't quite understand that.
Do you know where they were getting this impression from?
Meeting up, just chatting and just seeing what they could conjure up, I think.
Do you know who was behind pushing some of these narratives?
I suppose, being online, you can get a lot of information. You can find tap into sites, faux scientific organisations like the Galileo Society and Lavoisier Society and things like that.
So they were reposting anything like that they could find, and a classic example. These wind towers, the proposed wind farms will be, the nacelle will be 160 metres above the ground. The towers are only about 10 metres wide at the bottom. They are very tall and slender. Yet they took a picture of a 30, 40-year-old very early wind farm, which has got a short, stocky tower with very thick blades, nothing like the modern ones, and then they just expanded it up so it looked like it was the same height as a modern wind tower, and of course it looked like the Eiffel Tower. Whereas a modern wind farm, the towers are so relatively narrow and slender, and the blades are so slender that the visual effect is nothing like just what you get when you blow up an old style wind tower. So look, it's that kind of slightly devious approach.
I just want to let you know that Mr. Cosgrove is online as well now.
Oh, good.
Cosgrove. Apologies, Adrian. Didn't mean to interrupt. Could I just ask? There was some reporting recently in the Sydney Morning Herald, quite a substantial report about, I suppose, conflict in regional areas around wind farms, and there were a number of wealthy landowners who were quite happy to go on record in that article to say that they had, they had opposed these wind farms and helped fund campaigns and legal campaigns against them. Was there anyone in your area of that stature who spoke out publicly about funding this court case and a couple of $100,000? No. You don't have to say their names, but you're not aware of anyone who was a wealthy landowner who. Okay.
No.
Sorry, Michelle. Yeah.
I would say that one of the prime people was worked at the university, the Fed Uni, didn't she? I've forgotten her name, but so she had a bit of status.
Just on the topic of wind farms, we have had testimony this morning from Southerly 10 from One Gippsland around the support, I guess broad-based support for offshore wind. And can you just maybe talk us through the community perspective on this?
I've only heard of a little bit of opposition down along the coast against offshore wind farm, and it certainly hasn't been sustained. Apart from that, I don't know of any objections. It's certainly being supported in our area because we know that the coal-fired power stations are going to close. We've had experience of that through the closure of Hazelwood. So we understand that this source of energy has to be replaced. It won't be replaced with a new coal-fired power station. We've already got 3 massive holes and we don't want any more. So we have to find another source of energy. The offshore wind is supported because it's going to provide a lot of jobs, a lot of investment. It's a big generator in the way that the coal-fired power stations have been big generators. It's not creating any impact on land or agriculture, etc.
That's right, yeah.
So it removes a lot of that objection. It's making good use of those consistent winds that are out along in Bass Strait. And it's also going to be at least 10 kilometres off the coast, so they are going to be barely visible on a good day. And if they're barely visible, I'll be very happy because I want to see them.
And there was also concerns from particularly One Gippsland around uncertainty regarding when this will come online. Are you sensing that as well, or
Absolutely. Yeah.
what would you like government to do? What would you
get on with it?
Get on with it.
Right. Get on with it. Yes, because and I'm saying get on with it because we know when the power station's closing. So we absolutely have to have replacement energy in the system by the time, well, at least 2035. They say the first power from offshore wind will be 2032, but we will have lost Yallourn power station 2028.
Right.
So there's a little bit of a gap which has have to be made up from the other side of the state or imports from the rest of Australia. But it's essential that we get on with this as soon as possible.
And might I say, the job transition is already in action. We've got lots of people employed with rehabilitating the mine site at the mine void at Moore, at Hazelwood. The Genetech, which is an armature winding business, they put on dozens of people in the last few years because they're getting more wind farms jobs. They've used to do the power stations armature winding, but now they're branching out and doing a lot more wind farms all over Australia. So that's just an example of one new industry that's actually going well, and will continue. It'll go even better once we get more renewable energy, infrastructure out there.
To come back to your original question, Southerly 10, as I understand it, and I do follow them, were fully prepared to bid into the auction that the state government was going to run next or this month, and the state government couldn't get buy-in from the federal government to support that auction, and so the auction was deferred. Had Southerly 10 got that, that would have been the key financial turning point for them to go ahead and start actually doing stuff. Up until now, they've done all the research, they've done all the environmental research,
So they're ready to go.
They're ready to go, yeah.
I'm just going to have to...
Okay, thank you.
Let's go.
Come back if we've got time. I've got one more question to you, and then I'm going to go...
to the others.
To witness online. Just going back to that first meeting you mentioned, Mr. Hall, where the community were there and there was a pamphlet that had disinformation in it that was being handed around. Would it have helped to have had, what were your local sources for you to go to rebut that disinformation or provide alternative information?
Renewable energy hubs would be, the counter to that.
That's right. If you'd had one at the time that you could have accessed, you would have been able to immediately kind of...
I think
Friends of the Earth. Very new proposal.
Yeah.
Firstly, it was the first wind farm of the area, and secondly, it was the first one that was going to be built within a plantation. So we didn't really have a reference.
Did the company make any attempt? I suppose the word that was used this morning was inoculate the area to give them information to lay the groundwork, so people knew it was coming and they knew the fact.
Unfortunately, they're in a cleft stick. They can't. If they come out and say we're thinking of building a wind farm, people go, "Oh, what are the details? We need to know. We need to know whether we're going to fight this or not." And if they leave it until they've got something firm that they can say, "Well, here's what we're planning," people say, "Why didn't you been working on this for 2 years? Why didn't you tell us?" So they're really stuck in a difficult position about when and how to make the community aware of what's being planned. And that was historically, 8 or 9 years ago. I guess now with things like reses, where everybody in the res knows that there are going to be wind farms and power lines, there's not nearly the lack of knowledge and surprise when something is proposed. So
okay. Sorry, please.
One other thing that the federal government could do, like the port of Hastings is a vital cog in this machine, and if that sort of it was blocked last time on provisions. It was near a Ramsar site, and I think they're preparing another submission which is takes that into account and sort of addresses the problem. So that approval has to be pushed through, and that will give far more confidence to those bidders in the wind farm too.
The whole question of port facilities for offshore wind in Victoria is still way up in the air. That's true.
Okay. I might go to Mr. Plummer, who's been waiting very patiently online. Is there any experiences you'd like to share with us from the Geelong region around renewable energy projects, I suppose, being obstructed by a lack of information or planning processes or misinformation and disinformation?
Nothing specific at all. It's more a fact of the lack of quality media reporting on climate, on the energy transition. I mean, we've just a few years ago, I had the Southern Hemisphere's largest battery storage system, and very few people in the region knew about it. And it's all sort of things where it's just not well publicised, and I think as a result, what my experience is that we've spent tens, if not hundreds of millions on the climate science, hundreds of millions to billions on the energy transition, but nothing to counter the misinformation and disinformation. I say nothing, I mean very little on countering misinformation and disinformation. So it's hardly a surprise when we found people, the communities, people in business are just completely confused by the situation. And I too like the idea of the idea of the local energy hubs, trusted by, staffed by trusted locals, where people can actually go to get information and understand about the whys, why climate change is important, why the clean energy transition is urgent and critical. I mean, it's fundamental. I mean, any business would actually want to spell out the why of something. When it comes to climate and energy transition, it just hasn't been done very well at all. And I think that's something. It was my frustration working for the Bureau of Meteorology, where we would have very little power to counteract the criticisms of the science and so forth, largely because we weren't really allowed to contradict the media, the Murdoch media and similar outlets.
Could I ask you a personal question, Mr. Plummer? Like you're a climate scientist. When did you start your research career? Just a matter of interest. Like how long ago?
About 1989.
1989. Okay.
So I've been engaged almost, not quite at the very start, but almost at the start. And misinformation, disinformation has always been around. But I'd say over the last 10 years of my career with the Bureau of Meteorology, it really escalated at that time. And as I've said, the World Economic Forum has had misinformation and disinformation as their #1 risk for 2 years in a row. And and that is no surprise to me whatsoever. And we've seen that play out across the world, not just in climate change, but in all other facets of society and so forth. And it's the frustrating thing, it's just how little is being done to counteract that.
So we now know that the major fossil fuel companies around the world knew about climate change and the harm it could do as far back as the late 60s, and those documents have all been subpoenaed and put on public record through the US joint House sittings, and the CEOs has said, yes, we knew about this, and yes, we know climate change is real. It has impacts, and it comes at costs. Did you ever imagine when you were studying back in the late 80s yourself and going into your career that things would get as bad as they have in terms of climate change by 2025, including the lack of political action or undermining of climate action? Did you ever foresee the world you live in today, back then?
I just wanted to do science. I love meteorology. I love climate science and so forth. And none of my training prepared me for the life that was what was ahead. In fact, a point I'd like to make that we didn't make in our submission was the impact on the reputations and the well-being of climatologists and scientific institutions from misinformation and disinformation. And that's ranged anywhere from delegitimizing and disrespecting the science outwards to fostering and for some encouraging personal attacks on individuals and in institutions. And I've seen that very real. It never affected myself in that way. but several of my colleagues, a lot of people I've known working in climate research have been severely impacted by that way. And I can never understand how anyone of a reasonable mind, let alone anyone who considers him or herself a leader, would think that that's okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Listen, I'll rotate the call to Senator Canavan and Senator Roberts, and then if we got to Senator Dunman, did you have some questions?
Yeah. I've just had one set of questions
yep.
at the time. Just going back to, I think it was in the first testimony, your introductory comments mentioned that some commentators are not scientists and they're making prognostications about what should happen. I just want to clarify though, do you think we should leave our energy policy settings to just scientists? Should they set the policy?
Obviously, politicians have the power to make the policies, but they have to refer to the best science, the one that's peer-reviewed, that's worldwide accepted, and that there can't be any sort of, personal facts getting in the way.
I suppose my question's broader. I suppose it's and whether it's politicians or media commentators who can speak to it, and I accept that science is an input. The problem I think sometimes we ignore is that there's also then values-based judgments that must be made. So the science can inform you about how much something will cost, but it can't really inform you about, well, is protecting this local environment more important? Is exporting energy to a poor country overseas to help its energy needs more important than responding to climate change? These type of things ultimately require people to put values on them, which science can't answer. We have to come to judgments about those, and sometimes we can come to different judgments.
I might go to Mr. Plummer online.
Yeah, just to respond to that briefly, and I think the way this select committee is looking at the focus here on misinformation and disinformation, I think all of those decisions you mentioned, Senator, are made almost impossible in an environment that's shrouded with misinformation and disinformation, and that is the challenge we face here. That is one of the biggest challenges to making good policy decisions.
I suppose my issue with that is that, as we've butted up to many times in this inquiry, is who gets to decide what's misinformation, disinformation. I think ultimately if you put the executive in charge of that, the government in charge of that, then you don't really have a democracy. And as Churchill said, he's right that democracy is the worst of all systems except for all the others. So yes, it's messy and it's frustrating, but what is your alternative? Because once you establish some kind of benighted being to decide what is right and wrong, you don't have a democracy.
Can I just add, democracy is also perverted a little bit because of the lobbyists. They have an outsized influence over government policy, especially in your party.
I agree with you, but it'd be naive to think there aren't lobbyists on the on the renewable side.
Well, I visited Parliament House in 2009, just week before Tony Abbott took over from Turnbull, and at that stage,
I think he's talking about when we're in opposition.
About
yes,
over 20 fossil fuel lobbyists. ACF was the only environmental lobbyist then. So
I think things might have changed a bit. I wasn't there in 2009.
But one of them's lobbying for profits, the other one's lobbying for the planet. There is a bit of a difference.
Okay, yeah. Rightio.
Okay. Pretty subtle difference.
Yeah.
Profit.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So, I didn't realise the renewable energy companies didn't want to make a profit.
Well, they do, and they will.
Realise that.
Other questions?
No, I'm right.
Senator Roberts.
Yep. Thank you for appearing today, making a lot of effort to get here. The terms of reference, the first and second of this inquiry, deal with misinformation and disinformation. So just want to focus some questions on that. Could you agree or disagree or modify or confirm? Misinformation, disinformation is not disagreement. Simply disagreeing is not.
It's not disagreeing is not.
Skepticism is not misinformation, disinformation. Questioning.
Genuine scepticism with a scientific basis is a must.
Okay.
Yeah.
choosing a different interpretation of complex data as you work your way through it, that's not necessarily misinformation, disinformation.
So long as it is backed by genuine science, peer-reviewed science.
Under the discipline of rational thought, rational thinking, misinformation, disinformation becomes a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency. Is that correct?
That was rational thought, not irrational thought.
Rational thought.
Well, you use logic to come to conclusions, and you know, if you've looked at all the evidence and come to your conclusion, that is your conclusion.
And by definition, disinformation, which is actively trying to spread falsities and mislead people, is a result of logical thought. Somebody's thought about this and that. How can I say this so that they'll misunderstand it or believe what I'm saying when it's not true? So, yeah,
so
it's a result of logical thought, but not necessarily positive logical thought.
The Russian petrostate puts thought into there.
Yes, exactly.
So misinformation, disinformation is a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes your statement, but rather because it cannot withstand scrutiny.
Yeah, basically.
You know, I would say that in many cases, certainly disinformation, actively misinforming the public or actively trying to create false views, is about people either not liking or generally not liking what you're saying because it affects their vested interests. So it is about dislike.
So misinformation as opposed to disinformation, we'll get to that in a minute, Mr. Hall. Misinformation may be an unintentional error.
Yeah, well, it can be, yes.
It may be sloppiness.
Yes.
It may be at times be calculated deceit, which then makes it disinformation.
Yes, I think that's the distinction we're making.
Well, the more disinformation is about it, it becomes, you know, the sort of milieu. You know, people just, you know, don't question it so much. But yeah, but I think Mr. Plummer had it.
Got Mr. Plummer online, but we've also got Mr. Cosgriff. I don't know if you'd like to say anything, Mr. Cosgriff. Sorry, we haven't deliberately been ignoring you, but if you'd like to add something.
Apologies for calling in late. I had some connection problems, but I'd just like to talk about what many other people have talked about, is having decent information to make decisions going forward, and particularly having confidence in those decisions. So if we're not getting quality information, we can't make good decisions for the future. And in the case of Gippsland, Latrobe Valley, where we're exiting the coal and oil industry, we need the best information available in order to determine our future. So what we've seen over the last few years is an incredible amount of misleading or not correct information, and the problem for us is that the media didn't challenge it. So, you know, you'd like to hope that when someone says something, whether it's right, wrong or indifferent, someone in the media would look at that and go, well, I agree with it or I don't agree with it, do a bit of research, and if they find that it's really false, they'll challenge it in the public interest. But unfortunately, that seems to have gone away, and that's why myself and the community members here had to take it on ourselves to research these things. And the more we researched them, the more we found out that misinformation is a real problem. And as I've said before, it affects the economic future of places like Latrobe Valley, but as also someone else pointed out earlier, it affects us nationally. You know, if we don't transition from, or if we don't successfully complete this transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy or whatever, it's going to hurt the whole country.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Would you like to add something, Mr. Plummer? And then
yes, I would, just quickly. Just that discussion about definition of misinformation, disinformation. And I didn't get through all the submissions. I got through a few though, and I noted the IPA submission to the inquiry. And a quote from them: misinformation is a subjective concept which enables a censorship or silencing of people based on the opinions and views they hold. I just want to make the comment here that the World Economic Forum has no problems in defining misinformation and disinformation, and their economists, their social scientists, their risk managers, they don't have a problem grappling with those definitions either. When it comes to a lot of things we're talking about here with misinformation and disinformation, the issue is not about people's opinions and views, but it's about rigorous research and science-based evidence. And I think that's where we get things confused. Yes, some decisions, of course, values come into it and so forth. But what we're talking about here is misinformation and disinformation about facts or science-based evidence.
Okay, we've got 6 minutes left, Senator Roberts. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, the Latrobe Valley Sustainability Group, I don't know which one of you put this in your submission, but arguments included Australia could have led the world in becoming carbon neutral. What is carbon neutral in your view?
Carbon neutral is when our carbon output into the atmosphere, CO2, methane, other carbon gases.
Not about carbon, the solid, but carbon dioxide, the gas?
Carbon dioxide, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you're talking about carbon dioxide, a gas.
And the other gases as well, so
Methane.
anything that increases the heat holding capacity of the atmosphere, when that output from human endeavour matches the ability of the Earth to sequester that carbon in all those sources that I talked about, that's when we get to carbon neutrality. Okay? So is that okay with you?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Roberts. Well, look, is there anything final you want to say? We do have 4 minutes left. Hate to waste 4 minutes if there's anything final you'd like to say.
Well, I just thanks for allowing us to come and speak to you. I hope you go back to your parties and accurately tell your colleagues that what we feel about this, what our views are based firmly on the science. We've all got children, grandchildren, mostly,
and even great-grandchildren.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Lorraine. And we just worry about the type of society and type of environment that they will have to deal with.
No, Senator Roberts. No, we're finished.
Oh.
No, you keep going. We've got three
So I think all of us here are not going to let up, and we will absolutely, fight until we've got everything done that we can to get to carbon neutrality, and basically all the other things that need to do fall into line. I mean, climate change is a social disruptor as well. You'll have, increased migration from Bangladesh. 1 metre of sea level rise there, 60 million instant refugees. All of these things are things that you in the Parliament have to consider, and it's not only putting the national interest, but it's actually the interest of the world.
Well, once again, thank you for your submission and for taking the time to come here today and appear before the People's House. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their usual fantastic assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to any questions and notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, and the committee now stands adjourned. And just to let senators know, we were thinking about starting at 9:15 tomorrow, but it's going to be 9:30. The witness is not available at 9:15.